Hello, everyone. Welcome to June 13th, Dow Tooling Day. MetaFest2 is kicking off live today, teaching you all about the tools that help organize the chaos that we live in. DAOs are all about coordination and building an organization that's stronger. One of the ways that we do it is through tooling and through innovation. So today we'll see Meet with Wallet, we'll see Coordinate, we'll see CollabLand, DWork, SourceCred, and we'll start off with Ceramic. Tim Finney and Dis Bullock are here to tell us all about decentralized identification and Ceramic. So, hello guys,
All
how
right.
you doing this morning?
Getting along pretty well.
Great. Good morning. Thanks for joining us. How
Okay.
you
Okay,
doing,
one thing
Tim?
I think we do have to start out with, one of us on this stream right now needs to mute Discord because I'm feedbacking right on myself.
Even though you're deafened?
I'm deafened, and so one of us probably is listening to Discord also.
Oh, that might have been.
Yeah, not here.
See how I'm deafened down here?
Yeah, no, I can see it on.
But I can hear myself talking on the delay after about 5 seconds. Everything somebody says, it comes back to me 5 seconds later.
Do you have the YouTube stream open? You need to close any other stream potentially.
Oh, maybe I'm streaming Miss Anth. Thank you. I'm just going to disconnect Discord right now. Okay.
No worries. Yeah,
okay, so here
and streaming can be difficult. So
okay, so here we go. So thanks. I'm Scott Tenfinney, and I'm working with Dis Bullock, who's been instrumental in putting together a lot of these pieces within Metagame. So take it away, Dis Bullock, and I'm just going to kind of follow along with where you want me to go.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to start out with, and I assume that Tenfinney's screen is the one that is being shared. We're going to start talking a little bit about what the Ceramic Network is. And to understand Ceramic, you really have to understand a little bit about IPFS. IPFS, or the Interplanetary File System, is a peer-to-peer file sharing network that was first developed probably about like 5 or 6 years ago now, and it's been actively making leaps and bounds since. But one of the issues with IPFS is that it is so-called content addressed. If I have a particular piece of content, from that piece of content, I will be able to generate an address that can be used to look it up on the network. But if I change any aspect of that content, it will cause a new address to be generated. And there's no way to create a relationship between different versions of the same document. They simply each have their own address, and there's no relationship between them. What the Ceramic Network does is adds an overlay on top of IPFS that enables the ability to have a single static identifier, but mutable changing content underneath. And one of the ways that they're leveraging those content streams is through the creation of profiles. And as you can see on the left-hand side of the screen is the basic profile information provided. This is self.id is the name of this site. And this shows much of the information that is included in the basic profile schema that is published by Ceramic. And you can see, yeah, you've got a name and URL, locations, and stuff like that. If you look then to the right-hand screen, and yes, also the linking of social accounts. But if you look to the right-hand screen, this is what we have been developing with Metagame. It includes both an interface for editing a basic profile, such as what's present in self.id, as well as we have some additional profile fields that are stored in a separate stream. So there's the basic profile type, and then there's an extended profile type stream, and those store different pieces of this information. You can see that we have, you might click the edit button, yeah, for the, so this just shows you what fields are available to be edited. And for example, just to demonstrate, if Tenfinney were to change some aspect of this profile here and then save it, then those changes will later be reflected in self.id because the backing data is the same for both of them. And that's what's really important about Ceramic and the interoperability that we're attempting to leverage. Additionally, there are a couple different pieces of information that the MyMeta profiles display. We pull from DAO House. We pull all of your DAO House memberships. We have, based on the Magic the Gathering coloring system, we have a personality typing system, and also an NFT gallery pulled from OpenSea. Okay, so from here, I suppose we could talk just a little bit about we're going till
Yeah, we got about an hour. Yeah, so why don't we go into the personality types just briefly, because
okay,
that's
yeah.
kind of interactive and
Do you
fun.
have anything to say about them?
Well, I just thought it was neat when I got into metagame for the first time. I realized that once I set up my self ID, the self ID just has very, very limited information that is there for your profile, which makes sense because if we're all going to have these shared profiles across Web3, you might not need them to be too lengthy, because if I'm involved in a sport and somebody else is involved in, some travel related stuff, maybe querying all that information for every single person isn't smart. It should be done like metagame. So if you're really into like sports, self ID should really only just query the most important stuff, while like your user ID, maybe your GitHub, maybe a personal profile, maybe where you're located. And then you leave the rest of that information up to somebody like Metagame, who then allows you what you call the extended profile to start adding other things. Like Ceramic doesn't care about if I'm available for hire 10 hours a week. That's not a self ID thing. That's a metagame thing. What's another one? What are my skills? Well, that doesn't have anything to do with self ID and my ID. That's something that we put in our extended profiles, including personality type. And that's what I think is kind of fun to demo. So you'll see over in the self ID, it just asks you for, give us a little bit of background on yourself. Tell us where you're located. And all these are optional. Do you have a website? And then how can you be contacted socially? That's all they ask you for. They don't ask you for your name and phone number or anything. This is just what I've decided to expose based on my Web3 account that I want to attach to self ID. And then they create my user profile. And this is what this bullet was saying. This is static. This isn't going to change. But if I decide that I'm into something new now, I'll change it up in here in my profile. And then that's going to get pulled forward into my Meta profile over here. Even though you guys will see that I made a change, I edited my profile from this side, which pushes it back out to self ID, but you can also do it from self ID that pushes it into our local database. So you can kind of go two ways within metagame, but you should look at the self ID as kind of your universal identification card, and it's not going to keep everything about you. Your personal stuff, things that are a little bit more targeted to the organization you're part of, should really be put into the actual application profile, not the self ID profile. Hopefully that makes sense. So what we can show you is a couple of real quick things before we move on. Like there's this thing called personality type, and you might want to just say how that was organized, Disbulk, and then I'll just like click on it to show like how.
I mean, I did the bulk of this, the integration of this, probably about 9 months ago now. And it's based off of, originally the Magic the Gathering has a 4-color or a 5-color personality system. And I took and adapted some existing quizzes for determining personality type, as well as there's another page where you can say what your values are, and it will tell you your personality type based on those value judgments. But we did at the time rename the attributes in order to avoid potential copyright issues with Wizards of the Coast, which I think in retrospect was not necessary. I don't think they would have cared. But still, that's why, if you are familiar with Magic the Gathering, that's why some of our attributes have slightly different names than what you might be accustomed to seeing. So
Yeah,
so
so
that's the personality type.
Yeah, so in here you'll see it's not that complicated. If you want to highlight some of your skills, you just go into your profile. It's going to give you a little user interface here, and you can just start typing additional skills that you have, and you can add whatever you want there. Some people just put a few in their profile. Some people put a lot. You know, I'm kind of somewhere in the middle. Um, it like Despolek was saying, it queries your DAO memberships, and it uses a different type of protocol, which is called GraphQL, which knows how to go query information somewhere else. It doesn't go query self ID. It goes and queries a blockchain that says, okay, well, if Scott's part of a DAO or within this chain, it's going to show up in this profile right here. And that's what it's trying to do. It's trying to query those DAO memberships, of which I'm a member of 2 that are on that chain. And I think that's the Gnosis chain. So if you were using my meta for your own organization, you would actually want to target that to where all of your NFTs or your DAO memberships were located based on the chain that all that information lived on. This one happens to query something called the Gnosis chain. And then over here, it also looks for your NFTs that are attached also to your identity or your Web3 account. And these are the ones that are attached to my 10Finny account. So we have a neat little user interface there too, where if you're trying to get an idea about the player that's part of metagame, that you would go into here and go, okay, well, he's about like fractal art, and he's got a bunch of these little GitHub kudos, and he's collected these goofy 3-dimensional, items that we use in a metaverse called voxels. And so then you get kind of an idea about what the person's all about.
Yeah. You want to move on to source cred now?
Yeah. Now we can move on to source cred. Okay.
So for its evaluation of contributions, metagame primarily relies on a system known as source cred. Source cred takes the contributions from, or the interactions on Discord, interactions on GitHub, and interactions on Discourse, and builds a giant graph connecting all of these different small interactions into one big graph of everyone's activity over the course of it. It says weekly epochs. So once a week, it resets and starts back with a new week. But as you can see in the page that 10Finny has pulled up, for example, there are some GitHub commits. There's a GitHub pull request. There's a bunch of Discord reactions. There's some Discord messages. Each one of these causes XP to be flowed to or from the player. And you can see that some of the XP, the one up at the top, for example, the pull request was a positive XP of 35 XP. Whereas each of the reactions further down on the page, each one of those was about minus 0.5 XP. So it cost the player a very small amount in order to make the reaction, so that the person who's receiving the reaction that's where that XP comes from for them. So source cred. So we use source cred then to continually flow a token called XP. Once a month, we look at what the relative amounts of XP garnered for that month are. And based on that distribution, we mint a value-laden token called Seed and distribute it on Polygon to all of the players. And that's how people get paid, so to speak, in metagame.
And so what you'll see here, these are our player profiles. And it's hard to see up here. If you go to metagame WTF/players, or there's plenty of ways to navigate this. You can go into the community, you can click into the players link right here. But what this is going to do, it's going to provide a list of all of the current players and their seasonal XP, which is exactly what is queried with source cred and then delivered back to our database. And then with that information, we populate this user interface. So these profiles dynamically change every time we go and run the information from source cred. So you'll see we're coming up on the end of our season 6, and you'll see the Peeth is the leader. He's not only leader in total XP at 20,000, but he's also the leader in the seasonal at 1251. In second place is Luxumbra, who is also, and then we're also ranked by sort of your level and how much XP you have. So a diamond level is, I think, the top 7 all-time players, or all-time players. So you'll find 7 diamonds, you'll find 7 platinums, but they're all dispersed right now because we're just talking about seasonal XP. So we've got 2 diamond members that are seasonally winning the season, and then Tommy, and then Masanth, and Vid, the Unipuff, and then me, and then Wolia, Besso, and then Despolik. And so the way that we get our XP is a combination of participating in those different apps, or those communication portals, GitHub, Discord, and Discourse. You won't see much Discourse in here, but that's like the blogs, where we have sort of long thread communications. If you are wanting to look at these profiles a little bit differently, you don't query people by the seasonal XP, you would want to query them by the total XP. So we're doing something similar. We're going out and now looking into our database and says, okay, I want to know historically the total XP of all of the players. And you'll still, like I said, Peeth is been active for a long time, one of the founders. So he is also the leading XP holder. And then there's MetaDreamer, who is active near the beginning but has moved on. So he is still the number 2 diamond player, but we didn't even see him on the seasonal players list because he's not active anymore. So this gives you the opportunity to go through metagame and say, well, who's active, who's legacy, that holds heavy XP. And then we can extrapolate off of that. Let's say that we wanted to do something new within metagame and say, okay, we want to query everybody that at least had 10 XP for the previous season. And then maybe we want to airdrop them a token that they can use for something, which we'll get into later on today into tooling when we talk a lot about the NFTs. But in essence, that's how the profiles work. And if you click into any of these profiles, so I'll click back to mine, find me down here. I think I'm somewhere in number 20 or so. So I'm over here. And then you just click it, and then you can just go back to the profile where we started. So it's very easy to navigate through metagame once you understand what we're doing here. Okay, so I'll pull it back to you.
Okay. I just say, yes, all of this is made, all of the leaderboard and the aggregate statistics are made possible because we're using a system called Hasura that puts a GraphQL endpoint on top of a Postgres database. So there is a quote unquote Web 2 component to this particular site because we have to have information about everyone at once in order to generate things like the leaderboard. But the basic source of truth about what a person's profile is in Ceramic and available to anyone on the internet who wants to gain access to it. Okay, the last little bit that we were going to talk about was looking at the dashboard via going to the metagame landing page.
Yeah,
Or here's just the dashboard. We can just go straight to the dashboard if you prefer.
Well, we got a couple extra minutes, so I haven't navigated people into the website yet. So once you load the website, which is at Metagame WTF, you'll see that on the left-hand side, you can either click these little buttons to, excuse me, scroll you down, so you can learn a little bit about Metagame. By the time you get to the bottom of these little tabs, you're going to be asked a question. You're either going to continue to watch or you're going to join us. And if you join, there's a series of little, simple quests that you can go through. And then you become part of our Discord. You become part of the XP system. You start contributing, and you start to see you kind of rising up on that leaderboard that we had been talking about. But we're not going to go there right now. We're just going to sort of show you what's available if you're just trying to figure out kind of what metagame's all about. So if you click watch, now you come to our dashboard. And go ahead, Diswolk.
Yeah, the dashboard simply gives an overview of all the various aspects of what metagame is currently doing. There's a section for the blog. There's a section for the podcast. There's a section for YouTube there. So you can get all of the most recent publications. You can get the current, the XP chart there is the XP for the actual player that's viewing the dashboard. So it'll show your XP currently, and you can also see the seed price there.
Yeah, so these are basically related. If you really dug in, you would find out the XP that I got this week was less than I got last week because I made a lot, 35 last week. This week I'm down, and it says that I'm at 1999 current. Um, and then this is that token that we use to take the XP that's given in any sort of time period, and then we also then issue seed, which is a native token that metagame uses that actually has a liquidity pool. It has a price on them, and so you can buy them on a pool if you would like, but we don't sell them within metagame as kind of like a security or anything. The only way you get it is through participation within metagame. You get your XP, and then on a schedule, the amount of XP you have is then rewarded with seed, and that's the reward system we use. And then the leaderboard over here, once again, you can query the top few players if you want to do seasonal XP or total XP. Okay.
Yep.
Within here, briefly, people that are watching this video will say, well, how do I get involved? Well, the easiest way to do it is just look at the calendar, and then this is for my time zone on the West Coast. But you'll see on Fridays is where we do a meeting where we onboard new players. We want them to kind of get a good idea about how all this operates. We know there's a lot of things to learn, but we try to guide you through sort of a digestible roadmap. And then after that, on every Friday, we do a community gathering where you get a chance to come and learn some new things. We usually have guests on talking about technology or something social. And so that's a good way to sort of get involved with the different people in metagame. And then if you feel that you're ready to sort of level up into your experience in metagame, you'll start to want to associate with one of the guilds. And we have several guilds. In essence, they're like a coding guild, and that's called the Builders Guild. And then we've got a guild of artists, a guild of writers, a guild of people that are good at marketing, people that are good about with community management. So once you figure out kind of what your skill set is, you'll start to attend those meetings, and those are scattered throughout the week. The main day is on Wednesdays where we have the coders, the innkeepers. Uh, those are the active ones right now. And then if you feel that you're getting the hang of a specific guild, each guild needs a little bit of management, and they're not really like bosses, but we call them champions. They're more like project managers that come in and help whatever that specific guild is doing to help facilitate that process, because there's other guilds within metagame that are probably waiting for that content to be created. If you think about it in sort of a traditional sense, let's say that you're putting a website together. Well, the coders are going to do the coding, but they're not artists. So they have to rely on the artist to kind of give them the artwork, and then they make that available to the coders to go insert it where it needs to be on the website. Copy, artists aren't really good at writing, coders aren't necessarily great at writing, so we lean out to the writers to give us the copy that is going to get inserted into the website. And then another one like marketing. Once all this is done and we have a website, then you need people to talk about it. And artists, developers aren't necessarily great about promoting, so then we lead on another part of the metagame actually to do the promotions. So it's this ecosystem within metagame, and that's why we call it a game, because you have to figure out how all these pieces work together. And if you get good at the game, you'll start to see, well, you get XP for participation. You can convert that to seed. Well, it gets converted to seed, and then you can use that as a reward system for yourself, and then trade it for other tokens or sell it on a market that allows you to do so. So it takes care of that part. And then the rest of the game is, well, how are you going to interoperate within your guild and provide value to the other guilds that need to take that content and consume it? Okay. So in a nutshell, that's what you can do starting within the dashboard. You can see we have content, we've got ways to prove what you're doing. We have a way to convert that into some real world value. You can look at places where you are relative to the other players that are contributing, and you can also then see a calendar about where to participate and start to get involved. Okay, so back to you, Bullock. What would you like to talk about?
Yeah, I mean, that was the bulk of what I had on my list of things to talk about, was through the site and the dashboard.
Okay,
and then we could show briefly. So within the metagame profile, there is the ability to turn on an integration with Meet with Wallet. correct? Is the name of the...
Yeah, we don't want to take away his thunder quite yet, but we will show that, and then Ninetails will come on and talk about it. So we'll go ahead and refresh this screen here. We'll get some profiles back, and you will see that on each of these profiles, there is a button now to connect specifically and schedule something with the player. So let's say that you want to reach out to an artist within Metagame, where you're going to find them in the players list. So we'll come down and find one of the artists, or let's just say, I'll just use mine as an example. So you click in here, and now we have this nice little feature, which is called Meet with Wallet. And then that's going to take you to another protocol. And now it allows you to use your Web3 address to start doing scheduling with other people. And this is a really neat feature, but we're going to let him talk about that in about 30 minutes. So I think
what half an hour.
Yeah,
okay.
So I think what we do now is, why don't we go through at least the onboarding experience in my meta, right? I guess this is the other side of the coin. If you go down into Metagame, WTF, and you got all the way down to the bottom of the website, down here, the first one says, look, I'm not quite ready. I just want to watch. And then when I clicked watch, it took you to us to that dashboard. And that dashboard gives you an idea about what's available. It is trying to query my profile right now. So if I had no profile, I don't exactly know what's going to happen. I guess you would still see the seed price, you'd see the calendar, but it would not know who to query. Is that right, from your understanding, Bullock?
Yeah, it fits with what I would think.
Okay. So you guys can chime in later and tell me, if you just push watch, does the dashboard look very similar to this, minus something that would just be specific for a logged in player right there? Well, I guess I could do it myself. I guess I could just disconnect. See what happens here. I'll just refresh this screen and see if that middle part goes away. Yeah, it looks like that just middle part goes away because it doesn't know who to query. So I'm going to connect again. And remember, when it comes to MetaMask and Web3 stuff, it's going to take a while to people to understand what's happening here. Is MetaMask is, I call it an account manager. It's a plugin I put into my browser that basically runs math. And it doesn't share stuff with the outside world except this simple calculation to verify that I'm the holder of a private key that I'm connecting to the Web3 world. So you do a little plug-in here into your browser, and this one's called MetaMask. So you click MetaMask, and what MetaMask is doing right now, it says, okay, Scott, we're going to use your 10Finny account, and we're going to broadcast out to Metagame this transaction. And if you can sign this transaction, we're going to believe that you are who you say you are. And then that's done through a cryptographic verification transaction. And that's what I'm signing right here. I'm really just signing a transaction from my own computer. It's not going and getting stored in some database somewhere. I haven't exposed a bunch of private information, but now it knows who I am because it queried that Web3 address. Okay, and so now it knows who I am, and now it knows how to populate this middle box with my current, participation within Metagame. Okay. Now the reason I did that is just as to refresh what we had done just a few minutes ago. But let's go back to the game. Let's say we want to join. So if you want to join Metagame, it's going to say, well, the first thing you should probably do is connect your Web3 wallet, which it already knew who I was. So let's try to do a clean one over here on a different browser. This is Chrome. So I think that this is what it would look like if I was a brand new player. So you need to be on the mainnet to join. So I'm just going to change my network from the Polygon network to the Ethereum network. So now what I've told MetaMask is, hey, don't go look to communicate on the Polygon blockchain. You need to be communicating on this other chain called the Ethereum main chain. So now it's rolling over, and now it knows who I am, knows that I'm 10Finny, and then it queried the blockchain to see what my active participation in Metagame is right now. It knows that I hold on to these things called P seeds, which is that our token that we use in a liquidity pool. This is my current level of experience. And then it says, okay, now it's game on for you. if you haven't created a profile in Self ID, I think you would click this button and build out.
There's some very basic profile fill-in questions that are asked. If you click on in the upper right-hand corner, if you click on your avatar and then click on Profile Wizard, it would show you the basic questions that they'll get.
So, right. So if you're new, it's going to take you through an easy onboarding experience. Should I do this right now? It's not going to
or
affect
you can
me.
click the arrow in the upper right-hand corner and it won't actually save, or it won't go through the process of trying to save. It won't actually save if you click that. Yeah, it'll say, this is because it's expecting a username. Which,
okay, so right, so I won't do it this way.
Try clicking the next arrow in the upper right-hand corner, and it will.
Yeah. So if you're new to the onboarding,
it needs some fleshing out.
Okay, so you'll see that this is basically what you already see in my profile over here to the right. So these are the questions that I answered. If I wanted to change these, you could click a couple of different ones, and then it'll give you a different ultimate personality. So I'll be altruism, and then you can set your time zone. And now what it's going to do, then now we're going from metagame world out to Self ID world again. So it wants to start communicating with that DID, that hash
ceramic
that's
network.
not going to change, the ceramic network. And so you'll see down here, it's actually updating to my time. And now I can go into my skills. I'll click through this one time. I'm not going to add any skills at this point. And so now is where you get the first opportunity to start to fit into one of the specific guilds that you think that you might be able to participate with. I'll put myself as a builder. I like innkeeping. I'll leave it those two right now. So now what it's doing is it's writing to our local database, because earlier in this demo, we had told you there's certain things that are saved on Self ID, but not everything. So what just happened right there, I just took a little bit of information and just stored it on our local database, because that's specific to what we do in metagame, and Self ID doesn't care about that. Okay. So now we've completed the profile, and then it comes in and it gives you a few things that you might want to explore. But in essence, now you have a profile in metagame. Have an idea where we should go next?
I think we have covered the bulk of what my meta does.
Oh, that's right. We wanted to end here is that metagame and the profiles, it goes pretty deep, and we do the development like in-house. So we have a lot of things to show, and if anybody that watches this wants to get involved in metagame, we can go through our repo. We can talk about how we work with GraphQL and how we work with NFTs and how we work with our database. It seems like a little bit of a stretch to try to do it in this portion of tooling days, but I think that this is probably a good primer. Just to get started. Like what you see happening over here is our database is running. And then over here, this is where we are now running this website locally. You'll see up here, it says localhost 3000. So I'm really running the website just on my local server, meaning the computer I'm sitting at right now. And then over here, we can run the database. So if you are savvy about how databases work, you'll start working with this on somewhere in here. And then this is the instance of our Hasura database where we store everything that's not being, well, it's, even self-ID, remember, is its own protocol. We actually query self-ID, grab the information, and drag it forward into our database, because it's quicker for us than to get information from our database.
Yeah,
but
so that we can do aggregates, like the leaderboard, where we have to know everyone's at the same time in order to do the calculations.
Yep. And then there's, of course, source credit over here. So we've thrown a lot at you. You know, if you guys have any questions about what what we're doing here, feel free to ask them here. I know there's only a few people in the live chat, but if there's anything you guys would like us to focus on in about the next 15 minutes, we'd be happy to review or go backwards in anything that we've shown you this morning. Any questions from the crowd?
Yeah, I'm just scanning the Discord now. See if we find anything. Miss Ant's asking about customization. Waiting for a bit. Yeah, he said customization question mark.
So that's definitely a priority for us, as is the case with many software projects nowadays. We've got a lot more ideas than we do active developers. But all of the UI system is grounded in a library called Shocker UI, which lets you do styling within tags. Shocker-GUI.com for anyone who wants more information. But Shocker has a very complex theming system that we are not currently leveraging to a large extent. And to redo the pages in terms of semantic descriptions of different portions of the page so that they can be more easily themed is definitely something that's on the roadmap for at some point in the future.
Yeah, and also for customization of the user interfaces we work with, we're also hoping within Metagame to be able to take these tools that we're using for ourselves and then start to customize them for other people that like the technology, but might not necessarily feel that it needs to be metagame themed. So think about any organization out there, and a real easy one to do is like, let's say a small business with, a bunch of employees, and they're trying to figure out a way to keep people, up on technology. So you're going to create a profile for every one of the employees there. And then you're going to ask them to fill out the profile, and you want to customize it. So we will help you provide the interface that you see right here. It'll be skinned for whatever the organization is that wants to use it. And then further customization, Ms. Anth, I think you're asking about is, could we customize this as is? And I think you can. You can edit the layout. You can start adding new blocks. You can move things around. You can have a different look of it. Maybe you don't want to show your NFTs. Maybe you wanted your personality type to be over to the right. And this is a really neat feature too, because now you're getting people involved in not just having a profile that exists somewhere out there, but actually working with it so it really looks like how they want it to look. Like this is a background image that I selected of that planetary thing. I added that as my profile. So you can update it as your experience changes or you want to get involved in different things. So you would go over here, you would change this, that goes to self ID. You want to change all these skills right here. Those go within our local database. And so we already have a lot of customization that's part of Metagame, but we're going to continue to work on that as we find new partners that also might want something customized. And this is kind of a neat feature that I hadn't seen this before. So if you click in your DAO memberships, I assume that this one is as you level up within the ranks of Metagame, you are also now part of the MetaFam, I guess, overarching DAO. I think that's what this is. Can anybody speak to this? Is that what I'm seeing here?
I am not familiar with this particular page. What under total number of players? What was the total number of players for MetaFam?
Yeah, see, this is it says XP 2041, which is exactly what my XP is right here.
That's your XP within that organization.
But I don't know, like, view. There's 124 in here.
Okay.
So this must just be all of sort of like the players that have a threshold of XP.
Makes sense.
Okay, so that's pretty cool. See, even I'm learning new stuff every day. So I see a lot of like legacy members that aren't around anymore. And let's see who's up at the top of the list. So maybe this is actually, this looks like it's ranked by all time. This seems about right. I'm in the top 20. Yep, you're up high up here. So yeah, so that's what this does. So it looks like by nature of you participating in metagame, this is like automatic that you're also part of the MetaFam DAO. So that's cool too. It says join. Let's see what happens there just to burn up last.
And he's gone.
It looks like we lost 10 for a minute.
Well, thank you, just Bullock and 10 for giving us the walkthrough through my meta and the ceramic. It's been a great overview of the interface and what the profiles look like and how everything works underneath. We've got a lot of information that we covered. So thank you very much.
My pleasure.
So, what's been some of the hard parts about working with ceramic and building these profiles?
We've actually had, within the last 2 months, 3 different times. Ceramic is again, it's a cutting edge technology. They're continually making changes and updating their systems. We have had we run a ceramic daemon that is part of the mainnet network, and it has died for different reasons repeatedly, and we've brought it back to life several times, and it appears to be running stably now. But just the as always, working with a cutting edge technology has its challenges that comes from making this really new stuff that we're making.
Very cool. And if people wanted to learn more about how they could use ceramic and these storage for their project, where would you recommend that they go?
Probably, I mean, ceramic does a good job of blogging a lot of technical articles, like technical tutorials about how to do basic stuff. That's a good. They also have a web playground where you connect to this site, and in the console, you're able to interact with the various data structures that they have in place for communicating about profiles and stuff like that. Or just their Discord, as with all of these projects, and what's now an amazing development. We can connect directly with the devs working on the actual code. Their Discord is very active and gets quick responses to questions.
Great, thank you. Welcome back, Tiffany. I still can't hear you though. You're muted.
Thanks for having me back. I thought I got the hook.
No worries. Welcome back. So we've got about 10 minutes still. If there's anything you'd like to wrap up with?
I think we did a pretty good job about doing the overview. Like I was saying earlier, we could dig in deep into how it functions, but that's probably better for an extended time. Maybe just the quick review again.
Sure, sounds good.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Self-ID is the location that you go to create a universal profile that it will not just be used for metagame. If all goes well, all organizations will have this source of truth for who a specific participant is. We have a problem in this, the Web3 world, which is the Sybil attack, where people spin up multiple identities and then they're trying to act like they're more people than there really are. So by using things like decentralized identities, you can now start to check out somebody's credentials based on what they've connected to their profile. So within here, it's like there should only be one Tenfinny on Twitter and there should be only one Tenfinny on GitHub. And if you're trying to find out more about me, you would probably want to go trace those two social platforms, coding platform, social platform, to see if I am who I say I am. Then you could do another cross check on that website right there and see if that all makes sense. And do I say what I do and can I back it up? Well, all of that is now going to be tracked on this DID. And now another organization I go into, they could say, well, just post up your DID here. And then now that might be a way for me to join their organization. And if I am just an empty profile that's never had any transactions on it, that a person might be skeptical that that person is actually a unique person and not just some proxy account that they're setting up to just try to infiltrate another group. So it gives us a little bit of way to use sort of our legacy systems, which means, look, we do need profiles on people in order to know if they're credible or not. And I think this is a really good way to start. So that's self-ID anchored by Ceramic. That's the 3box project that's been around for several years in this Web3 space. They're trusted and they do good stuff. Well, what we're doing in Metagame is we're leveraging that and saying, look, we don't expect in Metagame to be the people that house the worldwide, identifications of everybody. But what we're going to do is we're going to go out there and query the ones that we care about, which are people that are participating in our system. So we simply allow people to connect their 3bot or their self-ID profile back into our system. And that's what you find here in Metagame. So once you get into Metagame and you go down to the bottom and you actually want to participate and you join, then now we are connecting up our metagame experience with something that operates outside that we can use as a source of truth, which is, this is my truth, this is who I say I am. And then now we get to join it together with other self-IDs into these things called our player profiles. And so that is the way that we believe, not only within metagame, but within this entire new ecosystem that's getting built, your identity will travel with you and you insert it into these games or profiles or groups that you want to participate in. So don't just look at metagame as, oh, I got to join metagame to participate with this. Not necessarily. You could come to us and say, we really like what you've done, but we want to do it for our organization. And then we're going to find ways to help implement this entire system into other organizations. And that's how we're going to sustain metagame. We will get paid for doing that to customize it for somebody else using all of these same technologies that we've shown you this morning. So that's my little wrap up right there.
Great. Thanks so much, Tiffany. Thanks so much, Disbullet.
Okay, so we'll see you guys in a little while where we're going to come back and talk about achievements. Does that sound good, Disbullet?
Works for me.
Great. Then next up we have Ninetales with Meet with Wallet. So until he's there, we'll talk a little bit between guests. So I wanted to show a big shout out to my mom. Today's her birthday. So happy birthday, Mom.
Happy birthday, Mom.
Yeah. So
Happy birthday.
Yes.
Hey, if we could get who's the guitar player that comes and entertains us? He said he had a very unique birthday song, and he said anytime somebody has a birthday, get a hold of him and he'll come play it. Do you guys remember that?
I do.
Tag him.
Yeah.
Your mom will be thrilled. What's his name? It's escaping me right now.
Jose.
Jose Cabrera.
Yeah. So let me just send a message to Ninetales real quick.
Disbullet, did you write this?
Okay, Ninetales will be with us in a moment. So thanks so much, guys. We'll see you again soon.
All right, we'll drop out and we'll see you in a little while, in about 30, 40 minutes.
Great. Hello, hello. Are you there, Nine Tails?
Hello, people. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm not able to see you right now. Are you going to be sharing your screen, I believe?
Yes. Just a sec.
So you're going to be presenting Meet with Wallet.
Exactly.
I'm not familiar with Meet with Wallet, so I'm interested to see what we got today.
You will be familiar pretty soon in the next 15 minutes, I would say.
Oh, great. Thank you. Take it away.
Okay, I'm sorry. I might be coughing a little bit because my daughter brought as like present some virus from kindergarten. So I'm a little bit sick. But anyways, guys, thanks a lot for the invitation. Here to present to you guys, although pretty sure many of you already know a little bit what is Meet with Wallet, what are we doing together with Metagame, and a little bit what are the next things that we are going to do. I'm going to do this really quick presentation just to contextualize a little bit what is this product, this tool, and then I'm going to do some live demos of what is already like working. So Meet with Wallet, what is basically the idea is to provide a meeting scheduling solution for DAOs, for individuals, for communities, etc. That makes it easier for people to schedule things with each other. I'm pretty sure many of you already know Calendly. Basically the same thing, but really tailored to Web3. This was not created like before Web3 and now we are trying to adapt. No, this was created from the start, focusing on what do we want with this new web. Why? Remote work is, I initially wrote down the future, but it's not the future, it's just like reality. And good communication is crucial when you are working in this scenario. DAOs and NFT communities need better communication tools. Currently, and I've been into a few DAOs, I do see they struggle, a lot of noise, and people failing to get aligned on what they should be working or not. So they need better coordination tools. As I said, there are many great solutions like Calendly for meeting scheduling, but none of them are really tailored to Web3. And privacy and data ownership is totally missing from these current solutions. I think that we are witnessing the first steps of Web3, and Meet with Wallet really wants to be there and ready to address this scaling market. What are the features that we have, at least for now? So simple meeting scheduling for one-on-ones or multiple attendees. You can go there, you pick a slot, free slot in someone else's calendar, you schedule your meeting. There is some advanced configurations. You configure your availabilities, the meeting duration, and we have guest scheduling for like your business partners or boomer friends that do not have a wallet. They can simply schedule in your calendar as a guest with their email. Calendar integrations, so you can link to your Google Calendar, your Office 365, your Apple iCloud calendar. So you use this as a single entry point with multiple calendars that you might have. And notifications with email notifications, all of them optional, of course, EPNS and Discord. And two things that we are starting to work right now, we'll talk a little bit more later, token gating and paid meetings. A little bit about the technologies that we use in Meet with Wallet. We leverage, and I wrote down Web 2, but it's like regular web technologies and Web3 technologies for sure to provide a best experience for users. So what we call public information like the meeting slot, the account addresses or wallet addresses, IPFS hashes, etc., are stored in a regular PSQL database. So this enables way more fast fetching of information that we would have with the current solutions for decentralized databases. We are still looking for a better solution, but for now, this is what we use. All of the accounts, public information, and preference are stored in IPFS. All of the meetings' private information, meaning who are you meeting with, the URL for the meeting notes, etc., are encrypted and stored in IPFS, and they are encrypted on the client side. So Meet with Wallet does not have access to this information, basically. Only the actual owner and the participants of the meeting can access and decrypt this information. Notification for meetings with EPNS, Discord, and email, as I said. Subscription. So we have plans. We have the free plan and we have pro plans. For the pro plans, the subscription management information and in the future paid meetings and splits happens on chain. This is the part that will leverage the blockchain experience, let's say, and technology. And for the actual meetings to happen, nowadays we use Huddle 01 as the default video conference for meetings. They are a Web3 powered solution for meetings. Quite cool, to be honest. But this is optional. People can just like set their own Meet URL if they want to. What are we doing with Metagame? Nowadays, it's possible to go to your Metagame profile and add your Meet with Wallet link, your Meet with Wallet address account, actually, by simply clicking a connect button. If you do not have a Meet with Wallet account yet, you can create within the Metagame profile edition. You do not need to leave Metagame to do that. And then you will have this awesome Meet with Me button here that will drive people to your public calendar. This was the first integration of this kind that we did. It was quite a cool experience working with Metagame people to do that. And hopefully we can evolve this integration into more nice stuff, especially when we go into more DAO features that I'm going to talk a little bit about. So what is next? Two things that we are starting to work right now, as I mentioned, token gating, meaning that you can set any combination of tokens, ERC20s, NFTs, and POAPs as requirements for meetings to be scheduled or meetings to be accessed. What does this mean? Someone goes to your public calendar to schedule something, and they need to hold the seed token, for example, to be able to schedule a meeting. So we are working on that. And paid meetings, meaning people basically need to pay to schedule a meeting with you. This can be quite valuable. Think about Web3 consultants or people providing services through a DAO. And you can set a predefined split of this payment, meaning you, for example, get 90% of the payment and the DAO gets 10% when someone schedules a consultancy meeting with you. So these are things that we are working. When we think about like feature DAO features, as I said in the beginning, we really want to improve coordination in DAOs, communities, etc. Potential features that we have in mind slot finder for teams, quite similar to what Let's Meet does today, but again, tailored to Web3. Open slots based on multiple members. Imagine that you have a tech support guild or community or whatever, and you want to have a single calendar that will consider the availability of multiple people from the tech support. This is something we want to potentially work on. But most important, we want your opinion on what we should be working next when it comes to DAO features. So any DAOs listening to this at any point in time, please come to our Discord, bring your requirements, ideas on something that would make coordination easier in your DAO, and we would be happy to start implementing it. This is it for the presentation. Just a few links here. meetwithwallet.xyz, our website, and the app itself. Twitter.com/meetwithwallet. Our Discord, this terrible link there, but through the website, you can find the link to Discord. And my mail, if anyone wants to get in touch, you can find me on Discord as well. Now, let's go through a quick demo of what are the capabilities of Meet with Wallet, the current ones. And then, sorry, happy to answer any questions as well. So showing the live thing. Here I am at the landing page. I'm going to go to my dashboard where I can first see if I have any meetings scheduled. This is going to show that I don't have meetings because, well, I don't have meetings scheduled for this week. Actually, I'm lying. I do have a meeting scheduled. Oh, yeah, for the beginning of next month. Here you can see there is the meeting link, as I mentioned, the participants of this meeting. I can download an ICS file for this meeting, but I have my calendars connected, integrated here. I'm going to show you quickly. And if I click here, this is the IPFS link with the information of this meeting, just to show you guys. hopefully the IPFS gateway is working just fine and I can actually show you. Yeah, you see, this is just like rubberish. I have no idea what is here because the information is encrypted and only is decrypted on the client side. So only the participants will have access to that. I can go to my account details. So some description for my public calendar, Twitter, Discord, and Telegram, all of them optional. And here the subscription, as you can see, we have the free plan and we have the pro plan that I've paid for actually. Availabilities, I can set my availabilities. What is my time zone and in which times am I available? And I can set like any kind of multiple times during the day. So imagine from 9 to 6 I'm available, then I stop to do whatever, and from 19 to 21 I'm available again. You can do that. So yeah, like pretty simple to configure. Meeting types, you can create as many meeting types. Actually, for the free plan, 1 meeting type, and for the pro plan, as many as you want. That can have different durations, different like descriptions. And in the future, you will be able to set different types of gating for each meeting type and different types of payment requests as well for each meeting type. By the way, typo here, let me update. Good one. Next thing, notifications. I have email notifications to this address. I have Discord enabled. Here is showing GoPro to enable it. Most likely some error fetching information. Let me try again. Yeah, the good thing about demoing things, they will most likely fail when you demo. But I do have both of these that are for the pro plan enabled, so I receive notifications on EPNS and on Discord as well, whenever a new meeting is scheduled with me. Lastly, connected calendars. Okay, this is definitely failing. Let me just refresh my page to show you, because I have a few calendars connected. Perfect. So I have 2 Google calendars connected and 1 Office 365. And you can choose in which of those calendars a new meeting will also be created. What does that mean? For all the calendars, Meet with Wallet will consider your availability slots, meaning if you already have a meeting in your Google Calendar, we don't show that slot as free on your Meet with Wallet calendar. And whenever someone schedules a meeting with you, you can choose to which calendars also create an event for you to have. Now let me show you how a calendar page looks like. This is the calendar for a given user. You can like see the days, no slots available for this day, for example. I can go to any other day. Here I have a lot of slots available. Let's just schedule something for 9 a.m., an optional name, me, some information, just testing. And here, as I mentioned, we use the Huddle 01 for the full video meeting, but you can just uncheck that and insert any custom meeting URL you want. I'm going to schedule a meeting here. Just a second. Yes, I need to improve the servers, taking a little bit more time than it should. We'll work on that during this week. Here, meeting was scheduled. Perfect. I can schedule another meeting or go to my dashboard. If I go to my dashboard, you will see this new meeting here. As I mentioned, participants, the notes for the meeting, same thing that I showed you before. Final thing I want to show you. So let me actually go to my dashboard, sign out first. Now let me go back to that calendar. If you have your friend that does not have a wallet, they can do the same thing, but they will schedule this meeting as guest, meaning they come here, just put like randommail@gmail.com, and they can schedule this meeting. A final thing, if you are a pro user, you can also, instead of have a public calendar with this kind of URL, address / your wallet address, you can have a custom domain like mine, for example, which is way easier to be shared with people, let's say. I think this is it for the demo. Happy to, no, but I'm not logged here. Let me see if I can actually show the metagame one live for you guys. I think I actually can. I don't think this is the latest information. Apparently, there is some crazy problem with caching on Ceramic or whatever, but here's what I mentioned. You can click to connect your Meet with Wallet calendar. Perfect, you save the changes. Quite the simple process. And you get this lovely button here. If I click, it will send me to the address of my profile. Okay, this was a different profile. This is why it was not loading the right information. This is the problem of having too many wallets to try things. You never know which wallet you are connected to things. But yeah, this was the demo and the presentation for today, guys. Now happy to answer or any questions, curiosities, whatever you want to ask or not.
Great, thank you. Yeah, meeting and scheduling has been one of the hardest parts about working internationally, especially between Europe and the United States. It's definitely a challenge sometimes to find meeting times. So having toolings that help make meetings and make sure that we're all linked together with the calendar is amazing. It's definitely better than having something like Calendarly, where it's kind of controlled by outside sources and you have to create an account. So it's like it's done with just wallets. Is that right?
Yeah, exactly. There's no need to like register, provide any kind of information. You come with your wallet, you click to sign in, that's it. Your account, let's call account, is created, and you can just start using it. And there is when we talk about meetings, usually people hate to do meetings, and I understand why, but we need to shift the mindset that meetings, how we used to know that structured thing where you are just losing your time, sucks, we all know. But when it comes to fast syncs, when you are working remotely, and especially most of the time in an async way, it's quite important to make sure that you are going the same direction. So using this kind of facilitation to coordinate time between each other, and it could be like a 10-minute meeting. You could set up here your meeting configuration for a 15-minute meeting with people to quickly sync on any topics. It makes way easier. And as you said, especially when it comes to people spread across the globe, finding the right time to meet is quite complex. And if you try to do this through Discord, also in an async way, you are going to take a lifetime before you find the actual slot that like 2 people could meet.
Yeah, so one of the other big challenges that we all face with trying to schedule meetings is time change. As some people might know, CET is now in like summertime, so it's like UTC +2. How do you guys deal with localization of time? And is there a way to have like a countdown that says how long it is until a meeting?
Pretty good point. A little bit of fast history, let's say. I've worked in 3 products so far in my life that handle time slots in some way. And time zones are like the worst possible thing on earth for developers. And imagine when we actually go to the moon or Mars, how we are going to handle time zones. Then we are fucked for good. But even only on Earth, it's already super hard. The way we handle this, every meeting slot, every meeting, everything is actually converted to UTC to be stored. And when we present this information, so if we come here, I convert it to the time on the time zone that the person is at this moment, basically. And when you have meetings that are, let's say, getting close or near, we actually show you have a meeting in 60 minutes or whatever. So we do bring to the human time for you, the human readable time, but we store this, everything is normalized to UTC to avoid problems.
Excellent. So let me see if there are any questions in the chat.
Yeah, we've got a couple questions from Misanth. The first one is, how do integrations work? I.e., if someone wants to integrate with Meet with Wallet or further customize it.
Perfect. So as I mentioned, the integration with Metagame was the first one that we did. And in order to enable that, we created some API endpoints that, of course, are not documented properly, aside from inside my head right now. So I do need to do that. But it should actually be quite simple. As soon as I document and put it somewhere, anyone can go there and do the integration themselves. And of course, we can help. If anyone has interest into integrating, by the way, this is the most simple type of integration, the one that we did so far, where you can actually link your calendar. But I do see moving forward, improving these integrations where you can embed the whole calendar into any other page, any other data out there. But for any type of integration work, just come to our Discord, email me anything, and I can provide further information. But we are super open to integrate with anyone that is interested right now.
Sweet, thank you for that. There's another question in the chat, and there's another one after that, actually. Okay, so the second question is, how many people are working on Meet with Wallet? Are you looking for contributors?
Oh, awesome question. So we are a tiny team right now. I started this by myself during the first 3 months, basically. I'm not even a developer. I am a product person that knows how to develop fairly okay-ish, let's say. Enough to put things live and enough to break them later on. Then after these initial 3 months, we started onboarding some contributors. So we now have core, really part-time contributors helping to develop this. And we do want to bring more people on board. We really want to build this as a community. So if you have any interest in contributing to the project, just come to our Discord. The code for Meet with Wallet is not open source yet, but we are going to open source it totally in the upcoming months. We just need to structure a little bit better because, as I said, since I started by myself, it looks like shit right now. So we do need to improve it a little bit. But happy to onboard more contributors. Please just come to our Discord. Let's talk.
And it's always important that things are functional before they're pretty. And I really like what you made. So if you made this all by yourself, like that's crazy impressive. So I'm really looking at it, and it looks good. I like the functionality too. So big props. I definitely recommend anyone come and check it out. And I'll definitely check it out on my Metagame profile too. So thank you.
Awesome. Thanks.
And we've got one more question. How can MetaFest2 benefit from using Meet with Wallet for event organization?
Good point. There is a lot like in my mind and discussing with the current contributors, how can we move forward, like providing these, I call DAO features, but mainly features that make sense for a wider group of people, let's say. For now, there's nothing really tailored to that, but we do want to make it easy for events organization. So imagine that you can sort of create this thing that will live for only 5 days and all the events are there and people could subscribe with their wallets to watch them and go into the event. And within the event, speakers could have their public calendars available for people to schedule new times, etc. But for now, mainly ideas in my mind that I really want to explore. And again, happy to have these ideas being discussed within our Discord channel so we can evolve them and make them really, really valuable for people.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you guys again for the invitation. As usual, I am like super available at Discord, in the Metagame server for sure, in Meet with Wallet server as well. And always happy to contribute or just like share experience or just talk about anything in the end.
You guys want to dry run it right now? I'll try to connect with one of our metagame players, or I'll try to connect with you, Ninetails.
Please,
and in my
please
profile, I click meet with me. That's part of my profile. Okay, took me over here. Should we do it? You guys want to do it on this call?
I don't see why not.
Sure.
Let's go.
Right. So I'm going to sign in with Wallet. So you guys saw that, right? I connected to my Tinfinity profile, all the stuff we were just talking about earlier. So I'm running this on my local. So I'm going to sign in with my wallet. Now this simply goes out once I get to MetaMask. It's just going to sign a transaction with me with Wallet. Tinfinity. See if I'm on the right chain that it wants.
There's no, like you can be in any chain, basically.
Any chain, cool. It's just using it. It just knows to query my .eth address, so it knows who I am. But we're not running chain transactions. Beautiful. So we get to use all the Web3 technology. Accept cookies. Yuck. Okay. All right. So I want a 30-minute meeting with somebody, right? Or no, I'm making myself. I think I'm making myself available.
Yeah, no, in this case, you would be trying to schedule a meeting with yourself, basically, because you click it on your profile. But if you just go to the URL and type in the meetwithwallet.xyz/ninetails.if, you will see my public calendar, and you can schedule something.
There we go. There we go.
But
okay.
you remove the address placeholder, not. Actually, it works as well. You see, when I develop things, I don't remember what I developed. But apparently, I thought about that. Yes.
You end up doing a lot of things. You just have to go to the next one, and sometimes you forget. Okay, so chit chat. And so now I have connected my ETH account, so it knows who I am, but I need to make sure that I am reaching out to who I want to connect with. Okay, so I get that.
Yes.
So I actually have a meeting that I need to do with, let's try Disbullock. So I'll put Disbullock right here. Because we do most of our paired programming through the events in Discord. If I could leave Discord out of something, that maybe that would be great. You know, it's just this calendaring thing. So I could go to my meta profile. I use that. Or I guess I would go to Disbullock's profile and then I would say meet with. So I should probably do it that way. Sorry. So let's try that. So I'm going to go back to community. I'm going to go back to players. And then I'm going to locate the player I want to communicate with, which is going to be this guy. So I guess I can click into his profile. Oh, and he hasn't done it yet. That's the problem, right? He hasn't set it up yet. Has anybody in here set it up? Okay, so I'll do it back to you, Ninetails, so I can just show the demo.
You can go to my file on Metagame.
Okay.
It should be, I think it's /ninetails as well. Almost sure.
Player Ninetails, player Ninetails.
It should be. It works for me. But you are on localhost, but well.
Yeah.
Are you pointing to a local database that is old, maybe?
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm pointing to our Hasura. So maybe it's just not updated. Okay, we'll still go through with it anyway, because so assume that this is the player that you wanted to contact. You'll click meet with me, and it's just going to throw you over into their user interface, and then you connect your account there. That'll make sense to me. So now I'm going to change this. Now I am connected to my account, pointing to you, and I want to chit chat for later today. And then I'm going to click somewhere in here, calendar.
No, I don't have slots available today. And this is something that you can configure, like a minimum amount of time before someone can schedule something with you.
Cool. So I would do that, fill this out, schedule it, and then that's just going to be on your side of the wallet from your database that's just keeping track of that.
Yes.
Cool.
Yes. And then you would have like actually, so just schedule something. We can cancel later on, no problem. But just to show you what happens after.
I'll just leave these off for now. Chit chat, ready?
Yeah. Oh yeah, leave the toggle on, because otherwise he will ask you to input a meeting URL. Perfect.
Is anything interesting happening in the background that you want to look at or no?
Hopefully
really.
I removed all the console logs.
Okay.
But what is happening, basically, the meeting information is being encrypted on client side, and we are storing like everything on the backend. So if you click now, go to dashboard, you will see this meeting that you schedule on your dashboard. There you go.
How do you like it? Okay. So to prove that, I will log out.
Yeah, I need to improve this menu clicking there, but you can click sign out on the left menu, on the left part of your screen. Yeah.
Okay. So now it's like I could go to any computer anywhere in the world as long as I have my MetaMask and my private key. I'm going to sign in with your wallet. Once again, just signing a transaction that says I have access to this private key, and boom, there it is. I can get it onto my normal calendar. That's great. It's a good way to wrap it up, and we even hit the top of the hour. This is really cool. I really hope we start using this more often.
And super nice to see someone else actually doing the demo and working like really nice. So thanks a lot, Philip, for that.
No problem. It's what we got to do.
Okay, people. Yeah, like just right on time. Again, thanks a lot for the opportunity, for the space. Happy to be talking to any of you in the future.
Thanks so much, Ninetales. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thanks for presenting today. Next up, we're going to have Ten Finney telling us about achievements. Nice to see you again, Ten. How you doing?
Doing great.
Thanks.
I think Disbullock's going to join me because he was really the powerhouse on this. You know.
Yeah, I'm the call.
Yeah, good. So the background on this is we were goofing around with, NFT solutions that we could work with in Metagame. And I had spun up like somebody else's that they had done and tried to make it work for us in season 5. And then Disbullock said, hey, I'm either resurrecting or creating something. And I jumped in and I said, this thing is incredible. So we really have a good opportunity once we start to understand this achievements more, is how to put it into some sort of practical use within Metagame. But it has much further reaching implications than just Metagame, because I see immediate use cases for it in the other things I'm interested in, which is like tracking case files in municipal court cases and things like that. It's just practical, but it's really fun to do it with Metagame because we're going to attach this to, our achievements. Every time, a certain amount of people do a certain amount of good stuff, they're going to get these tokens, and these tokens are actually going to mean something. It's not just to hold them and flip them. It's that they're actually going to be valuable in an ecosystem for use. Okay, but that's enough of an intro. Disbullock, you take it from here.
Yeah, no, I was just going to second what you had said. So this site existed as the site Achievements about in the early days of Metagame and potentially before. So we're talking 2 to 3 years ago. There was a site called Achievements that hosted primarily art from various DAOs and allowed sales and to break down between the DAO and the artist and the site itself. When that site, we tried to bring that site back to life, and it proved more difficult than it seemed like it was going to be more work than it was worth in order to resurrect that site. So we began anew with what once was an NFT site for MetaFactory before they pivoted from an 1155 to a 721 to a yada yada. There were some technical decisions that kept the site from going live. So what this site is now is it does include some targeted tokens, as you can see there. 10 Finney's access token for a CryptoVoxel's parcel. And real quick, I'll explain something about the way the site operates. Everything is token gated. So a user holds a token in order to have a given permission. And there are two major types of permission tokens currently. One is universal tokens. So if I hold a universal or a super user token, for example, that means that I have the super user role for all token types throughout the site. As opposed to, you'll see there numbers 3, 4, and 5. Those are permission tokens that apply only to token number 2. So the holder of that token has permission to mint for number 2, has a permission to change the metadata URI, and has permission to set the maximum number that can be minted. And those are generated by default when a new token type is created. And so if you notice in OpenSea that there are dozens and dozens of these permission tokens, it's because each one exists independently for each of the token types that has been created. And so you end up with a lot of cruft, so to speak, and we're still figuring out how exactly. Currently, in the achievements UI, these permission tokens are hidden, but they show up by default in OpenSea. Okay, so, I mean, do you want to talk about your token gating with CryptoVox?
Well, I think what we should do right now is, why don't we just kind of like march through these links right here, and you just explain it, because this is kind of where the power comes in too. It's like the distribution, and then maybe we wrap the achievements kind of with the token gating.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, for each token type, there are several different options. Start off by clicking on the total there. So for each one, there is a total number of tokens that have been minted.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and actually get down. So this query command is pretty cool that we put in. So I'm going to limit to, I only want to look at 10 tokens, because remember, we're querying off of a graph, off of a database, and it's slow. We got to work on efficiency with this, Web3 ecosystem soon.
It actually queries the chain for each token URI. For whatever tokens we display, it will query the chain to get the token URI, and then it'll query IPFS to get that actual data to populate this form.
And so it's slow. So we have this feature in here. So I only want to look at 10 of the tokens. I know my tokens approximately are starting at token 80.
Did you click
and then I want to, and I'm going to in just a second. And I'm also then going to get the role tokens that come with it. So that's why I kind of do this span right here. So I'm going to click view. It's now just querying for those tokens. And this is our access token for, actually, this is the one that we should be talking about. So this is the one that we airdropped into all the metagame players that are part of the database. And it came along with these 3 other tokens. So yeah, go ahead, Disbullock. You kind of like move me through, and I'll just click on based on what
you're saying. If you click on the total number there, it will simply go through and show us. This is using the graph in order to pull this information out. It will give us a listing of all of the token holders and how many of the token they hold, which, as you can see, most metagame players have 2 of these tokens. Currently, the ability to transfer, like every other aspect of the system, is token gated. So each one of these would have to specifically have a transfer permission token in order to be able to transfer these tokens to other players or other addresses. We're working on adding a universal type so that we can mint 1 for a given. That's a Next.js is generating a static site.
And sorry, I thought I wouldn't click on that. I know we got to fix that.
Yeah. We're generating Next.js is generating a static site, and some of the routing is still not 100%. Is why you see that 404. But
So
we're
I'll go back
working
into
on
that.
adding a universal token permission so that I can mint one token and which says that, for example, for this access token, let anyone who holds this token should be able to transfer it. Is what that universal access token should say, but those don't exist yet. All of this is definitely very much a work in progress. So there's the view page, which if you open that, 10 Finney, hopefully will open. Or it'll 404. Yeah, 404. Don't worry about that one right now.
This is important.
This is the so for every NFT, it contains metadata that describes the NFT, and it's stored as a JSON file in IPFS. And that link simply links to, this is how the properties of each NFT are known. And this is on the right-hand side is how this metadata is rendered in OpenSea. Or Polygon scan, depending on which he's looking at.
Yeah, in a lot of this Web3, and I think it's important to keep pointing out, a lot of this Web3 stuff we talk about is we're accessing common data sets. And so what I like to do is sometimes when I see the opportunity is like, well, a lot of people go, well, what the hell is this file even doing? And if you look closely at it, there's certain things that are in this file that OpenSea just knows how to query it. So if you go in here and says, well, boost, what the hell is a boost? And if you go back in here, you'll see it's just something that was coded in here at some point. So these are sort of tags and things that we insert into the NFT, because in the future, by nature of holding a certain NFT, we'll be able to go in there and says, oh, okay, well, the first thing is, does somebody rightfully own it? Well, if it's attached to the account, we're going to assume that they rightfully own it. And then we go look at the NFT. And so then we can extract things out of the NFT to provide back the holder of it. So let's say that we're running a game and we want to say like, well, who are the powerful players in this? So we just said, okay, well, why don't we just arbitrarily set like this person has a 1,000 power boost and this person gets a power percentage. What are we going to do with those numbers? I have no idea. I just know that it's nice to be able to insert them into an NFT that we can maybe use for something valuable later. And really the sky's the limit. You can put a ton of traits and tags and everything into this JSON file. And OpenSea probably doesn't even know to look for it. So OpenSea doesn't care about it. OpenSea has a purpose of like buying and selling art and making royalties off of it. But NFTs are more powerful than that. So you forget about OpenSea and forget about a marketplace. You can simply, by nature of owning that token, get access to a whole other world of things, content, gated parcels, communities. And that's why it's important that we have these tools at our fingertips to mint tokens that are going to do what we want them to do, not just render an OpenSea with a cute little like animation and, buy one of these and it's neat to hold in your wallet. That's a bunch of garbage, man. I mean, if you want to hold art, it's just another way of doing it. But we need to use these JSONs for practical things, and that's what we're trying to show here in achievements. So we minted this token, we issued them. There's a JSON file with all of sort of the power, and I look at those JSON files as that's kind of like all those hidden traits, all the superpower, all that stuff is embedded into the token. Okay, so I'm going to throw it back to you, so you can explain these remaining links, Disbullock.
Yeah. Well, we have a couple more links left. As we saw, if you click on the total, it'll list all of the current owners. If you click on the little pencil icon, it will bring you into this interface, which permits you to edit various properties of the JSON metadata file. There's also up at the top of this screen, which is more so useful when creating you can also simply specify the token URI or a
That's
JSON 5
important.
description. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I just said that's hugely important for anybody that mints a lot of NFTs, because what I do is I pre-create the JSON file in basically a spreadsheet. So if I was going to do like 100 721s, I'd have to like literally make 100 different JSON files. Well, to do it with an interface like this, for me to have to cut and paste and fill out all these things, it's super it's super great to have, but unless you're doing a lot of them, so we have both in the achievements. If you just want to do a couple of one-offs and you've got 5 minutes, do it here. But if you need to do a lot of them, you're going to want to simply cut and paste your or take your JSON file and throw it out to IPFS, and then you're just going to point your URI pointer right out to IPFS, and then it gets the JSON it needs. That's how I do mine. Now on the JSON 5, I think that's one way of doing it, which is pointing to IPFS. This one is you just paste it in here, and then it renders it in IPFS for you. Is that correct, Bullock?
That is
kind of
correct.
like, okay. So I
Yeah, that exact JSON metadata file that you were looking at just a few minutes ago, you would simply have that JSON. Yes, exactly. You would have that content in that pane, and that would become the metadata for the NFT.
Yeah. And it just did a great job because he made it so user-friendly that you can just do it this way without having to know all the jargon of what I said about, well, what is all of this stuff? If a lot of people look at this and they don't even know what they're looking at, but they can look at a form and you can just ask them some questions. So we have the best of both worlds in here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the edit icon. And then additionally, there's a view, which still needs a little bit of work because currently we are not displaying the little eyeball icon next to the pencil is the view icon, which will show the properties of that NFT.
Is this one okay to open right now?
Yeah. Well, it might 404 because, I think it did.
Yeah.
Because
and then this last one, this is, this is the,
go ahead, click
the money right here.
Herein,
this is the beauty of an 1155. So go ahead and explain it.
You put in whatever addresses or ENS addresses, Ether ENS addresses that you want to send tokens to, and this is how you distribute those tokens.
Yep. So it's 0x1, comma, and then you just keep comma separating them. You can put 500 of them in there, and then when it fires off that 1155, you're going to pay that transaction fee one time, and then all of those subsequent Web3 addresses are going to get one of these tokens. So that alone to me is like game changing, because think about any ticket master, anybody that has to issue tickets to something, some back office needs to print them. Old days, putting them in an envelope and sending them to somebody. In the internet, maybe they'd send them a link or an email with some code in it. It's like those days now can be behind us. And as long as somebody registers their 0x address that is maybe connected to a self ID or not, it's just like whoever puts in a 0x address is going to get one of these tokens. You airdrop all those in there based on some criteria. And now the next step is, well, what can I do with this token? And that will be sort of the next part of our, talk, which is about, gated tokens and what they represent. So that takes care of that. Back to here was, why don't you explain the roles again? Because I think the roles are important, and I think people need to hear it just a few times.
Okay, yeah, I can definitely repeat it. So if you look at, currently there is probably about a dozen different roles. There's the ability to create a new token type. There's the ability to mint a token of a given token type. There's the ability to configure a token by setting its token URI. There's the ability to limit. Then the three that you see here are, again, mint, configure, and limit. There's the ability to limit the maximum number of tokens that can be minted. There's also, there's several other, and there's a variety of permissions. Pretty much every specific action that can be taken with regards to the contract, there is a permissioning token that is associated with that action that the player, that the person doing the action has to hold in order for them to be permitted to do so. Or there is what Tin Finney has, a super user token.
And so why don't we do that? Why don't I max this at 1,000? Because this is going to get killed after MetaFest anyway. So why don't I just show that as the final demo? Okay.
Okay.
So I want to make sure that I'm on Polygon, because we're doing all of this on the less expensive chain.
True.
Okay. And so I'm going to go down, and since I already know that I have a super user, I can do all of these functions, but I could also assign a mentor who could do this on my behalf. So in order to do this, you have to actually have the permissions against this one token right here. That's why it spins up 3 additional tokens. Is once you mint the first token, it goes, okay, we're going to give you these 3 additional tokens. token sort of like categories, and then you can start adding more people as your assistants or administrators or whatever you want. So these are basically admin tokens. So what I'm going to do on this token, did I explain that correctly?
That same, the $ with the wings, that same capacity to mint means that you would use it, for example, for number 86, if you clicked that mint button, then you could give other people the permission to mint the token that you've created, but only that token.
And how cool is that? Because if you think about it, there's going to be certain people in this new world that are going to say, I'm too busy to do that. Look, I own the company. I decide what we meant and I minted it. And then there's other agents of this person that is then going to be like, I got that. Okay, we need to set that limit. And look, we need to change the date and location. All those are done with those role tokens where you don't have to go back and bother the person who's paying people to do the stuff to go do the stuff that now that they can do. And we do it all through cryptography and just having access to these Web3 addresses and tokens. It's pretty liberating, you know, the more you dig into it. Okay, so we're going to go back to those, and I'm just going to change the limit and just show you that one transaction. So we're going to limit 10. I want my offset 80. And remember, this just allows me to go get to the spot in, you know, in NFT world of what I want. So I'm going to get 10 tokens. Starting at token 80, it's going to give me 81 through 89, and I want 85 as the token, but I'm going to go set a limit on it now. So I'm going to click this edit metadata. Is that the one I'm going to do? No, which one am I going to do on this one?
You want to edit the metadata for the gating token or for the permission token? For the for your original
for this.
token,
I want to set a maximum on this, so I can already do it just by going in here.
For that, yes.
Okay, right. So yeah, I don't want to be confusing.
I already have
this.
What allows you to be able to do the edit on the token.
And as a super user, I can already do it. So it's going to allow me to push this through.
Yes, okay, and we have currently removed the set maximum from the bottom of this form for reasons.
Oh, that's right. So I can't do that right now.
All of this is still heavily under development, and it's just that's currently not in the form.
Okay, so I'll go. I can change a different one, right? I'll just change some of the metadata in it.
Yeah.
How about that? We got a few minutes. Guess I should change those form boxes, right? I always want to do the offset first. Okay, and view permission tokens. If you're working with this and you just want to show your tokens, you're going to leave that unchecked, and then it's just going to show you the tokens. If you put the permission tokens, it always trails with these additional 3, so it makes for kind of a cluttered user interface. So, but that's your option. So this is the token we're dealing with, and we're going to just edit some metadata on it. So in here, let's change the background color. The yellow's a little bright. Why don't we give it a little... That looks a little bit more appealing. Okay. So actually now I'm changing an NFT, and people are, well, how do you change an NFT? I didn't think you were able to change it. Well, this program allows you to change that metadata, and that metadata now is going to have a blue background. Okay, so I'm going to update the NFT. Is there anything to watch in the console of significance?
There may be some logging statements still remaining. Probably not many.
We like them though, right?
No, you can always look at what
devs don't like them.
Spits out.
Okay, so let's go ahead and see. We'll update the NFT. Now, since we are truly running a chain transaction, I have to use an account that's got some value in it. And so I'm going to run, if you guys don't know, running these transactions, I'm just signing a cryptographic transaction, and it costs a little bit of what's called gas. And gas is kind of like at the gas station, you can buy low octane, you can buy high octane. If you buy high octane, your car is going to go faster. On blockchains, if you pick high, your transaction is going to go faster. But it costs you a little bit more money. So I'm saying, charge me the higher price so we can see this happen quickly. And if you go back up in here, and so now it took care of it, it updated it. And if I wanted to see that transaction actually on a blockchain, you remember you can go into set URI is the function that I fired. It's going to allow me to view on a block explorer. So now this is what has now been broadcasted out to the public on the public Polygon blockchain. That's the account I use to fire it from. That's the smart contract that is on OpenSea. So if I link that, I come back over here, I just paste that. Nope, didn't catch it. In OpenSea, if you just paste that in the OpenSea search bar, it knows what that relates to, which is the metagame achievements v4. If we want to know what this transaction was specifically related to, we can come down and look at the metadata in here. And within this metadata is where our change took place, which was changing the background. Somewhere in here, it's also, yeah, it's the also, I don't think we can get the metadata location from there, but you can certainly get it from in OpenSea. And that's that. So that's the transaction that fired. So now let's go back here. And now it gives us the detail. Go ahead.
So
Go ahead,
if you
Paul.
wanted to see the background color, it's what should be displayed in OpenSea. This is the view page that's still very much a work in progress. I've done very little for the view page within the achievement site. Click on that one and then click on in the upper corner. Yeah, refresh the metadata, and it within a couple minutes the color will change, and that's because it did.
Yeah,
it did save. And if you were to click, go ahead.
Yeah, it says we've queued this. It'll be back in a second. It's like we throw a lot at the blockchain, so OpenSea obviously has to do ways to keep things efficient on their side.
Mm-hmm.
And then this one, yeah. How do you know how I get back between my animated one and actually this one, which is just the image? I don't know how to do that in OpenSea because it wants to render.
Do you have an animated URL? I don't understand.
Yeah, this was the animation, and an OpenSea defaults to that if it can find it. But I want to look at the image, the token, which is also part of the NFT. So
you mean that image that's shown in the left-hand screen? That image?
Yeah, because I know it's part of the NFT. I just need to know where.
That image for OpenSea only uses that image for the listings page.
Oh, okay. So gotcha.
And then, yeah, within the details, it only displays the animation URL, which is the 3D model.
Got it. So I think we already actually saw it. It was down in that list when I scrolled down. Okay, so OpenSea is not too happy with what I'm doing right now. Okay, so back to the achievements, back over here. We'll go ahead and view the permission token.
I think of what other features
I think that's it.
No,
I think that was it. I think we're basically up on time, so just maybe time for a few questions. Oh, there it is. So see it updated here.
Mm-hmm.
So now we got the blue background on the token. And like Disfolk said, once OpenSea catches up with us, it'll also show in OpenSea. Metagame achievements 4. And this is obviously just a small taste of what we can do with achievements. It just shows that it functions properly. So if I scroll all the way down, I think to the bottom, yeah, once it updates, that background will also go to blue, just like over here, because it's just querying the same information. Okay, so anything else, Disbullock, to wrap up on the achievements?
I can't come up. I mean, we definitely have concrete plans for minting NFTs that represent pair programming sessions, and then also doing reviews of those sessions represented as NFTs, and having kind of the entire ecosystem or of the process of both creating the artifact and reviewing the artifact and receiving a reward for the artifact, all encapsulated within these various NFTs. And that's
right. So maybe we briefly just talk about that. That now, if you kind of extrapolate what we were just doing with the sort of the MetaFest gated, which we didn't get a chance to talk to you about, that having that token will allow you private access into a place in a metaverse. Well, what we're going to do with these tokens using the same smart contract is we're going to use them for the paired programming sessions. Mm-hmm. So we've issued 3 tokens that have those role tokens that I'm just not showing right now. So we have 2, 6, and 10. And go ahead and explain that, Disbolic, about how you want to do this.
After the pair programming session is done, there will be a token created that represents, much like some professional basketball or sports players have been minting NFTs that represent their games. This token represents the pair programming event. And then a set of trusted reviewers will watch over the video and record meta information, such as, for example, if we get stuck on something and then someone figures it out, that catching of a solution, things like portions of the video that are not important and can be skipped, information that needs to be blurred out, that if ever a private key accidentally makes it onto the screen, stuff like that. And then, so after those trusted reviews go through, it goes out to the world in general.
If I can add right there, that what's really great about this sort of initiative is that it gives the ability to quantify the value of a video, not as a whole, but sort of as it's going along. So if people are sitting around and spend an hour just talking about their dogs and it's a coding session, it's probably not going to be ranked very, very high. But if you go through it and there's some like real magic that happens with the coding, some real efficiency, some breakthroughs, the people that are incentivized to watch the video will start to recognize that part of the video, and that will be marked within the video. And then that can get fed back into sort of a reward loop where the people that are making the sessions don't have to sort of market it. They don't have to be hyping it. It's just going to get delivered to a trusted source of or group of people that will then be incentivized to do the marking of it themselves. Does that help?
Yes.
Bullock?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. Yeah. So the goal is to extract the usefulness of the video and to make it possible, hopefully, to review it in a relatively short period of time. And also, and so the final thing that is generated is a token in proportion to the amount of time spent. One of the overarching concepts with the system in general is that everyone, for their time, gets at least a token representing it, and then hopefully there will be a system in place to reward people simply for time, because currently a lot of the systems that we're using don't really care how much time it took you to accomplish something. But ultimately, so far as what we as individuals are spending, it is our time. It is moments of our life. It's what we give in exchange for various accomplishments. And I want to see those rewarded. So there would also be time tokens associated with the review process. So the reviewers would ultimately get time tokens as well, saying they spent, because to review these sessions can go on for 5 to 10 hours. So to review a 10-hour pair programming video is going to take potentially a couple hours just for the reviewer. And so rewarding that time is important as well.
Great. Thanks so much, guys. Has an awesome view of achievements. I know when we started achievements a couple years ago, it's all about rewarding people doing great stuff in our space. It looks like you guys are carrying the torch nicely. I love the new layout. Looks good. Thanks so much for sharing. Richie, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
So next up, we have Richie from clarity.sl. I took a look at it. It looks like an amazing version of Notion decentralized. So I'm really excited about all the possibilities that we can learn from Clarity.
Thanks. Yeah, we have been describing it as a GitHub for non-technical contribution, right? So GitHub, rather, it's much more similar to GitHub in feature set than Notion. So the original inspiration for Clarity was around, I was a technical contributor, and then in these Web3 communities, I also started doing non-technical contribution. And I said, well, when I do technical contribution, I have, open source, I have this like repo to onboard onto. I also have, a legibility of my contributions because they can see my commits and my pull requests and all of that. And I don't have any of that when I do non-technical contribution. And so we were working in these Web3 communities back in 2019, and we started to build out some tools that would start to give us that legibility and give us those things. We thought, like, if we could build the GitHub for non-technical contribution, that would be really important. A couple of years later, we started seeing the next resurgence of DAOs last summer, and we're like, man, this makes a lot of sense. Like these communities that we were contributing to, they weren't necessarily called DAOs, but they were sure looked a lot like them. And so we started to talk to DAOs and realized it was like perfect fit. And so we've really been focused specifically on building for DAOs since then. So I have some slides and I'll walk through it. I'm going to do a demo. So I'll open that up right now. There we go. So we just launched Clarity 2.0 last week. Massive update. If you've seen Clarity before, you should definitely look at it now. It's substantially different in a great way. We've consolidated all the learnings that we have got over the last year into this new cohesive release that is a lot smoother. And so, we're going to do questions at the end if there are questions. And so drop some questions in the chat. If I see them, then I'll leave time at the end for them. And if not, I can always move into doing some more demos or demo some more specific features. But I would love to do questions, so please drop questions in there, and I'll stop like 5 or 10 minutes early to do those. And so, a question we get a lot is like, what is Clarity? And the sense of like, where does it fit in to DAOs more broadly? Or what does it fit into the DAO tool stack, right? Because it's an ecosystem. We don't want to. There's no such thing as like an all-in-one DAO tool. So we need to figure out like, where does this fit in? And so the way that we sort of see this is that there's a lot of competing definitions for what a DAO is. If you want to be occupied on a Saturday, just ask for a definition of a DAO on Twitter and you'll get a nice flame war going. But the one thing that I think we can all agree on is that, DAOs are communities. And that's different from corporations, because in a DAO, you have these three, I think that we think of DAOs as having a singular community, if we treat them that way, in the tooling, we end up building tools that don't have a clear focus or don't have a clear persona that they're building for. And so we think of Clarity, we think of DAOs rather as having 3 distinct sub-communities. And those sub-communities are owners, users, and contributors, right? It's not new. We've all heard this before. And the unique thing about DAOs is that these sub-communities are overlapping. They have much greater overlap than in corporations or in other types of organizations. But I think that when we think about building tools for DAOs, we do need to think about this as building for one of these personas rather than trying to build for everyone. And when you think about Discord as if you ever use Discord to be in a fan community, it's excellent for that, because you sort of come, you hang out. Doesn't really matter what was going on before you got there. It doesn't really matter what happens after. You sort of just enjoy the moment. You hang out, see some people, you leave, right? And that's what's really excellent at. But when it gets to being a contributor in Discord, it does start to matter what happened before you got there, and it does start to matter what happened after you got there, right? Because our reputation, our compensation, our opportunities are all tied to our knowledge of like what's happening in DAO. And so when we think about building for DAOs, we think that contributors need their own space. And so if you think about these sub-communities, what you can see is that you can actually look at these different types of DAOs have different levels of overlap between these different communities. And so, rarely are they all equally overlapping. Sometimes you have an owner community, like all contributors and users are also owners. Sometimes you have contributors and users, some of which are owners, but not everyone, and owners being people who hold the token of the DAO, right? And contributors being who creates what the DAO produces, and users or fans being who consumes what the DAO produces. And so if you look at like a social DAO, for example, there's gonna be a high overlap, right? You got token holders, they're creating stuff. They're also the ones who are consuming it. They're throwing events. They're also going to the events. But you might have like something like a service DAO where, you know, you overlap between users and contributors. I mean, owners and contributors is there, but they're servicing users who are not token holders and are not contributors. And so there's, you know, almost no overlap between those communities in that way. And so clearly these are distinct personas, right? So it's just to sort of back this up. And so we think contributors need their own space. And one of the reasons for this is what I talked about before, but also the fact that contribution is a vulnerable act, like any creative process. And it's really, you know, in order to have incredible work being done, in order to make tough decisions, you need to have psychological safety in the community. And it's really hard to facilitate psychological safety when not everyone in the space is a contributor. And they're not acting as a contributor. And so when you're acting as a contributor, we think that you should be in a contribution space. And when you're acting as a user or a fan, you should be in a space that's built for that. Same thing for ownership, right? When you're acting as a token holder, you should be in a space that's built for that as well. And so we think of Clarity as a place where contributors onboard onto communities, they get work done, and they get rewarded for what they do. And rewards can come in the form of reputation, tokens, right? Literal payment, but all of these things like recognition, those will all fall into the rewards category. And so as Clarity, we're aiming to build the space that's most accessible for contribution, to be able to onboard, to be able to actually get involved in work, to do the work, and then also that gets you the most recognition for the work that you do. And so one analogy that I'd like to think of is that Clarity is a campus for your contributor community. And so most people are familiar with a campus and what that's like. And so when you think about coming onto campus, one thing that you might do is you might stop at the community bulletin board and find out what's going on campus and what you can get involved in rather. And so the home screen is the first thing you see when you enter a Clarity workspace. And this is the community bulletin board. It has important documents and links for all contributors to see. And you can post important things to other places where the contributor community needs to be, or you can include it to memos of past seasons so people can get caught up. You can also post things for different groups so people can find groups that they like to be involved in. Another way that people can get involved in things is by looking at the roadmap. So the roadmap has everything that's happening across all the groups. So all the projects that are happening, the goals that are happening for the season, that helps you get oriented in the community and say, like, what's going on? Do I actually want to get involved this season? Like, what's happening, right? And just like a college campus that has semesters and off times, DAOs have seasons and off seasons. And so the roadmap helps you visualize that rhythm of the community so that you can sync up and make sure that everyone stays sort of in the same space, even if they are coordinating across a bunch of different groups. And similar to a campus, Clarity has a wiki, which is the community library. So in a university, you might have, research that's done on campus gets cataloged in the library so that future people doing research on campus can find it. You might also pull research and books in from outside campus, right? In order for people on campus to be able to see it and find it and use it for their work. And in Clarity, that's all possible. And it happens through tags. So whenever you tag something in any document, it gets added to that page of the wiki. And if it's not already a page, it will create a page. So you have these wiki articles. It's like your own personal Wikipedia. And so you can see here that we might have 3 documents that mention compensation, but they're across 2 different groups. And if this was more of like a traditional folder structure or like a drive, you would never be able to know if you only operated in the media guild that the community guild is dealing with compensation in their season 4 rules proposal. But with the tags, you can easily surface that. So when you go to the compensation topic in the wiki, you'll see all of the places where compensation is being discussed across the community and be able to quickly open those documents up and see what's going on. Now, I've been talking a lot about groups. Groups are where the work happens. So you can think of groups as being these smaller workspaces within the broader context of Clarity base. And in a group, you have everything you need to coordinate amongst a small group of people or a medium or large group of people. And it all happens in these tabs of activity, tasks, projects, and notes. Tasks are a task board. If you create tasks in any document, they'll show up on the task board. Same thing with projects. Those are just project docs that you can create tasks within. Activity surfaces everything that's happening within the group, and your notes are your general purpose documents. And I'll show you what all of these look like in a bit. And so that's my sort of preamble. And now I'm going to switch over to my screen share, and my demo, and I'll show you what it looks like. So this is Clarity. I'm going to start from a clean base because I want to show you how simple it is to use Clarity and how to get started. And that a lot of what is the structure of what Clarity is sort of there for you to hold what you're doing without you having to like maintain it or create it or argue about how it should be set up. And so we're going to use our example of Dinner DAO. Dinner DAO is a DAO that basically does a crowdfund for a season, and then all the people who put into that season get divided up into tables all over the world. And you have like city DAOs, and then you have each table is like an 8-person DAO, and these DAOs all go around and create different in-person events across different cities, and they all sort of have fun. And so it's a pretty straightforward use case, and so I like to use it as an example. So what you're seeing here at the beginning is the home screen, right? There's the first thing you jump into, and you'll see that I'm automatically in the Dinner DAO group, which is everyone in the whole workspace is in. And then you have the general group, which is also created for you. And so here's where you have your home, you have your roadmap, you have your wiki, you have your groups, and your roles. And so the community can easily find everything they need when they walk in right on this front screen. You can create collections where you can add as many collections as you want for different types of links and docs to things inside Clarity or outside Clarity. This is that roadmap we were talking about. It comes preloaded with these seasons, but you can sort of edit them to whatever you want. If you use quarters or months or some other framework, you can do that. Your wiki has a start here in it automatically. It's the same one that's on the home screen, but you can create as many as you want. Same thing with groups and roles, and I'll go through how that looks. And so in a group, you have your activity feed, you have your tasks, your projects, your notes. So let me show you what it looks like when you start using them. And so let's create our first doc. I'm gonna, we're Dinner DAO, we're setting this up. We need to form our initial agreements. So I'll paste this in. I pasted this from another Clarity doc, but if you paste it in from Google Docs or Notion or any other tool like that, we have a robust copy paste engine. So we'll capture and provide formatting for anything that we do support in Clarity. And so you can see here that we have all of this. I'm going to grab the title as well, and I can add a tag to this. So I'm going to add a tag for proposals. And if I create this tag, you'll see that I never used proposals before, but if I click it, now I have a page for proposals in my wiki, and this agreement has now been added to the page. So anyone else can find it when they look at proposals to see how we do proposals here. And so when I come down here, I also have some other important terms like dinner and funds that we might want to define. So if someone comes over here and they say, well, what's dinner? They can see that we've defined dinner as a term inside of a proposal. And so it's really easy to start converging on terms in the community, which is really important for collective sense making. And so you can see we have these agreements and funds and everything that we're going to do for this. But now when I come down to supporting work, I can actually grab this and I can do a couple things. So I can create a task from this. You can see there's 2 bullets that are indented under here. And if I turn this into a task, those bullets are automatically pulled in. So you can outline your work and go. And what the cool thing is we don't have to do this all at once. So we could like go do this task and then come back and decide if we still want to do the rest of this stuff. But let's just say that these are pretty straightforward tasks. So I'm just going to quickly make all of them. So Command K, turn into task, and create all of those tasks. And now these tasks are in this document, which is great for this proposal because we can see everything that's going on, who's going to work on these and everything. But how do I know that these are in this doc? How do I know to find them? Well, Clarity automatically surfaces all the tasks that are created in this group anywhere to the task board for the whole group. So now we can all see that there are these 5 tasks. And when I click on them, I can see that they were created in this document. And I can go look at that document to see what the context of the task is. And so, for example, I could now attach a reward to this, and we support mainnet as well as all these L2s, and then of course in test networks. And so you can basically drop in any token you want. If it's not here, you can add a contract address, and you can add a reward to this. So let's just say this is going to be 0.05 ETH. And so that gets added there. And now because it's a rewarded task, it's going to automatically show up on our payout flow. So again, something that's like predefined in Clarity that you don't have to set up or maintain. You have an unclaimed task, a rewarded task in here. And as this moves through, you'll see all the tasks get moved through here. Then finally, you can export a CSV to pay. Very soon, we're going to have a Gnosis payout. We're also doing integrations with other payout providers so that you can easily pay out your contributors. And every group can pay them out on their own schedule. So you don't have to do like a DAO-wide coordination to pay out contributors. Each group has their own payout flow where they can do that. So like, let's say I have a bunch of these tasks, right? And maybe I have a bunch of these different agreements that are being formed, but they all sort of are underneath the umbrella of like setting up initial agreements. So I'm gonna come over here, I'm gonna create a project. We're gonna, let's say this is season 0 because we're setting up our agreements. Create a project for, set up initial agreements. And now that I have this project, it exists on my project screen in this group. It also is automatically added to the roadmap. So now you can see that the general group is working on setting up initial agreements. So if I come over here, I can switch this over to a list view, and I can grab all of these tasks, Command K, add project, change parent, sorry, and set up initial agreements will be added. And now when I go to my project set up initial agreements, I see these subtasks here. And now let's say that for some reason we're going to need, maybe some help with content on this project. Well, we have a content pod, so why don't I come over here and create a group, and we're going to call it the content pod. And I'm just going to create that group right away, and I'm automatically in that group. So now if I come here and do a quick refresh to get that group in there, and now I'm here. Now the group does not have a project, does not have any tasks, but if I come over to that roadmap, open up this, I can add the group here on this, and I can start creating tasks for the content pods, like write Twitter thread about season 0. Let's just make an example. And now you can see that this is in the content. These are in general, so they have unique IDs for each group. And when I go to the content pod, I can now see that task here on this, and I can see it on this roadmap as well. And so I'm starting to get this single source of truth. We have one document, but everyone's looking at it from all different angles, and I can do anything I need from there. Now, if I was to assign myself this task, I would also start to see that, okay, I'm on this task, I'm also on this project. And now when I open up my work, I can see that I have tasks here that are for me to do, and I'm also involved in this project, setting up initial agreements. And so you have, like I said, a single source of truth for the entire community, and everyone gets their own views or whatever they need. And so, yeah, so that's like all the major stuff. We can also do, views where I can filter by all of this different metadata to say, like, maybe I want to see tasks that are due this week or overdue, and I can save those as filtered views. And I can either pin them to the home screen for everyone to see as a tile here, or I can actually add them to a group and create collections in a group and add pins there as well. So you can use this for bounty boards or anything else that you want to create. There's obviously so much more I could show you. I'll just do a quick run through of token gates. I think I have a little bit of time and I don't see any questions, so I'm going to keep going. And so here, this is, so you have the token native features like paying out. You also have roles, and roles, we have something called self-assignable roles. And so if I come over to the roles in my base, I have a full role-based permissions Discord style, so very flexible. I can pick any of these 20 abilities. I think we have more than 20 now, in order to craft my roles however I want. And one thing that I can do is I can actually come in here and I can add a self-assignable property, and I can add a requirement that's token-based, which means that someone can come in and give themselves this role. So maybe I'll say this is a season 2 member. And Dinner DAO has their season 2 passes out. So those are NFTs on mainnet. And if I search, these are indexed pulling from, I think, the OpenSea API. So we can just grab this. Minimum amount is 1. So now they have to have 1 season 2 pass, save and apply. Now when I go over to these, the roles, you'll see that this requires 1 season 2 pass from Dinner DAO on mainnet. And I can click this to get to the Etherscan to see that exact token that I need to claim this role. And then
would you have a couple questions? Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good, man. This is amazing stuff. But Did you want to just finish that last thought and then we could get into questions? Or
The only other thought I have to share is token gated documents. So you can apply those same token gates to the document. So now, even if people are not in this workspace, if I send them this link, they can comment or edit this doc if they have a Dinner DAO Season 2 pass. And then finally, you can set up a join page for your base, creates a public page that again can have the same token gate applied so that people can join the base if they have a Season 2 pass. And so token gates, and then this can be synchronized. So if you change the requirements for this base, it'll change it for all 3 of those uses. And you can obviously create, invite links, as many as you want with different requirements and distribute them. You can have expiration dates and all that. So tokens are like fully natively integrated into the product in many places. Yep, that's my demo. So I'm happy to do questions.
Wow, I just want to say thanks because I remember you came to Metagame and I caught the previous version of Clarity and like, wow, version 2.0 is something else, man.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, looking amazing.
It's okay. The questions. We've got 3 in our Discord chat. The first one is, what is the story behind the name Clarity? Is the design informed by mindfulness in any way, as in achieving mental clarity? And that question's from Unicoff.
Great question. So when I dropped out of college to create my first company, and that was in the early Airbnb ecosystem. So our pitch was like, have you ever heard of Airbnb? And then we would like explain Airbnb, and then we would explain what we were building. And at the time, we were living in Airbnbs. We had to do it remotely. And so I was running a distributed team, which was a very weird thing to do at that time. So I had to come up with my own system for doing it. Later, I started doing product management and product design consulting for other companies that were trying to build remote product teams. And so I took that same system and brought it to those clients. And inevitably, somewhere around like a month into the project, someone would say on an all hands, like, hey, I just want to thank Richie for all the clarity he's brought to everything that we're doing here. And like, everyone knows like what's going on now, right? And so I was like, all right, well, that it just sort of happened over and over again. And then when we were creating the product, I was like, well, what's the emotion that you feel when you use the product? And we're like, well, everyone says it's clarity, so we'll just call it that for now. And it stuck. So far, that's the name.
It's an amazing story. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Okay, question number 2 comes from Miss Anth. And the question is, are there APIs for this? Is it closed source? I'm guessing he's asking if Clarity is open source.
So Clarity is not open source right now. We don't have any open public APIs, but we are like prototyping API endpoints with a small group of community developers. So if there's something that you would like to build based on Clarity, the data that we're providing here, and we have some like really interesting things where you can visualize contribution metadata and get like analytics on like how your contributor community is behaving. We're doing those experiments in a semi-private way, but everything that comes out of there is open source. So we're like funding these like micro grants to build open source things that use the data that comes out of Clarity, because that data is yours. And so like we're going to be running experiments to like also write a lot of this data to decentralized layers and other things so that you can take your reputation with you and you can take all that with you. And so right now we're looking for a sort of a closer group to work with to sort of iterate on that and see what's valuable and see what we can do, and then we'll start opening up more broadly. So person who asked that question, if you're interested in that, reach out please and we can chat.
Okay, there's another question, but the person that asked it kind of feels like towards the end of that the last little bit you just showed in the demo, it feels like it's got half answered, but I'm still going to ask anyway. Is
Sure.
there a review system for documents?
Ooh, so review system could mean, I'm not sure what you mean by that actually. Sorry, it's gonna be hard to do the follow-up. So okay, so review system could mean like I create a doc and then I send it for changes to see if anyone else has suggested edits. We have inline commenting, so you can do like inline commenting with threads and all of that. We'll be making that more robust over time, so that you can have like even more robust sort of collaborative editing. But the whole app is real-time collaborative editing, like everything that you would expect. So yes, we have that, and then we also have a review step for like rewarded work, so that, you know, when you sort of like have work that you're going to get paid for, it goes through a minimum review process before you get approved for payment. And that's something that I think we need to build out even more. So yes, we do have different types of review systems depending on what you're looking for. But if that didn't answer your question, let me know.
Does it also have like versions? So if we have approved different revisions of a document
No,
together?
not yet. We don't have a version control yet, but that's actually really important. So we're looking into like the right way to do it. Obviously, it's like a huge thing. And so we're trying to find the right way to slice it so that we can get it out sooner without taking on like basically becoming Google Docs, like as a small company.
Well, it looks amazing, and I definitely think it provides clarity. So I think the name fits, and very, very pretty and useful. As I said, it reminds me a lot of Notion. I know that you know it does different things, and it's definitely a much more friendly Web3 tool than Notion. Notion does too much other stuff. But this looks like all the core things, like the Kanban boards, and removes a lot of the questions and kind of process falters that people can get hung up on, and just makes it easier. So
we like to say that Notion's a great tool for building clarity. You know, so a lot of people are prototyping clarity in Notion but we just give you the endpoint, and it's more consistent across communities because everyone didn't have to create their own. And that's really good for contributors.
Definitely. Thank you so much, Richie. It's amazing to meet you.
Yeah.
Amazing to see more about Clarity. And where would people go to learn more and to help out?
So clarity.so. And then in the app, we have like a help menu. It has different ways of contacting us. So depending on which is your preferred method, there's like 3 or 4 different ways to get in touch.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Bye.
Ciao.
Take care. Thanks.
Next up, we have the MetaQuests. We've got Pete. We've got Vid. Is Dan joining us today too? Maybe?
I think he's here, but apart from...
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, he's here.
There he is.
There's Dan. Sweet. Welcome, guys. Thanks for joining us. MetaFest Tool Day. Quest Explorer.
Thank you for hosting us.
So tell us a little bit more about Quest Explorer. Who's been on the team? What's the progress? What are we looking at?
We're starting with this. Oh yeah, going. It started with Paco. He was once active in metagame, and then he disappeared, and then other people picked it up, fortunately, and got it across the finish line. I will share my screen. So for those who haven't been here before, this is the metagames community dashboard. And it shows like what kind of the latest content, the podcast, what's on the YouTube channel, your XP calendar, stuff like that. And just to give a quick shill of the dashboard, like it's cool. You can move things around. It was built by this cool guy Vid that's also here. And the idea is that other people will be building their own widgets and custom Web3 integrations to make it more useful for what they want to use the dashboard for. So this is just the first iteration. But yeah, going on. So in metagame, you had the chance to see the My Meta profiles, which was the first product that we built. And then you had, okay, you open the website, you scroll down, you like the idea, and then you decide to make a profile. And then after that, the quests were actually in Notion, which is not a great user experience to have the questing system in. So we built this little thing. Take this test quest. Let's do another test quest. New quest. Hello, test quest. Little demo thingy. Link, you can specify whether it's a personal quest. So we can be, so it's not for a project, but something that you want done for yourself. Whether it's a recurring quest or whether it's a unique quest. So recurring quest, we have things like sharing one of the articles that we have written, or anything that can be completed by many people many times. So like if you set it to recurring, then you also need to set a cooldown. So this is cool for having things that would be useful for people from the community to do on a regular basis. And then here, if your project is a part of metagame, you select it here. You select what kind of skills you need for completing the quest and what kind of roles are required. And let's say it's just like this. You create a quest. Quest is created. And then you can be the same person that completes the quest, or somebody else comes here and claims this quest. What did you do? I completed it, I promise. And you share a link. So this will need a few more fields, but this is just the first version. So let's no, LOL, going on. Claiming to complete the quest, and then with this quest here, you can see, okay, this person proposing that they have completed the quest. And then if you like this solution, you click accept submission. Here you want to accept this submission? I do. And then I'm not sure if I shared just the window or the full screen. Are you seeing this as well? No, you are not. So I will just gonna change this real quick. So in Metagame, you're using a thing called SourceCred, which is used for tracking contributions to Metagame. And then whenever somebody does something useful, there's this channel that's called Did a Thing, where people post what they did. And there's also this channel where you post when somebody else does something cool and you want them to be recognized. So whenever somebody does something here, you click an emoji, and this generates XP, and then based on the XP that's generated, they get rewarded in tokens. So what happened when the quest was completed is that this little metagame bot decided to bridge the quest completion over here. So now people can see, okay, Pete has completed this quest, and we can give him emoji so he can actually get rewarded. So that's our weird system of rewarding contributions. There's no like fixed payments, at least not yet. And yeah, what we recognized that besides this normal questing system, we wanted to have these different paths. So like a builder's path or a designer's path. So when you start joining metagame, you don't go like straight from, you have a profile, okay, now go build something. But there's this sort of introduction of like, okay, first you go read the documentation, then you go do something else, and then something else. And this sort of gently transitions us to the quest chains that Vid and Dan 13 have been working on, which would come in handy for these sort of onboarding paths, not just for metagame, but for other projects as well. So yeah, that's all I have to share. And yeah, now you can hear from Vid and Dan. And Betty joined as well. Nice. Stop sharing.
Okie dokie, I'll continue with, I'll just share the entire screen because I then prepared a couple of states, so we won't have to wait for confirmations of transactions. Couple of months ago, we attended a hackathon where we built a similar thing as we already have in metagame, but we wanted to approach it in such a way that would make it possible for various applications to integrate the system that we're building, the questing system, while also creating a platform for questing on its own. We first called it DogQuest, but then we renamed it to QuestChains. And we quickly go through it. Basically, we're building, like I said, a platform where questers and QuestChain creators can both participate. Ones can create quests and QuestChains. The others can then complete them. And by completing them, they are awarded with NFTs, which showcase their skills, which are then displayed in the profile gallery. So one can by continuously completing these questions accumulate the rewards, and by that build up their profile, which they can use to showcase their skills in various communities. We have set up a bunch of different roles. So some kind of hierarchy can be set up, which is mainly for maintenance reasons. We have owners and admins, which are basically the same, but the owners can decide whether they want to be the sole owner. All of these roles are bound to addresses, or if they want multiple owners for whatever reason, we just wanted to have the roles be as flexible as possible. Then we have editors who are able to, as the name says, edit the quests and questions, and reviewers who are basically able to only review the submissions for quests, meaning they can accept or reject them. Yeah, we have these questers, and these are the people who are trying to complete all the quests or questions. We have built it with Graph, IPFS, Next.js, and Chakra UI. So let's see the app itself. When we enter, we we can see the page with questions. We can search through them, but currently we just have to, because we have recently updated the contracts, which meant that the easiest thing to do would be just to wipe all the data clean. They then has prepared 2 questions. For example, this is the first one, where we just have one quest. If we are not either an admin or an owner or editor or a reviewer of this particular question, we're able to upload a proof, write a description, and upload a file. We can just upload it, submit it. Then we need to confirm the transaction, which uploads the file to IPFS. But maybe we shouldn't wait now. Let's continue because it will take a while. Then the person, whoever is an admin or an owner or a reviewer or an editor, gets a notification that they have a new submission for review. They can then review the submission by doing pretty much the same as the one who uploads a proof, by writing, okay, that's some good proof, and attaching a file if they want so, and accepting it, or saying that's shit and rejecting it, or whatever. Once all of the submissions have been accepted, the person who has submitted these proofs and got all of the proofs accepted can mint an NFT. Again, they have to, of course, confirm the transaction. And once the transaction has been has gone through, they can see their newly acquired NFT, which we call a badge, in their profile. I mean, most of the functionality is there. As you can see, the profiles don't look really nice yet. There's some stylistic work that still needs to be done, and some functionality is still not completely there. But most of the features we have completed. The next steps in our application. Oh wait, there's one more thing. Haven't shown you the creation process yet. So one can create a quest chain. Quest chain consists out of quests which are all encapsulated in this particular quest chain. We have made it so that they are not blocking each other, so it doesn't matter in which sequence you finish them. But we might as well create a new type of quest chain at one point, which has these sequential quests. Anyways, we can select the name of the quest chain. We can add admins, editors, and reviewers by adding an address. And then we have a description, which supports Markdown. So once we create the question, I'm again not going to create it because we would have to wait for the transaction to be complete. But once we create it, once we access the creation screen, I mean the screen of the created question, if we are either an admin or an owner, just let me change to the account that is actually the admin or the owner. Here we can then add quests to it by selecting a name and writing a description, and then going through a transaction, and then the quest will appear here. We can also edit it, and the description also supports Markdown. So yeah, this is basically an app. I mean, in a nutshell, I have presented you all the functionality that we already have right now. The next step would be to enable an SDK or an API for either exporting of components or making available the calls to fetch the data or manipulate the same data in other applications. Because, for example, the need to create this stemmed out of me taking over the development of where Paco, who Pete mentioned before, left off with the questing system in Metagame. So once we implement the SDK or API, we will return back to Metagame and implement the questing system as we have built it in this platform in Metagame. But because of the styling, the visual aspect of this application that we have right here, compared to Metagame, which is not matching, we figured it would make most sense to just enable the transportation of the functionality without the shell or like the visual aspect into any kind of application. And by making it as flexible as possible, we are aiming or trying to provide various different organizations a tool which they can use to create either courses or onboarding, also courses, but more directed towards DAOs. I think this is pretty much it. Then have I forgot something?
You covered most of it. Looks good. Thanks.
Okay, cool. Do you have any questions? Does anyone have any questions? Did anything not make sense? Nice. Everything made sense.
Yeah, I like the UI. It looked really cool. I think it's come a long way. It's a great job. Thanks for showing us.
Thanks. This is mostly Betty and Dave's work.
Yeah, I really like it. So it's I really like the UI and the color scheme, and the I can see a lot of attention to detail when it went into making this. It's really good. I like it.
Do you think it's gonna be usable by? I mean, do you think that people will actually use it once all of the remaining features are implemented? Do you see it being used?
I don't see why not. I mean, I'll definitely give it. I'll definitely try it once I can. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna use it. We are gonna use it.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, well,
So-
Metagame's gonna be the first one, no matter what.
There's a question. Can anyone make a quest, or do you have to be approved or added to a list to make quests?
Anyone can log in with their wallet, connect with their wallet, and create a quest as long as they have sufficient funds. We have enabled so far the XDAI, Ringby, and Mumbai network. I think these are the three that are enabled, and it's pretty cheap to create a quest. But yeah, most of the transactions or actions, like editing, adding a quest, reviewing, and yeah, pretty much anything, costs something because everything is then stored on chain, which means that it's decentralized, but at the same time it's a bit slow compared to how it would be if we used a centralized storage system. But I think it's more about the idea, and at the end, it's not that big of a difference waiting for that transaction to be complete. Yeah, so anyone can join in and create the quests. Dan, you unmuted yourself, but it seems like you're not saying anything.
Yeah, just to add to what Wade said, anybody can create a quest chain, but then once you create a question, you can set roles to the members of your DAO or the group, the community that you represent, and those people can add quests, edit them, and review submissions, etc. But yeah, not anybody can come and add quests to the existing quest chain. Only the people who have permissions to do so would be able to.
Is there anything left? Otherwise, I think I'm done with the presentation.
Okay. Yeah. Keith, Dan, do you have anything left?
Not really. No.
Okay. Well, awesome. Thank you guys so much for showing us the questing platform.
You're welcome.
Thank you guys for hosting us.
Thank you.
So next up, we'll have Raj with Bipso. So they'll start in about 10 minutes. I think we will talk a little bit about Gitcoin and remind everyone about all the great grants that are going on right now. So you can support all the wonderful things that are happening in the ecosystem and great projects by donating to Gitcoin Ground. So Gitcoin Round 14 is going on right now. So any donations that you contribute to will have significant fund matching if they are within the criteria. So definitely go out there, check out the metagame, Gitcoin Grant, Luminous Village. We've had a few other great causes come on. So definitely go there, look up Gitcoin.co, go to the grants, and find some causes that you resonate with and people that you want to support. A few dollars to the Gitcoin grants can go a long way. And with quadratic funding, that means that every person that donates has a multiplicative effect on the amount that's given. So by giving $1 to $10, you can significantly contribute to a project. And a lot of these projects are supported by public funding, such as Gitcoin. So I definitely urge you to go out and support some of the infrastructure and DAO projects that are out there. So Gitcoin is in round 14 until the 23rd. So you have 10 days left to go and support any of those grants. So thank you. I also want to give another big shout out to my mother. It's her birthday again today. So I know you're out there watching along. Thank you. Hey, Pete, you still there?
Yeah.
Have you had a chance to see
Happy
this
birthday
shirt?
to your mom. What did you say?
Have you ever seen this shirt that I'm wearing right now? My penguin shirt that I
No.
wear. So, obviously you've seen my icon before, right?
Nice.
I've got my own shirt. I got it from one of the Meta Factory drops. We had a Metaverse Music Festival last year towards the December, I believe, maybe January, and the actual shirt implementation came from Syncus. We originally created some art, and Syncus reached out to a whole bunch of different artists and said, "Hey, do you want to be part of the Crypto Voxels project that I'm doing? I'm going to take all the art that people have made and I'm going to turn it into wearables." And so this was some of the first wearables that I knew of on Crypto Voxels. And he split half of the money with everyone that had made art. And so his goal was to make 100 different Vox tees. And then the goal was then to make them into real shirts. So during the Metaverse Music Festival, we actually made a few of them into real shirts. So we made Easy and Crypto's Hawaiian shirt, which has got a volcano and some palm trees, and it's super cool. I'll show you that one maybe later. And then an alien one we did, and then my penguin one was one of them that we did. So it's like one of my favorite shirts. I love this one. One of the other cool shirts.
Recognizable.
Yeah.
Nobody can mistake you now.
Well, it's funny when my whole family wears them too. We'll go out to the store and be like a group of penguins. Yeah, I mean, being part of a DAO is like all about expressing yourself and getting stuff done and being part of a duocracy. I think that the Quest board and the way Source Credit is set up really promotes people getting stuff done and taking initiative. So big props to getting the Quest stuff this far. It looks great. And I think we saw the meta profiles earlier, my meta. So those were really great. We've come a long way. What have we learned from this season? Is there any kind of takeaway knowledge that we want to pass on to young Octos or people in Web3 that are learning about DAOs that want to get involved?
Takeaways from this season. It's a good question. I haven't done my seasonal reflection yet.
Well, it's coming up.
What?
I said it's coming up.
Yeah. I'd say one of the things is like being clearer on commitments when people are wanting to do something and doing something to like just make sure that when a project is starting, there's a clear line of commitments, and that the person who is starting the project is too committed to see it through until the end, and that they know like whether there's enough people to handle everything, or if not, that it's known like what's needed, things like that. Because how the DAO space is usually super like action oriented. We usually just go and do shit, and then sometimes things don't work out as great.
Yeah, I think one of the big things that I've learned, and that is critical to success, is the somebody, anybody, nobody, which is directly what you're talking about. And with people being so busy, if there's not a commitment or a duty to get something done, and you kind of are relying on someone else to get something done, or there's no direct responsibility or duty defined, then it's harder to get anything done because no one's accountable. So someone else thinks that other people are going to be completing or working on something, and instead there's no one. So the one big folly of Moloch is somebody, anybody, nobody. So that means that after you thought somebody might do it, then it ends up being that nobody ended up doing it. So, tightening the chain of what is expected and who is doing it is a big part of organizing our time and being an effective coordinator and being effective in an organization. So yeah, definitely time management and coordination of human capital is one of the most important parts of DAO life. So we saw that with Clarity. The big part that Clarity provided to us is removing a lot of the questions around how people should process, organize, and review tracks. We saw the quest system, which allowed people to directly put up bounties and quest lines for different learning experiences. We saw the profiles, which help track some of that. I think next we're talking to Bipso. So I'm excited to learn more about what they do and how their tooling supports DAOs. But I did take a look at them, and it looks pretty cool. I'll let Raj tell us more about it soon. But yeah, I definitely want to give a big thanks to the people of MetaFest making this happen. It's a big thanks to Bogey. A big thanks to Unipuff, and I'm your host Penguin. Big thanks to everyone out there in the mod staff. So Miss Anth, Pete, everyone that's presented. Thanks everyone for coming and helping out. It's wonderful to see you all. This is one of my favorite holidays of the year where we do MetaFest. It's a lot of work, but I love it. Love hanging out with all of you guys, getting the best in our field together to hang out and share what we've been working on. So, yeah, we've got Raj backstage, so he should be out soon. Let's see.
Thank you, Penguin. Thank you. It's been a long time since Intercon.
Yeah, we've come a long way. I think Intercon was the first virtual conference I went to. We did it shortly after COVID started, and yeah, we're still doing them. This is the third.
Very well attended before people got fed up with all the virtual conferences during the COVID era. The very first one.
Yeah, I think we're still doing them pretty well. Like the core part of what we've done is we're not sponsored. We don't have any paid speaker slots. Everyone that's here, we're personally invited, and it's coming to you because we think that you should hear what they're saying. So every one of our speakers and guests is hand selected. So we really appreciate everyone's time coming out with us and being part of the community rather than this being just another virtual conference.
Amen. And welcome Raj in the lobby.
Hey Raj, how's it going?
There we go.
You have to unmute.
Damn, sorry. Hi.
There we go. Hello. How's your day going?
Going good, really good. We launched a new product today.
Oh, awesome. Very exciting.
Yeah.
Well, you want to tell us a little bit more about yourself and about Bipso?
Yeah, sure. Sure. So Webso, uh, Webso is a workspace for communities, right? Like in one line, if I had to explain you, it is a workspace for communities. Now, ideally, what happens in workspaces is right. Like there's an admin or there's one guy who is managing the entire workspace. But then when it comes to communities, right? So in communities, you want everyone's involvement. You want that everyone can uh, express themselves. They can add or they can even suggest some changes, right? Like that's what a community is. Like community should be able to do all this thing. But then with a normal workspace, be it Notion, be it Google Doc, you can't do it because uh, first thing is there's an access barrier that you need to give access to all the emails, and if there are 10,000 people in a community, you literally can't give access to everyone, right? And you can't keep on changing those accesses with whenever someone joins or someone is leaving. And if you keep it open, if you keep the workspace open, then there's a high chance that someone might just misbehave, or they can just delete everything. They could add something which is irrelevant, which just adds a lot of task for any community manager, or any community in general. So this is something that Bipso solves. With BIP, you have a Git enabled workspace, which means that every member of a community can collaborate. But again, these changes uh, are restricted by a layer of moderation. That means that all the changes that you do needs to be accepted by someone. Only then those changes will go live. So this is the basic gist about web.so, and I'm a community member at web.so, and I help them with all the outreach part, and I talk about web because I'm just a fan of it. Uh, yeah, that's about me. Uh, would you like do you want me to show a demo, or
Yes, yes, that'd be great to see a demo, and yeah, the floor is yours.
awesome? I'll just share my screen. Give me one minute. Yeah, is my screen visible?
Yes.
Awesome. So this is what BIP looks like when you come to the home page. Like over here, you see all the studios. When you go to Explore Studios, over here, we call a server, a Discord server, as a studio, and a document as a canvas. Because a canvas is something where everyone could paint, everyone could share their ideas, and yeah, that's about it. So these are all the communities which are using Web.so. ENSDAO is there, Web.so is there, Questbook, Super Team, Mesh Finance, DH, Nordstar. Like there's a lot of, there's even Metagame over here. Even Metagame is using Bibliote so very efficiently. Let's go to Metagame. Right. So right now over here, if you see, here are all the guilds and here are all the documents that Metagame is written. So now what happens is, so let's say this is the document that someone has written in Metagame. So if I want to edit this document, what I can do is I can just click over here. Okay. There's only comment access. So let me go to some other doc where there's an edit access. So I'll be able to show you better. Yep. Here is a doc. Discord rules. This doc is called Discord rules. So here I can just click. I can start making any changes. So once you click, right, there are the two things that has happened. First thing is there's a personal draft here, and then here you see a merge button. So now what happens is you are editing in a personal draft, right? So what that means is now whatever changes I do, let's say I'm writing here something. So whatever changes I do, something for MetaFest, whatever changes I do stays in my personal draft, right? It's not added to the parent doc. Like if I go to the parent doc, you will see it is still this, but when I go to draft, you will see that there are certain changes in the draft, which means that only I can see those changes. And once I click on this merge request, there will be a merge request which will go to the admin of this particular doc. And let's say I can write anything over here, something like a demo. And once I click on merge request, the merge request will be created. And now the admin of this doc will get a notification over here that someone has created a merge request. And I, as a person, can choose to either, okay, let's say this is this is a request, right? This is an access request. Okay, this is an access request. Let me show you a merge request. Yeah, yeah. Again, I don't have merge request right now, but yeah, basically what will happen what will happen with merge request is the admin will get a notification with all these changes highlighted, and he can choose to either accept or delete this change. If he accepts, these changes will be added to the parent doc. If he deletes, then these changes will be deleted. So now what benefit it provides is that since this workspace is connected with your Discord, right, you can see who all is making changes. Like you can see that these are the changes that are created by me. But let's say if I show you this doc, so you over here you will see that this particular block is added by this guy, this block is added by this guy, and likewise all the blocks are added by different guys. So over here you can see an aggregated view that in this particular canvas, these are the people who have contributed. This is the percentage of their contribution. So this helps you give an holistic view of what your community is, who all are contributing to your community, and who all has contributed to a particular doc, right? So this is one thing, and then there is this permissions flow, where you can see that all the roles from your Discord, right? They are just imported over here. So whenever you add a new role on your Discord, it will be reflected. It will reflect over here. If you're deleting a role from Discord, it will be removed from you. Likewise, if you add new members, let's say this particular role, it has this many members. So if you add any new members on this role in Discord, it will be reflected over. Basically, it will sync on its own. And so now every canvas, right? They have these four permissions: view, reply, edit, and moderate. So what this means is the view permission means that a person can only view a particular doc. Reply means that there's a comment feature. We'll explore it. So you can reply on that particular doc. Like you can't edit, you can't do anything. You can just reply. Edit means you can make all the changes you want, but then at the end you will need to create a merge request. Moderator means you are like the moderator of this particular canvas, and now you can make any changes and you can directly merge it. You don't need to create a request. That's what a moderator is. So now the benefit of this is that you can give different permission to different rules. Let's say view permission to this rule and then edit permission to this rule. This will mean that people who are having these rules, right, will be able to edit the doc, and people who are having these rules will only be able to see the doc. So now you are seeing how it's helping that your entire community can contribute, and you can basically gate who all can contribute. You can restrict the contribution based on roles in your Discord. So this is one of the core features of Web. And yeah, the another thing is you can even create a role over here. Like let's say a demo role. Okay, demo is already loose. Let's say MetaFest. So this MetaFest role is created, and now I can add this guy. I can add this guy, and let's say create role. Once I click on create role, that role is created. You can see over here, MetaFest role is created. It has two members, and now I can give all the permissions to this particular role. So this is really helpful when you're having a huge grid and you want to give permissions for certain tasks to certain members, right? You can just, and you don't want to create a Discord role, but still you want to give them certain special permission. So this thing comes really handy at that point of time. And yeah, this is a permissions flow. You can tweak it, you can play around with it as you want. Like for different roles you can give different permissions, and likewise. And then another interesting feature is that you can even there is obviously this emoji reaction, but other than that you can basically select any part of your canvas. Let's say I will select these two words, and I can choose to add comments over here. Let's say I'm adding something. If I do that and if I post, now there's a comment. Right? It's just like you would see it on Notion or on Google Doc. There's a comment. So now anyone can come and just reply. I can even tag people from Discord. Like I will write at the rate, and this is the list of all the people from Discord. So I can tag anyone, and that guy will get a notification. Let's say I will tag my friend Half Round, post it, and he will get a notification. So he'll get a Discord notification, so he'll know that someone has tagged him over here. Uh, Another exciting feature. Okay, any questions before we go ahead? Anything you want to ask? before before we explore other features of BIP? No questions? Awesome. I'll continue. So yeah, another thing is that you can click on this, and you can see over here, you will see this translate canvas option. So with this, you can literally translate to whatever language you want. Like there are probably all the languages are included over here. So let's say Afrikaans. I don't know what the language is. Now you can click on auto translate, and it will start translation. It will get a notification over here when your doc is translated. So it will look something like this. Over here you can see all these docs. It's translated in different languages. So this one is in Spanish. This one is in French, and then there's also an option to compare with English, right? Compare with the original version. So you can check that if any changes are made in this or this, it will be reflected. You will see those changes, and it will be highlighted, and you can choose to sync those changes. So this makes your life very easier, because in a DAO or in a community, right? People join from various cultures. So there's a huge probability that people will be from different communities or different countries. So they might not understand English as efficiently as someone else would. So this comes in very handy that you don't need to do anything. You can get all your languages over here itself. You don't need to go anywhere. You don't need to use Google Translate or anything for that matter. Another really cool feature is that if I go to Discord, and if I'm going to Questbook, let me go to Questbook. Yeah, here it is. And now I'll go to any channel, and I can say I can go here, and there's this option called Bipmark. So once I Bipmark, okay, so now this is only sent to me, so entire community is not spam. When I do the BIP mark, and now when I go to BIP, now when I'm doing this thing, right? Let's say double slash. So now I can see that entire message over here. That entire message from Discord is simply copied over here, and I can just say paste. And the person who has literally wrote that message will get the attribution. So this is really helpful when, as a community manager, there are certain conversations happening in the Discord, but then you want to give them a proper structure, right? Because in Discord, it is really hard to. It's too much of noise in Discord, so it's really hard to identify good conversation. So this is really helpful when we are doing something like that. So yeah, we also have this import feature where that you could import a canvas, something like this. Like you can click over here, you can import a Notion doc, click on Notion, and you can directly paste your Notion file over here, Notion markdown file, and it will be reflected on BIP. It's that easy to migrate your uh, canvases, migrate your documents from any other workspace to BIP. So yeah, this is BIP for you. So let me know if you have any questions, suggestions, or anything. Open for it.
Yeah, we had a couple questions. So
Sure.
Ms. Nth asked two questions. So one of them, is there a way to process individual blocks for third-party dApps? And the second one were plans for wallet integrations.
What do you mean by individual blocks? Like, I'm not able to get the context. Can you please double click over there
So
so
I
that I get.
believe that he's talking possibly about indexing for outside dApps, and how does your app sync with outside contracts?
Outside contracts in the sense like other blogs. Like let's say you want to import a blog from Notion. Then there are these embeds over here which you can use. Other than that, like everyone could come. Like I'll show this thing over here. Yep, developer journey, right? So this doc, anyone could come and write a new doc, right? Like I can just start writing a new doc, and there will be a publish request. So just like this merge request, there will be a publish request. So anyone can also publish a doc, and an admin has all the rights to accept or reject those publish requests. So now you are giving basically your entire community documentation could stay over here, because everyone in your community can write whatever they want. Like you could have a hobby doc where everyone from your community is writing about their hobby every week, or writing whatever they love every week. You can have something like that. I hope I'm getting the context correctly. Is it what is it the question? Like, did I answer it?
Yeah, yes, I definitely think that the integration of these outside apps is what the question is addressing.
Yeah. And to answer our second question, uh, when will we have wallet integration? We are planning wallet integration as we speak. Since going on chain will require a lot of integrations, a lot of architectural changes. We are still figuring out the best way to do that. But till then, what you can do is, like, if you see Collablend, right? What Collablend does is Collablend simply creates a new rule when you connect your wallet. So now once that role is created, right? So now what you can do is you can give permissions to that specific role. Whatever permissions you want to give, you can go to that role, and since it is connected with Discord, it will act as a proxy of your wallet connect. So till then, this is a simple, I would say, turnaround for Wallet Connect. Like it gives you same functionalities, but yeah, we are definitely exploring how we can add a Connect Wallet option very efficiently. I hope that answers.
Yeah, I think the other part of the question is also about integration with apps and how it integrates with other on-chain applications. Does it
Uh, i- yeah, yeah. Sorry, you were saying.
does it integrate with on-chain applications currently?
For now, no. For now, it doesn't integrate with any other on-chain application, since the application itself is not on-chain. But yeah, going forward, we'll make sure that it is very composable, and there are APIs to use it with other on-chain applications. But for now, it's just limited to Pip.so.
Okay, yeah, that definitely answers the rest of that question. Thank you.
Yeah, awesome. Anything else?
No, that's all the questions that I have right now.
Awesome, awesome. uh, love it. Like I love how metagame is using bib.so. So thanks for having me here, and I'll quickly share about the new product we have launched today itself. Like today we have launched a community discovery platform called Truts, which it is something like this. It looks something like this, where you can come and review and add a review for any community. Like let's say there's metagame also. Yeah, there's metagame here. So what you can do is we have all the details about metagame here, a small description of what it does, its community and social information. So all the metagame members, they could come and add a review of their experience about metagame, which will help other people to know how metagame is as a community, how it is as a DAO, so that they can make the decisions whether they should join a metagame or not. So this is something that we have launched, and we are working greatly towards this. So yeah, I request all of you to please come and add reviews for all the communities you are part of, so that it helps other new people in Web 2 to make the right decision on which communities to join in Web 3. Yeah, that's about it from my end.
Very cool, very cool. I really like the trust system too. Uh, where did that name come from for the new product?
For trusts, right? So it's basically we are doing like hold, you have hold and hurdle, build and biddle, right? So we're in trust and trusts. We are just swapping the last two alphabets. Plain and
Very
simple.
cool.
Yeah.
Oh snap! I've got one more question coming hot from the main stage. Is it possible to write in bip.so and present the content on a website? This question is coming from Nick.
Yeah, sure. So I'll show you one thing. Yeah, over here. So what you can do is you can go to a canvas and you can write in the URL you can write public, and now what you will see is we'll see a cleaner view. So this could be used as your documentation for APIs, right? Like for actually showing it on your website, we are working on the API part. But for now, what we offer is like if you want to have custom domain, so this entire domain could be changed into something like docs.metagame.com if you want. But that is available only on personal request because we are still figuring out an architecture for the general application. I hope that answers.
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
I seem to be having a little bit of technical difficulty with my camera.
Haha. It's not a good session if you don't have any technical difficulties.
Yeah.
You always have some difficulty.
Yeah, I'll definitely be able to fix my camera soon. Thank you so much for showing us, Bibso. I think one of my favorite features that I saw was the ability to import from Notion. I think
Yeah,
the multi-language support as well. Um, I think that it's so important to remember that these communities are international and that the tools are supposed to be interoperable as well. So, having the ability to import from one platform and into another one and kind of support what people are already doing and improving that is key to adoption and success. So awesome work. I love,
awesome,
yeah.
awesome.
I love the ability to rate and show trust in different communities. I think that that's really important in the trustless space too, is to have some kind of ability to see who else trusts an organization and build up some kind of review system that is supported by people and engagement rather than marketing or who can make the best ad.
Yeah. Like these reviews are totally on chain, and then only people who are part of a Discord community can post review. Like if I'm not part of a Discord community, I can't post a review, which is not there in Web two applications. Like in Web two things, anyone could come and add reviews however they want to. But on Threads, you can only post a review if you are part of that community's Discord. So that incentivizes a person to join a community.
Well, great. Thank you so much. Zem, are you there?
Hey, yeah,
Awesome.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. I'm
Great.
sorry, my camera seems to have stopped working for me. We're going to now turn the floor over, Raj, from Bipso to coordinate. Thank you so much for showing us Bipso. Make sure you
Thank you.
post the links in the guest show links and in the main stage. Miss Ant just posted the links. Um, where should we go to learn more about Bipso? Is the website the best place to learn more, or
Yeah.
Discord?
Website is the best place, and you can feel free to join the community. I'll share the link to Discord community for Vipso. That would be
Excellent.
awesome.
Thank you so much, Raj.
Awesome. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Okay, so now we're going to turn it over to Zem from Coordinate. Zem is one of the leaders. I originally spoke to him about a year ago when we were setting up Coordinate Circle. So he's been instrumental in the process for a long time. Welcome very much. Welcome, Zem. Thank you very much for your assistance in DAO tooling. Could you introduce yourself a little bit and tell us more about Coordinate?
Sure. Yeah. Good to see you again, Penguin. And this looks like amazing programming. I'm psyched to listen to many of these talks today. So yeah, for sure. So I am a contributor to DAOs. I kind of got into crypto in like 2018, and was making NFTs and doing various things, and started contributing in DeFi Summer to a few different protocols. And one of those protocols was Yearn Finance, where I was really just making art and hanging out. But some of my friends from real life were also hanging out there in more impactful ways, like Tracheopteryx and Zach. And we realized that there was like a real problem with the sort of like fundamental sort of DAO fomented role of contributor, which is this kind of open sort of individual that might want to do some work for the DAO, you know, often with their own kind of like self-management practice and in their own way, such as, you know, maybe somebody wants to make a video about a new vault, or somebody wants to actually, you know, do some strategy work or something like that. But there's no like hiring funnel or anything like that that kind of like sits before that and talks about how they're going to get paid to do that all the time. And that was happening at Yearn. There was a lot of excitement and a lot of, you know, people contributing in various ways. And the protocol had some funds and wanted to be able to distribute funds to them. But how to do that was kind of mysterious. There was like a committee for a while, and they would kind of give out grants, and, you know, they were appreciated, but they were never very efficient in some ways. Like the sense was that they missed a lot of things, or they didn't really know how to value things. Right. You know, like, is that meme worth $500 or $700 or $1,000? Like, you know, there's no like easy heuristic to figure that out. So we thought about this for a while and determined that one way that we could go about this was to really have the community decide that on their own. And that kind of gave birth to Coordinate, which was a app that we really built just for Yearn's purposes at first, which basically allowed anyone that was in the Yearn contributor community to kind of vote by sending a fake token called Give to their colleagues. And the outcome of that vote over a period of time would then become percentages of a overall contributor budget that would be distributed. So yeah, we built it there, and pretty quickly found that other DAOs wanted to use it too, and started to think about how we could spin it out and make it its own kind of DAO tool product, which is what it's become. So we now have a core team of around 14 people, developers, designers, people that are working on research and various things to kind of build out this product and think about where we can take it. I think that core mechanic of kind of being in the gift mentality and using kind of outside in approaches to determining compensation structures, you know, is a kind of like conceptual primitive that can really go in a lot of different directions, and Coordinate's there to kind of research that and build out the product and see where it can go. So yeah, that's the kind of short. Maybe I was thinking like maybe it would make sense for me to just quickly demo the product, like maybe do like 10 minutes of just kind of showing how the app works, and then you know, I can talk a little bit about some of the vision that we have for where Coordinate might go from here, and then you know, any questions or any open conversation. Does that sound pretty good?
Yeah, that sounds great.
Awesome. All right, let me see if I can do a screen share. Okay, let me know if you can see what's on my screen.
I can.
Okay, great. So yeah, this is our new homepage. We just shout out to Sasha. We just launched this, I think, in the last 24 hours. So lots to see there, but I'll skip over it for now. So Coordinate is an off-chain app. It connects to Web3 authentication via Metamask or other wallets. But currently, there's actually no contracts involved. It's all kind of database driven. We did that kind of purposely because when we spun this up, we wanted to iterate really fast. I think our first like 6 months of doing epochs at Yearn and a few other DAOs, you know, our kind of early beta partners, we were making big changes really quickly. So we really did everything off chain, and we have a kind of plan to decentralize it and bring it on chain, you know, in the future as we start to feel like it's become refined. So let me jump into a test circle. Okay, so when you're a contributor in Coordinate and you get invited into one of these circles, essentially the premise is that there's going to be a period of time called an epoch, during which you and your colleagues can vote on contributions that have happened and compensate each other in that way. So the first step is usually to tell your team what you've been working on this epoch. So I'll say docs, design, legal. How about that? And then you can decide if you want to be opt-in or opt-out. Opt-in means that you are eligible to receive Give. Opt-out means that you are not eligible to receive Give, but you can still vote for other people's Give. So, for some teams that have, various people on the team that may not be a contributor, they might be more like a salaried individual, or they might be on some kind of grant where compensation sits outside of Coordinate, but still gives them the chance to participate without receiving give. So I'll be opt-in. Let's save my settings. And then you get to see all your teammates here. We use this for testing, so it looks a little bit wonky, but you can see that there's quite a few individuals in this particular circle, which means that they're individuals that have been brought into the circle either by an admin or by a process called vouching, which allows the circle to kind of define its own boundaries and for members of the circle to invite new members in using a kind of like very simple voting mechanism. So these folks are all here to either receive give or just to vote. So here, if you have a pretty large DAO, it can be useful to go through this list and decide, I worked with MetaDreamer and Lawrence and Jake this month. I didn't really work with Alex or Crapsinger. So I'm going to call that my team for this month. You can adjust this at any time during the epoch. And then you get to actually allocate. So by default, every member of a coordinate circle gets 100 give to allocate. And the give is an off-chain source entry in a database. It's not a real token. And you get to distribute those out to your colleagues here according to your assessments of their work. So you may think that Jake was awesome, he deserves 9, and Xrizo was even better, he deserves 30. And you can also leave notes. Thank you for developing Coordinate. And sort of give some sense as to why you think their work was valued. And that's actually a great feature that as somebody working on the protocol, but also somebody that uses Coordinate a lot, it's really, really nice to get notes from your colleagues. Often that becomes really definitional on how I think about my own work in the DAO. What's working, what people really care about that I'm doing. Maybe I'll do something and nobody will comment on it, and that'll become kind of like soft feedback that it's not the right direction, etc. And this is an area that we're going to work on a lot in the app in coming releases. So at this point, I've given away 39 give. And I can choose to save the allocations and leave it there. I can come back at any time and change it. And until the epoch timer runs out, this is kind of like open allocation period, and I can just adjust until I'm happy with where I'm at. And so during the epoch, you can also do kind of sense making about what's going on in the DAO. So in this test circle, I can take a look at the map at any time and get a sense of the flow of give across the organization. And we think this is important for a few reasons. One of them being kind of like the ability to kind of visualize your DAO. You can get a sense of like what everybody's working on and what they consider their skills to be, and see how allocations pile and pool along those lines. It's also a good way to like kind of check the kind of like heuristics of how give is flowing across the ecosystem. So if there's like little pods of people that might be just giving to each other, you can kind of take note of that. And kind of like work to correct it, et cetera, over time. We find that DAOs often like go through this period of kind of like finding their way in terms of using the tool. So setting up kind of guidelines or informing contributors about best practices for giving and kind of sense making around like the outcomes of these things and adjusting a little bit. So the map really helps with that. And in a nutshell, that is Coordinate. So once the allocation period is over, if you're an admin, you can export a CSV, and that basically gives you a percentage that is owed to each member based on the total give that they've received. That you can turn into an actual USDC distribution or your native token or whatever it is that you want to be sending around. That is about it. Like a few interesting like kind of bells and whistles in here are that. You can enable this vouching mechanic, which is a way, like I said, for the circles to kind of control their own entry point. So in this test circle, it takes 2 vouches to add a new member to the circle, and the nomination period is open for 14 days. That means that if any 2 people that are in the circle currently want to nominate and then vouch for a new member, then they'll automatically get into the circle. So you see some circles that are very, very, like challenging to get into, or it takes a lot of vouches to get in, and almost everybody in the circle has to agree to bring somebody else in to receive budget, and others that are quite open. And it seems to be a mechanic that people appreciate and use sometimes. Although we still have admin control that allows anything to be done just by the admin. So if you want, you can being an admin, just delete somebody, or you can add somebody new in, etc., to kind of keep your circle healthy. So yeah, so I think that's about it, basically. I think maybe I'll just put a different circle on the board just for visuals. So you can see like a really big circle, like coordinate, like the urine circle is looking a little bit unwieldy right now for some reason. There we go. You have a really like robust view of the organization at large, and can kind of really see like how each individual is kind of contributing and give across the board as these pictures of compensation kind of develop over time. That's listening in. I'd love to jump into like more like strategy and vision and where we're going next, but would love to just address any open points about how the app works first. I can see, Penguin, I can see you talking, but I can't hear anything you're saying for some reason.
I have a push button mic. I was just saying that I love the circle map view. This is like one of my favorite views, especially like if you look over epochs and time, you can kind of view the work that was done and the teams that were there, and it changes dynamically over time. So yeah, this map is like a great way to visualize it. I think the other main value that we've gotten is like the ability to communicate and give praise to the people in your team too. So just like half of it is saying what you've done, the other half of it is recognizing the part of work that people have done. So I think that those comments back to the people on your team has been really helpful, and a large morale boost to team and like recognizing what people are doing. So I've really liked that part. One of the hard parts though is when you have a really large team or like a wide team, there's never kind of enough tokens to cover the people that you've interacted with in a fair way. It kind of leads to across the board kind of feels like a leveling or kind of like an averaging rather than a lot of direct spikes or like the numbers kind of reflect the amount of work done. I know that there's been some studies that Coordinape has put together about how DAOs are using it. Can you talk a little bit about some of the different challenges that you guys have seen and kind of expand on some of the ones that I mentioned?
Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, our studies were, I wasn't sort of the point person on the study, so I may not have like the most robust understanding of some of the outputs, but the ones that like we sort of turned into some of our ongoing strategy work was, one of them is that DAOs are really very hybrid in the way that they compensate people. So Coordinape often kind of fits into a landscape of various compensation methods within a DAO. Even at like, a place like Yearn, there's obviously like many kinds of compensation. There's kind of fixed payments that are considered and figured in a certain way using a certain like a kind of loose consensus mechanism. There's bounties and grants that get paid out, according to like sort of like tasks that need to be done, or larger initiatives. And then there's contribution based methodologies. So Coordinape was one of the ones that was instrumental there. But that no DAO is like kind of like singular in the way that it approaches compensation, which I guess is somewhat true for any organization. I mean, even at like, very traditional companies I've worked at, you can get a salary, but you can also get like budget for travel or like some various other ways that you can make income there. Or you can take compensation in various ways, or equity, etc. But at DAOs, it seems to be kind of heightened, this like kind of hybridity and this like kind of very broad approach to the way the compensation works. So for us, that like led to a desire to kind of like kind of to some extent like expand what we're doing. Like we're soon going to be offering like a fixed payments module as we launch our vaults that I can talk about in a moment, which does allow like steady streams of payment to be kind of developed through a coordinate circle. But it's also something that we want to really use, like leverage our relationships with the rest of the DAO tooling landscape to kind of build out this thing together. So, working with other groups like dwork or Parcel, where we have integrations with that do different kinds of compensation than we really do, is also going to be really vital, I think, and kind of like bringing this hybridity into a space that DAOs can really manage better and can do compensation in all the ways that like they find they need to do it. So like dwork, who I think is going to speak later, they do bounties, and Parcel does kind of like more traditional like payroll management and also like in-kind reimbursements and things like that. But I think that another highlight from that research was that sense making and kind of feedback is really lacking. So that's another area that we're leaning into. Kind of like, as you mentioned, like, the notes are really great. They kind of like help you to understand how your work is valued at Coordinate. But something that doesn't really happen all that often is like really direct feedback, like understanding why you may have gotten compensated by somebody doesn't always happen very directly. Or why you don't get compensated by somebody doesn't happen very directly. So we're eager to lean into that a little bit and see if we can kind of like switch the modality of notes from a kind of like pleasantry into something that it has the potential at least to lead to like feedback conversations, so that contributors can kind of ask for feedback on their work and they can receive it through the app, or they can ask, why did I get give from you, and receive that in the app, or somebody else can ask that same question. So a little bit more like sense-making tools, I think, are going to get layered in over time. That's like a big research prong we have going right now, and starting to develop some basic features around it. Yeah, and I think I can't remember if there was another question that you asked that you wanted to address, Penguin. Do you want to? Is there something I missed that you were hoping to get some more another take on?
I think you did a great job covering the utility. I think one of the other parts of the question were some of the problems and shortcomings that people have had when using it, and like how we can kind of learn from those mistakes to try and have better circles.
Yeah, sure. I think the biggest one I think is around feedback. Like I think, as you had noted, like it's the culture of like how and when to give is not like fundamental to the app. It kind of relies on like a philosophy. And the working philosophy that we've seen work best at Coordinate is to kind of like directly compensate people that you've worked with as kind of a way to thank them for their collaborations with you. So if you're working on a design team, you might be compensating your design collaborators in Coordinate, but you may not be, necessarily sending give to developers who you haven't worked with at all, unless they did something that impacted your work directly or there was some cross collaboration. That's the kind of working model that we think has been most successful. But it, like you mentioned, it's really easy and it's very challenging to not have slippage out of that model, depending on the team that you're in, right? Like you sometimes feel guilty for not sending give to everybody on your team, or you find that like sometimes people just tend to like want to send to visible members, so somebody that's a contributor that's, doing a lot very publicly on Twitter or Discord, like might be just getting random give from a lot of people and giving like an inaccurate picture. So I think, the ways that we're hoping to address that is partially through these feedback mechanisms to kind of like heighten the like conceptual space towards like really thoughtful giving and conversations about why give is happening, and conversations about why give is not happening when it's not. And another way that we're really eager to start to work in that way is through something we call strategies. So strategies is a forthcoming feature where people will be able to kind of script their own in-house game rules for their circles, which I think is going to give people opportunities to really kind of like notice behaviors that are not really healthy on a macro scale in a circle, and create like a script mechanic that might change them. So like something I've often thought about, but nobody's ever been able to try it because we don't have this feature, is like, what would happen if you could only send to 5 people? So you had to send 20 give 5 times and that was it in your circle. Would that like take away a lot of the kind of like less thoughtful giving and create to like better outcomes or something like that. And obviously that depends on the size of the circle and the intention of the circle, but there might be some circles where a simple game rule like that can really enhance and refine the outcomes that you get. So this strategies feature is going to be a kind of like simple scripting tool that allows you to create those scenarios in your circle and hopefully eventually to share them with others and have a kind of like board of various strategies that people are using, much like snapshot strategies, to allow these circles to kind of experiment with their own in-house rules and how that can augment and affect the validity of Give. So unless there's other questions, like maybe I could just dive into a quick, let's see, maybe 7-minute or so, like diatribe about like some of the strategies and larger initiatives that Coordinape is interested in developing as we move forward into our second year.
Yeah, I think there's one more quick question that I think I'd rather have you go into what's coming for the next year, because you might answer this, and if it is part of that answer, just feel free to say it'll be part of that. But one of the things that has come up recently is like budget for an organization too. Is there any plans to integrate budgeting into the Coordinape circles as well?
Yeah, there is actually. So yeah, as you envisioned, like that's actually the first talking point I think on my little list here that I made 5 minutes before we started meeting. So for sure, like one of the big things that we're launching very soon is we're calling vaults. We haven't really figured out our branded name for them yet, but that we're calling them vaults internally. And that's going to be our first smart contract that integrates with Coordinape directly. And essentially what it allows organizations to do is to deposit funds into a vault type contract and to distribute that out to multiple circles. So in a way, the way that it distributes is a sort of like convenience feature, so that the circle basically, once an epoch is over and the percentages that each member is allocated have been figured, like the vault on chain is able to grab a Merkle tree for that, and an admin can push a button and then allow the contributors to grab it like they're claiming an airdrop. And there's a lot of other functionality that's going to roll out of that contract soon. A lot of other functions that we're kind of working on UI for that I can talk about. But in answer to your question, one of the exciting things about that is that allows us to put our foot for the first time into this kind of like budget management in this very simple way, so that still in a kind of like layer zero, like social way, like a DAO can decide how much budget is supposed to be allocated to each circle. They can put it into this Vault smart contract, and they can actually like dedicate chunks of that budget to each circle or each initiative that might happen in the DAO. And we think that that's like a first step to something that is really has a much longer tail for Coordinape in terms of figuring, which is kind of like consensus-based budget management. So another later kind of build that we're going to be working on is something called nested circles that allows you to create a circle that then distributes out to other circles that are kind of taxonomically inside of it. So that you could imagine a DAO creating a budgeting circle where all its contributors could kind of determine the budget that they think is valid for these various other buckets of work. For like, in a protocol DAO, maybe it'd be Solidity development and design and, front-end engineering, et cetera. Or it could have any number of different kind of applications. And the same voting process that Coordinape uses, or some modification of it using a strategy where maybe, some individuals with different levels of buy-in or rep or token holdings get more give to send, can kind of determine and manage the budget, which then would be sort of able to distribute automatically out of this vault contract into these various circles. And the circles themselves would determine the endpoint users that end up receiving them. So, we've got quite a few steps before we get there, but the vaults are kind of like the first like kind of micro Lego that I think is going to put us in a position to be, one of the teams that's working on this kind of concept in the DAO landscape. Did that kind of answer that question, or any way that I could burrow into that deeper?
No, perfect.
Cool. Yeah, so just to list out these other things that we're working on, we're really psyched on integrations. We have like a ton of energy and have developed a new API layer using Hasura recently that's going to allow us to sort of integrate our off-chain app into various other protocols, even before we have a lot of on-chain action. So we've got an integration with Parcel rolling out. It's actually already live, but we have some beta partners kind of testing it before we do an announcement. But that allows any user of Parcel to kind of snap in a coordinate circle and do a distribution based on an outcome. And we have an integration with dwork that went out like a month or so ago, which allows just basically work statements coming out of dwork to kind of be visible in coordinate so that users can send give according to what happened in dwork. And we think that's kind of like the first toe in the water of a much deeper integration with them that we're going to kind of work on over time. And lots of other great talks with great teams like Orca Protocol and Utopia. And like, it's really been exciting to see how, we can just become a cog in this like kind of developing ecosystem and philosophy with a lot of other groups. And then reputation and data is something we're really excited about. So we have, a depth of kind of like human interaction in Coordinate that becomes this kind of like interesting map of like human attestations that are happening inside of DAOs. And, we're working on ways to export that data to give circles control over how their data flows outside of Coordinate. And kind of be careful about how we do that because some of this is sensitive for users. So, it's been an active project that really MetaDreamer has really been leading us on that with our research team like Ivy and others. So that's coming pretty soon is, the ability to kind of like use coordinate data in a more public way that we think is going to lead to more integrations and more plugins. And we also have some ideas to build around that. And strategies and nested circles, which I've already talked about. Those are exciting and things that I think are going to add a lot to the utility of Coordinate and its fidelity to kind of like healthy compensation practices, both on a budget level and in terms of like kind of game rules. And feedback and sense making, I already talked about that, like this kind of idea that like, the sort of interpersonal conversations around why you would send give are like as important as the compensation itself. And we want to be one of the places that individuals can kind of engage in that to build out a better sense of how the DAO is working and how compensation is functioning and flowing. Yeah, I think that's basically it, actually. That's all the stuff I wrote down. I think we're really psyched to kind of like be part of this like burgeoning philosophy as it continues to develop and react to it. But we have a few pretty exciting roads that we're psyched to kind of build out as we try to broaden the scope of what we do.
What about APIs or external app connections? Are there any plans to make the circles integratable with other apps?
Yeah, I mean, we're already doing that on a kind of like case-by-case basis, just with some of the partners that we've chosen to kind of like work with on integrations. But indeed, like I mentioned, the Hasura API layer that our devs worked on for most of the early part of the year is now like live and kind of ready to be used, I believe. So soon it will be, there will be like toggles at a circle level where circles can decide to what extent they want their data to become public. And depending on what they choose, then other, integrating apps would be able to like draw that data out using an API and integrate it into what they're doing. So yeah, that's it's an area where we're like sort of like doing some work very closely with teams to kind of like test out these like basic patterns of data usage. But then we're also working on this kind of like public data toggle that it's going to allow, individual groups to kind of like just use that data on their own.
When I was using Coordinate last year, I came up with a really crazy idea for using it potentially for a game and using Give to kill monsters and things like that. How feasible is it to like scale up fun Coordinate circles for things like that? Is there any kind of cost to an organization? I don't think so, right? Is it pretty cheap and easy to create some random circles that people could test out if they don't have a budget or they have a fun idea that they want to test out the software for?
Yeah, it's totally free. So, if you go to coordinate.com, you can launch a circle. It's a really simple process and basically get going. And it's all off chain currently, so there's no cost or anything like that. I think the area where there may be cost is if people want to distribute budgets, then, there's contract interactions to to be using like our vaults if that's like a space that people want to go into. But otherwise, there's no cost to it.
Awesome. And then to use those vaults, they can just transfer into it, and then the app will disperse funds based on the give allocations. Is that right?
Yeah, basically, yeah, it's like a factory contract. So each vault owner kind of controls their own vault, and like they would basically mint a vault and then put the funds into it, and then there's a Merkle tree sync that gets performed at the end of the epoch. So admin signs off on the sync looking healthy and the distribution looking good, and then the users can just claim it. So that's like our kind of like not super gas efficient like first iteration, but we have a bunch of, we're going to be rolling it out on layer 2s to make certain things cheaper for users that are more gas sensitive, and have like a disperse function that we need to build a front end around that makes it cheaper to distribute out tokens at the end of the epoch. So yeah, it's pretty cheap, but yeah, definitely there's a little bit of gas cost for especially now when we're still on mainnet.
Well, awesome. I think that Coordinate is hands down one of my favorite DAO tools, and I love the interface. They said the network map is so effective at explaining what's going on in an organization. So thank you so much for pushing on these tools. Thank you to Yearn too. Thank you for coming on today, Zem. And
yeah, thanks, guys. I'm excited to listen to the rest of their programming. It's a great group of people you brought together.
Great. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Vanilladelphia talking to us about Collabland. How's it going?
Hey, what's up? Yep. So I'm going to talk to everybody about Collabland today. Let me share my screen. So if you've used Collabland before, you're probably familiar with the bot commands and how long that takes, how much of a pain it can be. So if you've been following along, you can see that we've released a new web UI. So you can get to it at cc.collab.land. I'll put all the links in the chat. So I'm just going to run everybody through kind of how to set up a role with it and how it works, some of the new features. So first thing, once you get to the page we're calling Command Center, you'll see these options here. Actually, if you don't have it in any servers yet, you'll have to add it. So you can invite the bot with this little button here, which will bring you to a list of your servers. Actually, I already added it, but you just select the server, hit continue, and then in your Discord server, you'll see that 2 channels will be created. One is the config channel, which is the channel that used to be used for creating the roles with the bot UI. Then you'll have the join channel, which is where your users or members will verify by using the button, which will link to their wallet. So we're just going to set up a role here. So to start, we'll go to this TGRs. We call them token granted roles. So basically, if you're unfamiliar with what Collabland does, it will assign a Discord role based on the holdings of a token. So you can set up a role. If somebody holds your community token, they'll get a special role in the Discord, which you can then use to grant access to different channels or give them a special color or, whatever you want. Also, support for Telegram as well. So you can have token granted Telegram groups where people have to hold the token in order to get access to your group. So today we're going to talk about Discord. So let's set up a role. So you select a role, any role that you've created already in Discord. So we'll just select one. Brings you to this screen, which is very similar if you've used Collabland before. You've got all the different information that you used to have to enter in the bot UI. So we have a description, which we can call whatever we want. This is just for your reference. Doesn't have anything to do with the setup. You can select your chain type. So we have lots of different blockchains supported, including mainnet, Polygon, XDAI, BSC, Arbitrum, Avalanche. I mean, you can see the list goes on. Even some non-EVM like Solana, Flow, Polkadot, Nifty Gateway, Tezos. The world is your oyster. We're adding new chains all the time. So this one, we're just going to set mainnet. because it's easy. And then you can select your token type. So these are the different token types we support on mainnet. So you got ERC20, 721, your NFT standards. Even support roles, social tokens, POAPs, mutable X. Oops, that's kind of soon to come. Moloch DAO shares. If you're in a DAO and you want to give access to your DAO members to a special channel, you can use Molochs. So we're going to use one of my NFTs that I have here. So it's an ERC 721. We're just going to use this one. So if you're unsure what kind of token you have, if it's an NFT and you're not sure if it's a 1155 or a 721 or what have you, you can go to OpenSea and look at your token there, and you can look at the details, and it'll tell you the token standard, the token ID, contract address. So we're going to grab the token address here because we're going to need it. So we selected the token type, which is ERC 721. We just put in the address here. Token ID is actually optional for this token type, so we're not going to use it. Just a note, if you're using an ERC 1155 token, which is another popular NFT standard, you will have to include all the token IDs for the different tokens in your collection. But we're not going to use it. So one of the new things with the Command Center and with Collabland now is you can grant roles based on specific metadata of a token, so traits and values. So we're going to use that. What that is again, if we go back to OpenSea, we can see under this Properties tab, you have these different properties or traits and values. So the top in blue would be the trait, and then the black writing would be the value. So we're going to use this, and let's say, so we just go add metadata. Let me see, because I already forgot. Let's use intuition tier. Did I spell that right? Yep. That's one thing to make sure you do is check your spelling, and because if you spell it wrong, it's not going to work. And also, you know, if there's any special characters or anything, just pay attention. You can also, alternatively, if you have the URI for your token, that'll show all this information in JSON format. Might be a little more advanced for some users, but if you know how to do that, that's the best way to get that information, because you know it's going to be accurate and you can copy and paste it. In this case, we're just going to use this, and then we're going to save it. So now it's going to check to see if I own this token with this trait and this value. And then in the end, we can add how many are needed to qualify for the role. In this case, it's just going to be 1. And you can even set a max amount, but this time we're going to leave that as 0. And we just hit save. So this will show us here just an overview. So we can see it's a mainnet ERC 721. This is the address, Metamask, you know, all the information. So then we can go back to Discord, and real quick, we can just show you, these are the roles we set up. We'll change the color of this one so we can see when I get it. A couple of things just to note from the Discord side of things. One important thing is to make sure that the Collabland role is above any of the other roles in your Discord. If it's not, you can just drag it and put it where you want. So it needs to be above any roles that it's assigning. Otherwise, the roles won't be getting assigned. And I forgot to mention, this is another role that's created by Collabland when it's invited, called Collabland Admin. So that's for if you have a community mod or somebody else in your Discord that is going to be managing these token roles and adding new ones or changing them or whatever, you don't have to give them an admin permission specifically or any special permissions. You can just give them this Collabland admin role, which doesn't have any special permissions. It's just gives them access to that config channel which will allow them to set up a token granted role. So we can see that CollabLend's at the top, and we got these roles here. So then from a member's perspective, when they join your server and go to verify, they just go to the CollabLend join channel, hit the Let's Go button. So you'll get this message here, which is like a preview of the signature that you're going to see in MetaMask. So this is like a safety feature to make sure that what you're signing in your wallet matches what you expect. So this should be exactly the same as the message that you're signing on your wallet. So we'll just connect wallet, bring into the connect page. So another cool thing that's new is this wallet delegation page. So if you've connected before with CollabLend, you won't have to connect again. You can just use a wallet that you've used already in another community. And how you do that, you just select that wallet and verify. So we'll do that. We just get this message that the wallet's been connected. Might take about 2 minutes, but then you should get a message in the channel once it's ready. And while we're waiting for that, we can check a couple of the other new features. So we can go with this bot config. So we added some other new features just to kind of make it easier for admins and community mods to, number one, make sure that everything's set correctly and they have the permissions correct and the bot is at the top and all those things. So basically, you can just use this button here to check your configurations. And we can see that we don't have any errors, so everything should be good. This background balance check. So one of the things that CollabLend does is once a day, it will go through your community and it'll check if your members all still hold the required token. If they don't or no longer hold that token, then the role will be removed. So that happens once a day, or there's a event-based listener too for on-chain transactions that with your token. So we'll also check the roles during that and remove them within like 1 or 2 hours. So that's that. And then we have this community roles section too, which is really neat. So basically what this is, if you have a member in your server that has a role that they're not supposed to have, or has the token, should get a role, but for some reason it didn't get assigned, you can check their user ID here. So basically you just grab their user ID. This is my user ID. I'll show you another way to get that. Basically you just right click, copy ID. With developer mode on in Discord, that's an option. And you can use any member in your server to do this. And then we'll check. So let's see. So we can see that I should get assigned this role because I have the token, but for whatever reason, it didn't get assigned. And the reason I'm going to give is that I'm demoing this. So it's really easy. All you have to do to resolve it is hit the resolve button. And then there we go. All issues have been resolved. And we can go back to the server and see that I do, in fact, have the role now. So basically what that does is like an on-demand balance check. So if you don't want to wait for that background balance check to go through, or like I said, you have a member that should have the role that it didn't get assigned for whatever reason, or somebody that does have the role that shouldn't, you can check that manually now by yourself, which is huge. So yeah, and then I can show you real quick the bot config, what that looks like if you've if you've got some errors. So we'll just go through and we'll make some errors. So one of the things I'll talk about is permissions. So when you first invite Collabland, it has administrator permission. And I know now that a lot of people are very hesitant to give administrator permission to any bots or anybody because we see, every day servers are getting exploited or hacked because somebody loses their credentials or has administrator permission. So if you're worried about that, you can disable it as long as it has certain other permissions, which I can go through real quick. So we need view channels. We need manage roles to be able to give the roles. Send messages. Don't need add reactions anymore because we don't use the bot UI. And then one other thing, in the future, not needed right now, but soon in the future, we're going to be having some / commands. So we'll probably need this application commands. So we can save those changes there. But let's say we forgot to give, one of the important things here, one of the important permissions. If we go back and we're wondering, why is the bot not working? I don't know. Well, let's check the configuration. So you get a warning here that tells you, hey, there's a problem. The bot is not configured correctly. So, and then it'll tell you how to fix it. So right now you can see that it doesn't have the right permissions. It's missing manage roles and ban members. So actually ban members is one that I forgot to mention. So the reason that Collabland needs ban members is because it'll automatically kick anybody that is trying to impersonate it. If there's a scammer that's changed their name to Collabland and they're offering your users support, we don't appreciate that. So we'll automatically ban anybody that tries to do that. So we can go back and make sure we've fixed these issues. Turn the manage roles back on. Turn ban members back on. Save it. We'll check it again. And yeah, we should be good to go now. So yeah, that's pretty much the new Collabland web UI, calling it Command Center. So there's lots of support docs which will tell you how to set up different types of tokens and that kind of stuff, which I can share in the chat. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Does anybody have any questions before we talk about something else?
Yeah, I think one of the crazy parts about Collabland is just how much stuff it does. With how many chains it works with and how many different protocols and everything. I think that this new UI is amazing. I definitely noticed that the response time when the chains got to be like 12 was slower with the reactions and for configuring the bot. So this is amazing. I think this makes it so much easier and faster. And anyone that hasn't used the Collabland configs, they're very helpful, but you gotta wait for them to build. So this is great.
Yeah, so you can see all the different chain types, and the way that the bot used to work was it would send a message in Discord, in the Discord channel, and you would have to wait for each chain would have its own emoji that you would have to react with, but you would have to wait for all those emojis to load, and sometimes it was like you wanted to pull your hair out waiting for so long. So yeah, that's definitely one of my favorite features, is how much faster it can be to set up roles. And you can easily set up as many as you want. You can add multiple TGRs to a single role. So like for instance, in metagame, you've got the seed holder and patron roles, right? So I think in the past, I think they're separate now, but you could make them, one role where you would have the link to the patron token, which is from the balancer pool, and the link to the seed token, and you could have different values. Let's say you need to have 100 seed token and 10 P seed token. I don't know if it's still called P seed, but you could put them under the same role. So like we can, let's say, set up another, just real quick, just to show you how that works. So we'll use the Metagame Season 5 player token. It looks really cool. And again, it's an ERC 721, so we don't need a token ID. And then we'll just use balance on this one. We won't add any traits. And we're having an issue here. Oh no. Let's try that one more time. Okay, seem to be having a little, oh, that's why. So another good thing to remember is to see which network your tokens, which chain your token is on. So I don't see it here, but this is probably on Polygon if I had to guess. Yeah, so we can see assets Matic. So we chose the wrong. So this is another thing that we added is a lot of contract validation. So as you're entering, this is another thing that Bot UI did not have at all. So you could, if you set up a role incorrectly or on the wrong network, it wouldn't really warn you or tell you that you had done something wrong. It just wouldn't work. So now it'll actually prevent you from even saving it. So it's checking if this token exists on mainnet, and it says it doesn't. So it won't even let me save it. So we know we have to change to Polygon now. And then we'll try that again. So now we can see that we've got two tokens under the same role. So what this is it's an OR condition. So a member, in order to get this first role, they would need to hold either that first token that I set up in the beginning, or they would need to hold that metagame token. As long as they hold one of those, they will get that role. One other thing I forgot to mention is for the attributes, we actually support and OR condition. So if you wanted to have multiple things, so let's say in this case, the end condition probably won't work because I'm using the same trait and different values. Something that we are looking into to be able to accept that, but at the moment, that's not going to work. So what we can do, excuse me, is use the OR condition. So that what that means is if somebody has the tier value or the happy value, one or the other, they will qualify for that role. And you can get pretty crazy with these metadata traits and values. I know you look at a lot of the popular NFT projects and they have lots of different traits that you can break down into your community. Like if you want everybody that's wearing a hat to have the hat role and everybody that has glasses to have the glasses role, for whatever reason, you can do that. So we just save that. And yeah, so that's about it for the command center. Another thing I can talk about real quick, it's not live yet, but we have started testing it with the DAO House community. We've been working on verifiable credentials. So our first kind of use case for that is with a guest pass feature. So how that works is if you have a token granted community and you want to, let's say you want to give somebody access that that they don't hold the token. But you're like, you know, I want them to preview it, or I want to, you know, offer it on a limited time to see if they want it, like a try before you buy kind of thing, if it's an NFT community. Or the way that DAO House is using it is for people that are interested in becoming a core contributor, but are not actual members yet, since they use Collabland to grant access to the core contributor section of the Discord. So we've created this this guest pass feature, which allows you to grant essentially a verifiable credential, which Collabland will read as sort of an off-chain NFT, and it's also assigned to one or even many Discord roles. So you could say, if I want to give this person a guest pass with these 3 roles, I can do that. And it's time-based. So right now, I think the options are like 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month, 90 days. And then after that time limit is reached, then automatically their roles will be removed. They will still hold the VC, which says that they had that guest pass for a certain period of time, but there's an expiry date, which will remove it after that date is over. So that's something we're just kind of getting started playing around with. If you have a community that you think might have a use for that, definitely reach out to me on Discord or Twitter or whatever, and we can get you added to the list for that kind of support. But yeah, that is Collabland. That is the new web UI. Very fancy, very easy to use. Any other questions or comments?
So there was a question from the audience about including metadata for NFTs that are minted or for tokens. Is there any plans to add the metadata visible?
Yeah. Yeah. So you mean as far as granting the roles based on the metadata?
Yes.
Yep. So that would be under the attributes tab here. So it's supported for most NFT token types. So this is actually the metadata section here. You just hit this metadata, and in this case, modify traits, because I've already added some, or you can do add traits. And yeah, you've got your trait and value here. And as long as the metadata exists on that token, it will work. So yeah, and that works with almost all NFT standards, ERC 721, 1155, even works for Solana NFT, works for Flow NFT. I think pretty much all the NFT standards that Collabland supports can now use metadata trait-based gating.
Awesome. Super cool. Collabland is one of the tools that's helping not only DAOs, but pretty much the entire Web3 ecosystem. Most NFT projects have got it incorporated. I know that we've used it heavily for Moloch DAO shares, as well as for people having a token gated access as well for ERC 20s. So hugely important for MetaFactory and a bunch of other communities, Friends with Benefits. Pretty much a lot of what we do has been built on the back of permissions and token gated access. So big thanks for Collabland's progress and for continuing to push. I love the new UI. So thank you.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's amazing. We're in, I think, over 30,000 communities now, which is like, I didn't even know there were 30,000 communities that were, you know, NFT focused or DAO focused, but it's incredible. And yeah, excited about this new feature and adding more and more features all the time. So working on some new things for DAO tooling and verifiable credentials, and expect some exciting stuff coming soon.
So if someone wanted to learn more about Collabland from the team or how to get involved, is there a place that they should go to learn more?
Yeah, so the best thing to do is probably to follow the Twitter, collab_land_. I'll post that in the chat too. And yeah, any kind of updates and that kind of thing are always posted there. So yeah, it's probably the best place. And then I'll also post the support documentation for people that are just learning or trying to set up a new role. I think we have most of the bases covered there. Walk you through step by step. So,
Does Collabland have a Gitcoin fund? How is Gitcoin funded right now?
We do not have a Gitcoin fund, so it's funded mostly by our patron NFT. So we have an NFT, which you can find on OpenSea. It's the Collabland patron NFT. So we've got quite a few partners that have helped us by purchasing one of those. And yeah, obviously you're welcome to. We also have a membership NFT, which is a lot less expensive, but if you still want to help out and grab one of those, you're welcome to. I think they're all sold out, but they're available on secondary now. So yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Philadelphia.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Bogey, you have a question? You're muted.
Hey, thanks, bro. Tenpenny's got a question in main stage chat. He's like, he asked, can you have the and for both these tokens instead of or either these tokens for the roles?
So no, not yet,
Okay.
but it is something that we've been working on. The problem is from like a design perspective, it's hard to make it, because that opens up a whole new level of complexity. And we're trying to figure out from a design perspective how to enable that without making it too confusing for the more basic users. But I'll just leave it as not yet, but hopefully soon.
Sweet. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions before I hop off?
Someone's typing.
There's one more question about extending the functionality beyond Discord. So are there any other kind of platforms you guys are looking to integrate with for permission-based access?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things. So already on Telegram right now. So that's kind of the OG. That was like the first integration. Still working. And yeah, we're always exploring like new ways to connect. We're talking about maybe having an SDK where people can create their own token gated websites, or we've talked about token gated GitHub and Reddit and things like that. So they're all kind of in the pipeline, no status on any of those, but a little alpha for everybody. That these are the things that we're thinking about, when it comes to token gating. But I think the main end goal and the thing I'm really excited for is eventually getting to the point where we can have that SDK and have developers token gate their own things, and whatever you want to token gate, you'll be able to do that using the Collabland backend.
Awesome, super cool. I'll definitely keep my eyes peeled, and I know I use it in a lot of different communities. Like I can't even count how many of them. So I'm excited for the updates, and I'm sure everyone else will be too. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, running over time here. If anybody has any more questions, I'll be in the chat. So hit me up in the chat.
Sweet, man.
So
Thanks.
next
All right.
up, we have Rathers from D-Work. Rathers, are you there?
Hey everyone, happy to be here. MetaFest2, exciting times. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming. So D-Work is an amazing platform as well. Here we go.
Yeah. Sorry, you were saying. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask you to share your screen. So do you think you could tell us a little bit more about yourself, your involvement in D-Work, and the platform, and how we can use it to support the work and tasks that we have in DAOs?
Yeah, for sure. Awesome. So hey everyone, I'm Rathers. I'm part of the team here at DWork, originally founded by Lonis and Fant back when they were the first tech engineers at CityDAO, which most of you may know as the DAO that bought land in Wyoming. And so they actually saw the need for this themselves, working in the space, and everything at that time really just being in Discord, trying to figure out where is, what happening, what's the progress on things, what can I contribute with, how can I engage with others, how can I engage with the project, and then how can I collaborate really within the community versus it being individuals working in kind of silos. And so basically, them being previous founders themselves, they saw the need for it, and they kind of aimed to fill that, and so they rushed in to build out DWork. Kind of launched alpha back in December of last year. I was actually the first external contributor that started engaging with them, and we started rolled it out at a number of DAOs, and really started growing from there. To be one of the leading largest bounty platforms for organizations right now. We officially launched actually around ETH Denver 2022, and been going strong since then. Overall, it's a platform that, as is written over here, is focused around project management, really about enabling and leveraging the potential of your communities, or even building a community using a tool and a platform like DWork that helps organize and helps people collaborate together. Overall, then allowing them to receive token payments, build a reputation through credentials, NFTs that are minted, and generally bounties being posted out by organizations as well. So a brief overview of myself and of DWork's kind of origins and where we're at right now. Happy to answer any more initial questions, and then love to get into a demo as well. Hopefully that came through fine. I'm not able to hear anyone, so just checking. Is my audio coming through good? Okay, just coming back to the screen share here. Looks like my audio is fine from my side.
Yeah, you sound good to me.
Okay. Are we ready to go? Okay, I'll take that as a yes, and we'll move on to a demo. What is DWork? How does it actually function? How do you go about using it, right? If you're new to the platform, the first time you sign in, you get an onboarding flow, and once you're ready to go, you'll land on our homepage. If you're familiar with Discord, you'll get DWork. If not, it's very easy to go. You'll have your list of DAOs and organizations that you join on the left, little menu bar that updates as you navigate. And on your homepage on our website, app.dwork.xyz, you'll be able to actually browse organizations and DAOs right from the homepage. You can browse bounties that are available across the platform. We have a featured set of bounties from our top-rated organizations using the platform, and then you can also browse through all the bounties that are available. You can filter by skills that you might have, such as development or say design and marketing. And you can actually then directly from here apply to the task if you're interested, or go ahead and submit work for the task directly from here. So that's a quick way for contributors to get involved. But for organizations themselves, we can take a quick look at how they're structured and how they're engaging with DWork. So let's take a look at Aragon. We all know Aragon. They've got a couple of different workspaces for tech and operations. And they got multiple projects underneath them. They also are able to have private projects and then open projects that are visible to all members of DWork, and then open tasks which kind of help you as a community member understand what can you engage with, what is available for you to start contributing to. If we take a look at their combined board, that basically shows you all the public tasks across all projects. And you can actually go ahead and view what is the status, what is happening with this organization. In this case, you can see that they have a tendency to basically pay out bounties for tasks and reward their contributors accordingly. And you'll see it's mostly in stablecoins. So it gives you a sense of how they kind of operate and what kind of state that they're working at. So they've been using DWork now for a bit. And I think that's a good kind of overview as what you would expect to see for kind of a fully fleshed organization. Now we could switch over and what does it look like then for creating your own organization and engaging with your contributors. So let's go down. So my demo account, create a new organization. Let's call it demo org. When you go to hit create, we actually allow for you to onboard your tasks from Notion or Trello. So if you've already been using those tools and you want to upgrade into a tool where you want to onboard your community, you can do that. Additionally, you can even import tasks from your GitHub or even sync it so that you can engage with your product team in one space and keep the tasks flowing. I'll start with a vanilla project and organization. And once I hit create, we immediately set you up with a main project, which you can rename if you choose. And if you go back to the overview, you'll see that's basically that space that was filled out for Aragon is now ready for you to kind of start growing. So new projects can be created from the sidebar. Again, you can create from existing boards on Notion or Trello or sync it with GitHub. Otherwise, you can create without importing. Now, the main menu at the top covers key areas, including this board view, and you'll be all familiar with this as a Kanban board, your standard, to do to done kind of workflow. And we can take a look at that now with the tasks. So our task flow is actually where it really becomes native Web3 in the way we approach it. So we could say, let's create a poster for project A. And immediately you can set a permission that defines how can a contributor engage with your organization, engage with this specific task. So we have a couple of different options, including applications, direct submissions, and gating by Discord role, or even directly assigning someone. I'll start off with an application, and you can even set that as a default if you prefer. I'll go ahead and add a bounty. I'll add a new token that I can pay out with. We support a number of networks across Ethereum, Polygon, Avalanche, Solana, Binance Smart Chain, and so forth. I'll be using Rinkeby test network right now. And along with selecting tokens that are by default available, you can even add your own tokens, ERC20s, or even 721s and 1155 NFTs. So you can even distribute NFTs or reward with reputational NFTs directly from Dwork. Just selecting the token, adding the contract address, and doing a lookup. For my side, I will just be using Rinkeby along with Rinkeby Ether, so test Ether, and hitting add token, and then selecting that. And then we can go ahead and put in a small amount for the demo. If your token is actually listed on CoinMarketCap, you can even peg it to USD, so that instead of saying you're going to pay out in 0.5 tokens, you're saying you're going to pay out in $100 as a reward for this task. So that's a handy feature as well that we have for tokens on CoinMarketCap and soon CoinGecko. Additionally, we'd have skills. So that's helpful for when you want to have people understand, like we saw earlier, and be able to find your tasks. And then finally, you can also set a due date as well as other context that's helpful for contributors to understand what to do. Over here, go ahead and hit /. We have all kinds of formatting options, and you can add in your details and your requirements. So this helps you inform your audience what the task is about. And let's go ahead and then share this across with Delilah. And she's been browsing and within the community, she comes across this task link that you've shared, and she can go ahead and review it and say, yeah, I'm interested, I can work on this. So she clicks on that, and immediately she can fill out the application form. For now, that means she can set when she wants to start and end. And maybe your requirements mention that she has to have done work like this before, and then include some links, so she can do that. She can even also change the value of the funding. So if she wants to charge less or charge more, she can put that in, and that can give an indicator of the application. She can track it herself on her own task board under applied, and she can see if she gets accepted for this task. Coming back to the project manager's view, you can actually see now that there's an application from Delilah come through. You get her Discord ID as well. If you've not synced your Discord, we give you that so you're able to reach out and connect with them. And we also see all the details that shared, as well as allow for you to connect through on the profile picture. And you can actually see which other organizations is she part of, as well as what Discord roles they have. So this is something that you can't do in a standard, just looking at the profile on Discord. And so we enable that to kind of be, an approach for kind of a Web3 LinkedIn in that sense. You additionally also see the task feed, how many tasks are completed, including private tasks, which don't show up in the feed. And that can help you to take a look and see, yeah, Delilah is the right person for this task. So let's go ahead and assign her. So once she's assigned, it automatically moves the task to progress. It marks it as assigned, and it updates the due date as well. So now in this case, Delilah is able to directly start engaging with this task and submit her work. So she's created the poster, and she adds in a link. Maybe it's an online file that she's sharing, and she moves it into review. She can't move it to done because she's just a contributor. So this allows for that final check and quality control before the task is made available for payment. So you go ahead as a project manager then and review it. You take a look at the task, take a look at the submission, and you choose to approve it if you feel like it's met that quality bar that you have. And once you're done, there you go. This task is ready for payment. And that flow as well will come back in just a sec. Before I do that, I will go back and show the other ways you can assign members to tasks. And so we'll do, in this case, create a meme for our hackathon festival. And in this case, we'll change the permission to submissions, and we'll put a bounty amount. So every winner of the contest will receive this same amount directly to them. And so that's as much as you could, as little as we can go to get going. And once that's set up, I'll go ahead and submit one from my side just to showcase multiple submissions, have one from my side, and then I'll go over to Delilah's and I'll make one more from her side just directly from the card. Let's put this as link 2. And on submission of that and going back to the project manager's view, you can see there are multiple submissions. So you can use this for hackathons or contests, all kinds of different use cases. We've seen Tails get quite creative with this. And you can then accordingly have a number of winners. So say you have 10, 50, 100 entries. You want to reward the top 1 or 2. Say it's 2. You go ahead and click approve, and you can click more than 1. And what that does is it marks it as an approved submission, and we create a subtask on the same card that matches the name, that matches the reward amount that we set earlier, and it links up with the assignee that was approved. So the same thing will happen then when I approve Delilah. We'll get another subtask that is ready for payment for her. And now this basically queues them up and ready for payment in batches if you choose as well. And this can continue getting submissions until you move it across to done. And so that's the multiple submissions format. Now, say you want an in-between setup. You want something that works for certain kinds of audiences as a reputation, but you don't necessarily want them to have to submit to kind of vie for that, reward. You can then actually go ahead and specify Discord roles that is pulled in from your server to then say that these Discord roles can automatically claim the task. So I'll go ahead and connect to the Discord server. I have a test one called Fast Fries DAO that should show up in a few moments. Here we go. And I'll add the dwork bot. So we also have a dwork integration that basically means we can share updates to your Discord community. Whereas I'm coming back here and I'm creating this task. Let's actually set some specific roles. Whoops, sorry about that. Let's just authorize that again. Should be good. And let me click authorize. And let's go ahead and set the roles for this task. Let's say we don't want to keep it open. We want to keep it only to say the Genesis team and say, marketing leads. And we put a little bounty on it as well. Why not? We're using test ether. It's fine. And so now this task is claimable by anyone who has that role. If we go back over to Delilah's view and we refresh, you'll see now that on her side, she doesn't have those roles. It says it's open for that, but she doesn't have that. So for her, it's a standard application. But if I go back to the task on the project manager's view side and change it to now, say, contributors, because Delilah has that, we go back over, hit a refresh, and now she can just directly claim the task. So this is great when you want a level of autonomy, you want to enable people who have earned a reputation in your community to directly be able to pick up a task and start working, not have to apply, or you have a standard or a quality that you want to have for the the output, and you know that if you assign it to a specific role, someone who has that role and picks it up will be able to move it, engage with it, and actually submit the work, possibly even more on time than maybe other contributors. So that's where this gets really handy. And beyond that, really, you also have the ability to use that integration for the talking with your community directly from the work. So what that means is you can go to integrations and you can go ahead and choose how do you want to engage with your community directly from the work, so they are aware and enabled to actually engage and get productive, right? So let's go over to that Discord server, and we'll see that we have a couple of channels over here. Let's make a new one. Let's call that bounties. Let's create that channel. Oops. We'll hit create channel. We get that channel over there. And then we'll go back over, hit refresh. And now we'll be able to select that bounties channel from the list. So let's set up this integration where every task that has an assigned person to it will get a thread. So you can actually communicate about your tasks within your community. So earlier you were communicating with them, but you had no way of setting the progress. But now you can do that with dwork, and you can continue engaging with your community on Discord. Additionally, you want to have a message and inform people whenever you have your new bounties or new tasks created. You can turn that on as well. So let's go ahead and connect that. And then what we get is this update that's shared out to your Discord, specifically the channel that you created. Let's just set it as applications, put a little reward amount. All of this information gets displayed on the card. Put a little due date, gets displayed on the card that gets sent to Discord. So people right from Discord know if this is the task for them. So we go over to the bounties channel. Oh, looks like I made two. Apologies for that. And yeah, here's the update. So now people in the community know, and they can click through it. They can grab that link. Let's go to Delilah's view. And let's say she clicked on that link in the Discord, and she opens up directly to the task. She can even chat about the task before she applies for it. And that opens up a new channel. Or she can just do a standard application and then go ahead and make that. So now this will allow you as the contributor to directly get to Discord and discuss with the reviewer as a contributor, or if you are the manager of the task and you're looking to actually chat with them before deciding for this specific task, are you the right fit, or you want to take a look at the portfolio, etc. You can have those discussions in your Discord as you please. So this is really handy. And additionally, we give you a thread in the channel that was created so that you can actually track the work as well. So I'm seeing a little bit of a lag over here. Just want to make sure that my audio is still coming through fine. If someone can just chime in, that would be great.
Yeah, you're good, man.
You've had a little bit of choppiness to it, but overall you've been pretty good.
Okay, great. Yeah, so we can wrap up with just this final flow and the payments. So let's say we've got this and we've assigned Delilah, and now you get a slightly different flow because you automatically have them added in to the thread. All right, tags me, letting me know the due date's updated because it matches our application. We get Delilah added in as well. We can chat about the task and have a conversation. Very minimal disruption to your channels. Not visible unless someone actually chooses to open it and engage. And we keep the update as well as to what is the status directly within the name of the thread as well. And then if we were to go ahead and have a submission from Delilah's side, let's quickly just refresh that. Let's go ahead and move this to review and make a submission. You will get that as well carried forward into Discord. So that's ready for the manager without having to necessarily keep checking the work, see that there's a task ready for review as they get tagged, see the submission, and just again directly click through from here to get access to that content. And if it meets the bar, go ahead. If not, you have the Discord thread. You can keep chatting about it. And once you've marked it as done, ready to go, and the task is ready for payment over here, and we get the update that the task, we get the update as well on the inbox for the individual. So we can then take a look very quickly at payments. So if you were to click payment and you're not yet set up your payment on dwork, very quickly you click that, we take you to the settings of your project, and you can add payments across multiple different types. Generally, we see DAOs using Gnosis Safe, so let's go with that. And I will go ahead, oops, sorry about that. I'll go ahead again, and since I chose Rinkeby Ether, I will select Rinkeby, and then I will just copy over the address of my safe, paste that in. All I'm doing basically is checking that, all the system is basically doing is checking that I am a signer on this safe since I'm signed in with my MetaMask. Otherwise, it will not allow me to add it. That just ensures that it's a valid payment method and not just any safe. You'll also see that since we chose Gnosis Safe, you no longer have individual pay buttons for each task. So instead of having to pay for tasks one by one, or if you're not yet even in a system like this, you're using Excel sheets and you're collecting wallet addresses, you don't need to do any of that anymore. You have your tasks finished, you have the rewards, people are assigned, they have their MetaMasks updated on their dwork profile. We can directly click pay now. It shows who all's getting paid for what tasks and how much. And you can directly create the transaction and sign it right from dwork. And then it will follow every authorization protocol that you have, the signing method that you have on your Gnosis Safe. So at the same time, you'll be getting updates within the cards. You get whatever is getting completed will get marked as completed. And the Gnosis Safe itself has the updates of the tasks that are getting paid out. Oh, here, this is the one with 4 actions. So we'll basically use the Gnosis actions, multi-send with actions to go ahead and allow you to execute that. And once it's executed, it'll have the transaction hash attached to it. And additionally, that is on each card for an individual to take a look at. They can view it on the Explorer and see the transaction being paid out from the DAO to the contributor. So this is really great, as I mentioned earlier, for batching and for enabling reduction of operations if you're really paying out to a large contributor base as well. I guess we could take a look at one last thing since we have just a bit of time, and we can leave 5 minutes for questions if that's okay. Okay, so we have permissions. This is another really handy tool, and kind of going off of the back of what's been kind of the norm as of now and evolving over time is people have roles in the Discord that kind of identify the reputation. And so you can use that, again, directly in dwork to say that, hey, the Genesis team and the admins automatically can manage this project. So whoever is cycling through roles, for example, you want all validated contributors to be able to just create their own tasks without bounties, mind you, so that you can add the bounties maybe retroactively. You can allow for that autonomy and allow for that engagement with your community. So they don't have to wait for you to make tasks. You don't have to wait for an idea to bubble up to a point of making it a task. So a lot of different ways you can use this. And additionally, for those organizations that are looking at possibly using it both for internal use cases as well as external, you can even make any single project into a private project and again, define which roles can view it. So if I just save it with, say, dev L3, and I go back to Delilah's view and refresh, we'll see that she now does access denied, and it'll show which roles can actually view it. Then if I change it again to contributors as well and save, we'll now see that when she refreshes, she now has access to the board itself. So this is another very quick note. We have a couple of other things as well, like templates, token gating directly within dwork per project. And for a lot more to kind of wrap up over here, you can also take a look at our own dwork organization, app.dwork.xyz/dwork. And you can just take a look at our development and see what we're working on. A lot of alpha over here. So if people have some questions of what's on our roadmap, we're working openly, open first. Feel free to drop in and ask questions anytime.
Awesome. Thank you so much. It's a great overview of dwork. I love the platform. MetaFactory uses it a lot for bounties, and it's great for organizing the amount of things people do, even putting specific value amounts on tasks, and spelling out requirements and managing outside contributions. Are there any ways that we can use the dwork platform within Discord and use Discord triggers to create dwork bounties?
Yes, so that's coming up pretty soon. It's been in the pipeline for a bit. We got a early push for that a short while back, and so that's been in development. And I don't have an ETA right with me, but that is something that we're looking to. I think we're starting it off with community suggestions directly from Discord, and that might open up into other options as well over time.
Very cool. Very cool. Thank you. So if people wanted to get involved with dwork, or try out the app, dwork.xyz is the address. Where would they be able to reach that community best? Are you guys on Discord?
Yep. So actually, if you just log on to app.dwork.xyz, we have our Discord, our Twitter, our documentation is also visible here, and you can even send feedback directly from the application. So Discord and Twitter are most active. We have channels for feedback, questions. We have a welcoming community that are answering and helping out with workflows and identifying best practices as well. So feel free to drop in anytime.
Excellent. And is there any cost for people to use dwork?
No, it's a 100% open and free platform. We're here to help build out the space. There are options in the long term to look at monetization, but the aim is to really focus on how can we make this the most impactful. As I mentioned, like the founders, they saw that in their own efforts to kind of contribute to the space, and this is their way of engaging and giving back in that sense. So yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thanks everyone for your time. Any final questions to wrap up, or we good to go?
I'm sure we'll have plenty of questions when we come back for the DAO tooling panel. Will you be able to make that?
Sounds good.
Okay, excellent. And we'll pick
Yeah.
your brain more about tooling later. Thank you so much.
Sounds great. Have a great one. Stay safe, everyone. See you in the chat. Cheers.
Hey, S-Ben. Should I call you Seth? Should I call you S-Ben? Would you like to?
Seth would be good.
Okay, how's it going, Seth? How you doing today?
I'm doing all right.
Wonderful. So today we are going to be talking about, what are we talking about?
Source cred.
Source cred. Oh, I know a lot about source cred. We've been very intimate with it at Metagame.
Indeed.
Yeah, it's been integrated into pretty much our way of life for the past 3 years. So definitely excited about what you'll tell us about now. So thank you so much for coming on. And I'll turn the floor over to you.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, yeah. So my name is Seth Benton, also known as S-Ben. My pronouns are he, him, and I've been contributing to Source Cred for over 3 years now, which is kind of an eternity. And here to talk about Source Cred and give a little update where things are. So if you're not familiar, SourceCred is a tool for communities to measure and reward value creation. And the origin of SourceCred was Juan Benet, the founder and CEO of Protocol Labs, was looking for a way to pay open source developers working on projects like Ipfs and libp2p that Protocol Labs was depending on, and wondering, what if we paid all these contributors with crypto? And they met up with SourceCred's founder, Dandelion, who had these ideas that met that need, and SourceCred was born. And what SourceCred aims for is kind of a buzzword now. It's intersubjectivity. As we know, reward systems have two main approaches generally. You've got subjective approaches, such as contributors reviewing each other or giving a rating to a contribution. The problem with these systems is that they tend to be biased and don't scale too well. I think Coordinate has done this really well in a way that avoids some of these problems, but yeah, that's the general problem with subjective approaches. And then there are objective metrics, such as like per commit, per line of code. And the problem with this, is that it's just too gameable. If you're paying money according to these metrics, eventually people are going to start just working for the metrics, and fails pretty much every time. So the approach that SourceCred's taken is to use the PageRank algorithm, which some of you may be familiar. This is the algorithm that Google famously uses to rank web pages. And what it does is it takes raw data about contributions and metrics and subjective evaluations of contributions, puts them into this PageRank algorithm, and spits out a score for every contribution like in the system. And it puts those into a graph called the contribution graph. You can see like a little diagram of that here. Let's say you chat in person with someone, and that inspires a forum post proposing a feature, and that feature gets coded up as a pull request. All those contributions are put into the system and given a score via PageRank. Here's a screenshot of the product if you haven't seen it yet. And the platforms that SourceCred supports are GitHub, Discourse, and Discord. We also have the initiatives plugin, which allows arbitrary contributions to be input into the graph. So we have been dogfooding SourceCred and paying contributors via the algorithm now, in something we call the Cred experiment. This began in September 2019. We've distributed about 2 million grain, which is our token, which is pegged to $1 most of the time anyway. The USD value distributed is that we distributed is around 1.75 million, and we started off like small, doing just 500 grain a week, and ramped it up to 20,000 grain a week, and that continued until relatively recently. This was supported by grain buys from Protocol Labs, individuals, and also tithing. We've integrated with some really great projects, including MakerDAO, Friends with Benefits, Metagame, of course, which was the first community other than SourceCred to pay people according to cred scores, which they call XP. And they've been really amazing partners this whole time. Stacks, Aragon, Token Engineering Commons, Giveth, and a whole bunch more that I'm leaving out. Most of this time, our revenue model has been tithing, which is basically donations We've suggested 5% of tokens distributed. That's very roughly covered about 8% of the costs. And special shout out to Maker, Metagame, OneHive, and Stacks. Those are our biggest tithers. As some of you may have heard, the Cred experiment has come to an end. This was a couple of months ago. And long story, very, very short, we were negotiating with Protocol Labs to get some more funding, but due to some like internal conflict and lack of agreement on the direction of the project, and just people leaving, including our lead dev who left to take a regular job. Basically, we realized that we couldn't meet the promises that we were making, for this money, and so we made the very sad decision to wind down the org, as we really didn't see a path forward to getting alternative sources of funding. The final payouts for the Cred experiment went out in April, and we spent the last couple of months winding down the treasury, eventually grain being redeemed for 37 cents on the dollar, and paying off liabilities. This has led to people thinking SourceCred is dead. The reports of SourceCred's death have been greatly exaggerated. SourceCred is not dead. The org supporting it has shut down, and we're no longer paying people. We've just moved to a standard open source model. But not to downplay this. This was a big deal in the community, and we very intentionally treated this as a dying process. We had a grieving ritual. Shout out to Marcy who facilitated that. We've done a sense-making retrospective with the MetaETH researchers. These are ethnographers that have been embedded in SourceCred for about a year. You can see there's a link there to a post with some very high-level initial results if you're curious about that. On a personal note, this was probably the saddest thing I've experienced in my adult life. I was grieving this pretty harder than any relationship by far. But it was good, and also tricky because SourceCred is not dead. As Metagame, I think, put it really well in their newsletter. SourceCred is dead, long live SourceCred. And I want to just read an excerpt from that newsletter because I think it expresses really where we're at. However, there's a hugely important distinction to be made between a concrete working product and the team responsible for building and maintaining it. The SourceCred community has been very careful to point out that what is indeed winding down is the organization behind it and not the whole algorithm. This distinction should always be kept in mind in Web3 because it is exactly what differentiates it from its predecessor. Corporations, businesses, and organizations don't have to be exclusively tied to their product anymore, and their product can keep going on being upgraded by interested contributors independently of whether they are official members of the organization or not. In other words, through the renaissance of open source philosophy in Web3, we are now witnessing a new phenomenon in the sphere of digital infrastructure. It has been witnessed already by various Web3 natives, but to truly bring this phenomenon to awareness, it deserves its own name. For lack of a better term, let's call it organizational product decoupling, or OPD for short. So a lot of people are wondering, where the hell is SourceCred? So I want to just give kind of my honest assessment of where things are, with a giant disclaimer that a lot of this is just my opinion, and I'm trying my best to reflect the communities as best as possible, but just put that grain of salt on there. So like what's really strange is that I believe SourceCred has achieved the elusive product market fit. We have some major partners. If we'd launched a token in 2021, we'd probably be sitting on millions of dollars. And communities are continuing to use and maintain their SourceCred instances. Metagame, I know, at least for the time being, is continuing to use SourceCred. Maker is still using SourceCred and actually just spun up a new instance to experiment with paying their delegates. And, we're seeing new communities pop up every day using SourceCred instances. If you check out our introductions channel, you'll see some of the cool projects. Tech support is still active, and we're still providing active tech support there. We are looking for a maintainer. Our lead dev that's left has said that they can review a few pull requests, but we do need someone to take over the basic maintenance and potentially future product development. There's been some discussion around this, and basically it's kind of open at this point. We did decide that everyone did decide that a good candidate would be MetaDreamer. So MetaDreamer, if you're listening, SourceCred has a giant boombox outside your window, and would love to talk if you're interested. But really, and if people are interested, feel free to come by the community. I will say the SourceCred community is fairly unique. If the words queer, ally, non-extraction make you uncomfortable, that might be uncomfortable for everybody. But in general, the community is very friendly and open-minded. And also, I want to point out, very open or friendly to forks. If it's an adversarial fork that's going to harm the community, obviously that's a different story. But we totally also welcome forks, and I suspect that there are a few in the wild also. It's worth noting that some pretty major projects have been inquiring for the last few months, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's some interesting things out there. And I also, and this is more my personal opinion, I want to put this out there for people who are concerned about building on SourceCred. So it's possible that SourceCred is complete. And this is more my opinion, but just bear with me. Obviously, SourceCred, there's a lot more that can be built with SourceCred, but the basic product really hasn't changed, in my opinion, in around 2 years. A ton of work has been done, and I'm going to address some of that. But the basic interface, the basic algorithms have stayed relatively the same. As SourceCred, I think, found out a little earlier than other places, shipping product in a decentralized org is really hard, and harder if you are paying yourselves with the thing that you're building as well. That said, in the last couple of years, there's been a lot of maturing and hardening of the code base, and I want to just run through really quickly some of the major components that other projects can use as Legos. So CredRank, this is the main algorithm. This is actually the third iteration of the algorithm. The original that most people don't know about was completely scrapped and rewritten from scratch. There's a link to a pod here from William Shargan, the co-founder of SourceCred, who goes into that history and the lessons learned. And then the second version was Timeline Cred, which is the main algorithm most people have used for the last couple of years. And then Cred Rank was a evolution iteration of Timeline Cred that addressed some of the like quirks in Timeline Cred, made it more performant, and just sort of generally hardened it. From what I've seen, I've not seen any major flaws in like the incentive design in Cred Rank or anything like that. So that's a really solid piece of technology. We also have written an alternative new algorithm in the last year called CredEquate. That's got some exciting possibilities. That's basically like in maybe like a beta stage right now, but it is being used by the Stacks advocate community who seems to like it. And this has some really interesting possibilities, including being a little bit more accessible to people building on SourceCred. Like that's the intention of it. It uses a much simpler algorithm based on algebra instead of the PageRank algorithm. The plugins are designed such that you can combine them like in a more like interoperable way. Also, because the math is simpler, you can calculate scores in near real time. And so you can play with parameters and see the outputs right away. And that could make it easier for communities to like explore different incentive designs. And so, yeah, there's a link there to like a lot more on CredEquate if you're exploring that. And then the plugins, these plugins have seen a lot of use and a lot of hardening over the last couple of years. They're all in pretty good shape. In part to Metagame being the first to use a lot of this stuff and give us a lot of feedback. So props to them. You know, but also things like, you know, OneHive being attacked, distributing like $50,000 of their token a week with SourceCred and getting attacked. Like we built some stuff in response to that. Likewise, MakerDAO's done some interesting work on the Discord plugin or Discourse plugin, sorry. So anyway, again, this is like largely my opinion, but these are, I think, some solid building blocks that people can use. There's also, I would say, like there's also a lot of opportunity here. In fact, the longer I work on SourceCred, the sort of larger the opportunity space becomes. And I think we've only just barely scratched the surface of it. The governance surface, you know, all the possible parameters of the algorithm, there's a huge space of explore, you know, possibilities to explore there. There's different use cases. For instance, I'm interested in DeSci and ReFi lately, and have been working with the Spark Contract Research Forum to get a SourceCred instance up. They actually just started paying contributors for contributions on their forum last month. And I think they're going to be doing that moving forward. So if there's a nice little opportunity to earn some DAI for writing about DeSci there, just one example. There's the external plugins. I think these have like largely been unexplored unless there's some like stuff out there that I'm not aware of. But there's like a lot there. You can plug almost anything into SourceCred if you have the knowledge. Giant disclaimer on there that like having the knowledge is not necessarily easy, but like it's totally doable. Also, just like philosophically, like one thing that I've been very like surprised by working with SourceCred is that people's experience of the algorithm is often more determined by how they view it. The scores get in the ballpark, but people can have wildly different experiences. based on the stories they tell themselves, their beliefs about the algorithm, and like the whole space of possibilities there is also very large and presents some interesting opportunities for designing experiences, for coming up with like fair regenerative systems, everything. We also have like a lot of researchers interested in us. As I mentioned before, the MetaEth ethnographers have been studying us like monkeys for the last year, and there's a link to more about that there. We've also recently saw some like a lot of like PhDs dropping into our chat looking to analyze graph data. So that's some interesting stuff there. Whoop. And so, yeah, how to get involved? You can still get involved. SourceCred is still a thing. You can join our Discord. We're still having community calls every Tuesday at 11 a.m. Pacific. That's a really good way to like just comment, ask questions if you're a newcomer, and get a better sense of everything. Whew, okay. I ended on time.
Amazing. Thank you so much. That was a great overview of where SourceCred's been and kind of the progress and how to get involved. Thank you. There is an incredible amount of depth that you didn't have time to get into about the settings. So definitely one of the things that I've noticed about SourceCred is it's really how you configure it for your organization. So being able to get in there and mess with the settings and set it up for your community and figure out how your community is going to engage with it is half of the battle. And I'm very happy to see that you guys are still active and building, although not actively, and that the organization was allowed to move on. I think the excerpt that you read from SourceCred is dead, long live SourceCred was amazing too, and it is a part of the coordination that we go through. It's like there's an effort to build something, you build the right thing, and then if we're stuck supporting something that's kind of already built, then we don't have the room to grow and continue. So that's like one of the things about AA is that the groups and the communities are what manage it and support it rather than a leader. And I think the same is really powerful for SourceCred. So has there been any pullback from communities that have been using SourceCred, or people doubling down, or have people felt the impact from the organization stepping back?
So yeah, I wish I had like a clear picture of that. Just tracking the communities that I've been working with, they have continued to use SourceCred, and some of them are doubling down. Like Maker, for instance, spinning up a new instance for their delegates. But there probably are communities that have stopped using SourceCred, and I wish I had more to tell you on that.
Are there parts of SourceCred that specifically want to get developed out, or that teams that are working on it that might be outside of the SourceCred community?
Yeah. I mean, so like, we've been approached by like a lot of projects that we're just kind of like exploring. I know of at least 3 governance platforms that have been poking around, thinking about integrating SourceCred. I don't think I'm at liberty to say any of their names, but I think that SourceCred has clearly proved its usefulness in generating useful governance signal, if you will. And so I expect we'll see some movement on that. DSize also really interesting. Science obviously has reputation system issues, and I think SourceCred could do a lot there. But this is really just speculation. We'll have to see.
Because one of the hard parts about governance is a lot of it is almost like politics, right? A lot of it is getting people to voice their opinion and actually participate. So that's one of the things I love is like it tracks engagement. But something like integrating snapshot or even direct Moloch votes, where people's engagement with their governance could be tracked, where SourceCred would be hugely important for getting people to participate in governance rather than kind of a passive participation.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think people should be paid, for the time it takes to do governance work, like in a lot of cases anyway. Yeah.
So let's see. I've got a few questions from people. So let's see. Is there a way of using SourceCred as alternative government engine to mitigate plutocracy, so that governance is kind of a hybrid of reputation and tokens?
Yeah, I mean, so there's a huge design space there. The way that I've personally been thinking about it is just use SourceCred scores as a signal. However it makes best sense in your system. I will say that we tend to see a power law distribution in cred scores. Basically, you have a small group of people doing most of the work. However, that's something that you see in literally every network, and so it's not a surprise. I think that there is an important distinction, though, between cred scores and rewards or other actions you're taking based on scores. You could, for instance, have uneven cred scores and pay everyone above a certain threshold the same amount, for instance.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways that an organization needs to spend its budget. So as you say, the things that we're using today, they're tools that help you manage. None of them are going to be the end-all solution. It still comes down to effective management of people. So thank you so much for all of the wonderful work that SourceCred has done over the years. I've definitely had an intimate relationship with it, and we've spent a lot of months digging into how it works, and it's very, very sophisticated. I think it's great balance between recent history as well as the past, and it's got a certain bias, but it's all part of how you tune it. So getting into the settings and effectively understanding it is a workshop in and of itself, but it's definitely worth it. And I definitely recommend communities to check out SourceCred for tracking engagement across a wide variety of things. And we saw a few different tools today that could definitely be great integration points. So if Coordinate or Clarity or any of those others are watching, SourceCred is OG, and having that kind of integration and support would definitely be something that the communities and DAOs that are ingrained with SourceCred would appreciate. So thank you so much, and I definitely recommend that you check out the Discord. And Dandelion and the crew were some of the first people that helped align me in Web3. So you guys are amazing. Thank you so much, Seth, for coming on. Do you have any more closing statements about SourceCred?
Yeah, I'll just plus one that and say it's an infinite game, and we're very grateful to Metagame for being the first and being with us on this journey.
Great, thank you. So I think now we're going to move to the panel. Are you able to stay with us for the panel, Seth? Awesome. I believe Pete is here as well. And Richie?
Yes, sir.
Hey, what's up?
Extra Ben, Seth. Okay. Pete, will you be able to moderate the panel and lead everyone? I think
I didn't plan on doing that. Like I haven't prepared any questions or anything. I just joined the panel.
Okay.
Because we lacked one of the participants that dropped out. So that's why I jumped in.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think
do you
one
guys
of the
have
places
any
I want to
questions?
start with that we kind of left off the source code part is with integration and communicating how developers integrate with the platform and making kind of tutorials and education that kind of go along with tooling. Obviously, building tools is hard enough as it is, but communicating them effectively is just as difficult. Let's talk a little bit about um, what goes into communicating what's happening with these tools and educating um, even people in the DAO space how to effectively use these tools.
I
Richie,
could jump in. Yeah.
Thanks.
So I think that one of the things that's unique about the DAO space is that it's a team sport, even amongst the tools. And so one thing that I always like to look at is, first of all, is this tool a team player, or are they trying to do it all themselves, right? And then the other thing is, if they are a team player, then like, what's their position, right? And so I think that tools should do what they're really good at, and then they should leave the things that they're like not their core thing to other tools and integrate. And so aligning with standards, right? Making sure that the inputs you accept things that are composable, that your outputs are composable whenever possible, is obviously preferred. And so I sort of look to say like, okay, well, we're building a team, and who are the other players in the field, and what are their positions, and who can fill those positions, right? And so when I see things like all-in-one DAO tools, I'm like, well, there's no all-in-one business tool, so I don't know what that means. And so I like to look for other tools that are trying to play a team sport. And so like as far as communicating goes, it's like, how are you communicating amongst your peer group about what you're trying to, what your contribution is, right? Contributions all the way down.
Great, thanks. Raj, how about you? How does Bipso handle education and communicating what they're doing and integration with other developers or other platforms?
So at Ipfs, what we have is like, since we are a studio, right? So on our workspace itself, we have demos of all the features and everything that Ipfs has to offer. So that is how we are educating a new user. And regarding the development, taking help of community for doing anything, right? So Pipso, in the name itself, it is built in public. So that means that we are open for everyone's suggestion. So our community calls, our team calls happens open in the Discord, that anyone can join and share suggestions, share recommendations, whatever they want to. But yeah, there's a core team working on it. But if community is open to explore, we definitely give them all the required permissions. So that's how development works at Pipso right now.
I think building in the open is critical. It knocks down the walls and makes sure that the innovation that we're creating can be shared between the people that are using it, rather than kind of hiding innovation. I used the analogy yesterday of the gardens and us all kind of planting things together. So I think that part is really critical. Seth, how about SourceCred? How does SourceCred support developers and integration? I know we talked a little bit about it before, but what kind of education is set up for tuning the source cred for a DAO that might not know how to use it?
Yeah, so one thing that we've worked a lot on the last few months is documentation. I think you'll find the developer documentation is better now. I don't think that we have great materials on the how to configure a source cred instance and make it work for your community. That's something that like we've talked a ton about, and we've helped a lot of communities, but we don't. Yeah, that's definitely sort of lacking right now.
Yeah, it's always a really big challenge. And I think one of the best ways that we can help is by like community and tribal knowledge and sharing what we do, because or other organizations have kind of suffered through some of the pains, or they've figured out some of the tricks. I think sharing that knowledge with other people, and if anyone has any questions about source cred, reaching out to other people that have maybe had those same questions, relieves a lot of the burden on the organization as well. So that's the other reason for, having openness and sharing. So I think that's the best way to get support, and for us to communicate what we're doing is by having spaces like what we're doing now, where we get to talk about the tools and talk to the people that are doing things that are great and on the forefront. Thank you. Pete, you want to talk a little bit about how Metagame educates people and communicates what they're doing with the outside world, and some of the challenges of dealing with a wide variety of voices when trying to communicate?
Yeah, definitely challenging, but I think with Metagame, you kind of from the beginning, it was a sense of like Metagame is not going to appeal to everyone. It's like it's not everyone is going to like even get Metagame and want to get involved. We didn't try to make it like as broad as possible to appeal to everyone, and that's we actually received criticism for that. But where was I going with this? I think the newsletter is what helped the most, like to keep people in the loop, because Discord is just impossible. Like you really need to be super active in the community to know what's happening, and you can't really be active in more than a few Discord servers. I don't know if anybody succeeds in like really keeping track of more than like a handful of Discord servers. I don't even get out of the metagame server much, but yeah, the newsletter I think is great for keeping the wider community in the loop, and then obviously Twitter. Like you gotta have Twitter.
I think one of the other great parts, sorry, Richie, is the memes and like the large context that's placed in like having fun and expressing it, rather than it all just being a digest. If it was boring, it would just be another list or like a stock report. So Metagame does a great job of digesting a lot of complex information and making fun of it a little bit, and making it in a way that people can have fun with it. So I think that's one of the great parts about the communication and education that Metagame does. Thanks. Richie?
Yeah, that's actually super underrated, right? Like the putting out a weekly newsletter is really hard. One email a week, really hard to do. We figured out, we actually created like a dedicated team for this stuff. We have like education pod in Clarity that has like dedicated contributors who just focus on taking somebody from like sign up to like activated user. And so they set up like embassies and Discords, and they send out the weekly roundup, and are now working on like a self-serve content library and everything. And especially with like the 2.0 release, now we can actually invest in all this content, because like the product's not going to like radically change tomorrow the way it did last week. And so we can actually start to invest in this even more. So we have like this dedicated pod that's just to do this stuff, because it takes so much effort to do it. And it's like a totally separate function from marketing or building. It's like this, marketing is like get you to sign up, And then like what happens from sign up to like actually using it every day or close to every day, that's like a whole separate discipline. And we found like we need dedicated people to do that.
Great. I think that's one of the things that I want to talk about now is like the breadth of communities kind of getting involved. So obviously, if we've got kind of local or very focused communities, it's much easier to get them involved because they don't interact with as many people. 5 people are able to get a lot more done than 50 people or 100 people if they're all kind of working on the same subject, which is a little bit crazy. Have you found kind of squads that form up and or how has been like the best work that's been done on your project? Has it been squads? Has it been larger groups? Has it been the kind of community building thing? I think I'll start this time with Seth, and we'll go the opposite way. Seth, how have people mainly been building on SourceGrid? Has it mainly been the organization that was supporting it? Have there been small teams that kind of supported things along the way, or how has it? Have you seen a change over different parts of the organization?
Yeah, so like maybe like a year and a half ago, I'm just making that up, but something like that, SourceCred started decentralizing and using sociocracy as our basic model. And so we had like sociocracy circles with like certain domains, which are like kind of similar to pods and other stuff. Yeah, I think that worked pretty well. I do think like the one thing that did pop into my mind when you're talking about the newsletter though is the political difficulties if the pods aren't aligned. For instance, like kind of towards the end there when we were seeing a lot of like conflict and misalignment, I was on a small team of people creating the newsletter, and I like almost every paragraph, I felt like I was making some sort of like decision that affected other people, and like I'm seeing Richie's eyebrows go up. And so I'm kind of curious if he's had similar experiences or not, but like, yeah.
Great. Thank you so much for sharing. I think let's take it to Raj first. Richie, hold your thought for it. Raj, how about have you guys seen difference in building? Has it mainly been small teams that are building? Do you guys have a larger team that builds effectively? I know that the community is a big part of how you guys build as well.
So for now, we have a team, like we have dedicated teams for different areas of the product. Because when we are building a product, right, we need people who are working on it for a long time. If we are involved in community, there's a high chance that those people might get something else to work tomorrow, and they might need to leave. Circumstances might be different for everyone, right? So while building a product, it is very important that we have full-time people who are affiliated with the product for long term. So that's why we have teams right now. But at times, when someone from community recommends to add some feature, we give them access to certain repositories, and we accept PRs from them too. Like few of our hires are from community itself. Like these people showed interest, they started contributing, and that's how we hired them full time. So right now it is teams, but yeah, we are exploring how we can make it more community centric and how we can make it open for community. But I don't think until unless we have a proper product uh, with all the areas which are working very perfectly, we are not making it open source, because that's just diluting the product in the beginning. That's what I believe.
Okay, great. Thanks, Raj. Richie, how about you?
So the reason I raised my eyebrows when Seth was talking is because I've been there. Like I've collaborated in communities where, they spread out too fast, and then you have like, there's no alignment on what we're doing for like a season. And then you're sort of like walking on eggshells if you try and summarize what everyone's doing, because everyone's got a different picture of it. And that just feels absolutely horrible. And so whenever I feel that, I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that. Because you don't ever want to feel that again. You'll never tolerate misalignment once you go through like bad misalignment. So yeah, but the way that we think about like community driven development is, so we have our roadmap is completely public, and we don't commit to timelines on features. We just communicate our current level of confidence on a feature set. And so we have a whole pipeline. Any conversation that anyone on our team has with a customer is screenshot and goes into our feedback channel internally, where it gets processed and summarized by someone. They drop it in Clarity, it gets like tagged, and it boils up into our public roadmap. And so you can see every like insight that a customer or request that a customer has made that's made it through that pipeline. And they basically like cluster up in our public roadmap in Clarity. And then we like move those clusters up and down. And sometimes they're like just like problem areas. And sometimes they are like, as they move up in confidence, they obviously become like solutions, like things that we actually think we're going to build. And so the top thing before it's in progress is like feeling confident. Like these are things you're feeling confident for. And what this does is it lets somebody come in, they can see something that's like lower on the list from like a confidence perspective. And then they can like, and this has happened now multiple times. We'll get like a long email or a request for a call or something. And they're like, hey, I can take your confidence level on this from down here all the way up there with this email. And then there's sure enough, there's like things. So that's why we don't commit to timelines, because it's like not about ordering, it's about confidence. And so someone can come in and just say like, all right, like I'm going to make a case for this. And all of a sudden, like next week, we're building that thing because they just like made an incredible case for why that should be the next thing we focus on. And so that's kind of how we focus on it. And I haven't really seen anyone else do this. We kind of like just came like after years of working on the product, this is like sort of the way that we've ended up doing it. And it's been what's working the best so far. And then obviously when things go into public roadmap, when they go into development, they're in Clarity as projects, like in the doc, which is like unique to our product. And it says in there the status, who's working on it, and the expected like target date that it'll ship. And so you can see everything right there. And so that's the most transparent I've seen anyone be with their roadmap. And so we're trying to do that as much as possible. And then we have like we separate our team rather than podifying by like departments or like areas of the product. We podify by discipline. So it's like functional organization. So we have like a design pod, an engineering pod, an education pod, right? And these folks all collaborate across pods to like deliver something. And that's why we move really fast, because like the whole org is focused on one thing at a time. But everyone's got their area of discipline. So we ship like ridiculously fast because we have that like by discipline structure.
Yeah, that's a nice split of the team. I've definitely worked on a bunch of different ones. Some where the teams were kind of self-contained and they had everything they needed, and I've been on teams where they're split by the discipline. Thing I like about the discipline, as you said, is that the ability to communicate across your stack is a lot easier rather than being isolated and only knowing you're part of the problems. So I think that's a big help for.
No one can do anything without communicating. So it's impossible to get an echo chamber because you can't actually deliver anything fully without talking to the other pods.
Yeah, great. Pete, how about metagame? How does metagame work effectively? Have you found that large group communication has been effective? You think that our raid groups have been effective? What's kind of been the most effective part of metagame and communication?
I want to start with the.
You're muted.
I want to start with how we do the roadmaps. So we did it at the very beginning. It was just me starting metagame. Then I split it into 3 phases, and it was just the vague roadmap of how it progresses long term. And then we started when enough people came, we started playing it in seasons. and then so we made the seasons like the normal seasons, and then every 3 months we have a like seasonal closing and launching ceremony where we go about reflect on like what happened in the past seasons, what we liked, what we didn't like, and there's a few questions that everybody answers there, and then we do another board that's like what do we like look forward to in the next season, what we want to be working on, what's our personal goals, things like that. And we also did sprints often with then after with those ideas that came up there to further like narrow down. But I think then and then we like had this roadmap in the Notion, and I think that's actually this is kind of the biggest friction point, was that like we would come up with the roadmap and put it in Notion, and then it would stay there in that single page, like separate from the actual task boards, which are split across like somewhere in Notion, and then the technical side is on GitHub. So that's always been a challenge, like navigating across all these different tools and not having all of the tasks that you're assigned to like in a single place. And but the way we like keep the communications up is through having the champions ring. So in metagame we split, we have the functional teams, but we also have like the raid teams. So every raid and every guild, which are like the functions has a champion and should have a deputy, although not all of them currently have a deputy. And then those like champions meet once a week when we communicate like what's going on inside these different parts of metagame, and like try to solve the common roadblocks.
I think that time together for the sprint digest, how did things go? What are we going to do next? Is something that you see a lot in a traditional company, but usually organizations in our space don't take time to. But I think as we're talking about communication and planning and understanding where other people are, it's a critical part of communication. So I think that the season ending and the season planning are really important. I also really like that there's the functional groups where the guilds get together and they have someone that can help mentor them and show them the tasks that they can do, different outlets to help grow as a person in these respective fields. But then also they have their respective raids and jobs that they're part of for the organization. So they do have some effective groups that they're on for responsibilities. So I think that having the dual phases of the community is a really great approach to managing them. Thank you. So I think one of the hard parts of any organization is keeping core contributors and attracting people with talent and passion for what you're doing. Can we talk a little bit about what it takes to attract talent and keep them focused and working on interesting things? I'm going to start with Raj.
Yep, finding good talent is hard. Keeping them is even harder. We all we all have faced that at some point in life, right? So, according to me, one thing that works with us is people who are joining BEP, they don't join for the money or for the job or for the work. They join for the vision that we are having, that the product is having, that the founder is having. So having that vision aligned, right, and keeping it aligned, having that motivation, giving that motivation to team members from time to time, that's something that's very important. Like it's a small thing, but then keeping that fire alive, right, that's one of the most important things for any company to retain their talent. Finding talent is easy, retaining them is hard. So we focus more on making sure that once someone joins web, they get whatever they want. If they feel like they are not able to explore into engineering and they want to explore into product side of it, we give them a chance, because as a startup it's our responsibility to make sure that people who are working in our team gets whatever they want. Like as a founder, uh, the founder's job should be to help the team grow, right? It shouldn't be just to make sure that the product is getting developed. We need to make sure that the team is also growing with the product. So for that, it is very important for us to see and take care of what the people actually want, and then emphasis on that side. So this is something that's working for Pep, uh, for retaining good talent. Yeah, you're mute, I guess.
Great, thank you. So Seth, how about you? What's your opinion about attracting talent and retaining them to projects, especially in Web3, where people have lots of distractions and things? How do we best motivate people to join and participate?
So yeah, I wouldn't. I don't think I was like so involved with that in SourceCred, the org, and so I don't know how much I have to say there. I I will say an interesting trend I've seen in communities using SourceCred is them using it to recruit and retain people. If you can start getting paid immediately for contributing on a governance forum, that's very compelling for a lot of people. And another thing we've seen is sort of like a chain migration, or where like someone is like gets brought on full time, and then they'll get their friends signed up for SourceCred, and to like help bring them in. And then I think it can also kind of just help with sort of like general retention as well. Although we do often see issues around SourceCred competing with other forms of compensation. If people are getting a salary, do they get SourceCred as well? But that's like a whole nother thing. I'll just leave for now.
I think that the ability to pay contributors quickly and that they can see an immediate kind of impact of their efforts is key. I think, as you mentioned, the chain and basically the ability for strong contributors to attract other strong contributors. Like one of the things that we've seen, especially for metagame, is that the big part is about having fun together and about experiencing things together and building together. So I think that having people that you can learn from and that you are aligned with is one of the reasons that I'm working in almost everything that I do. As you say, the financial reason is almost out the window, or is a very low consideration for some people. I think that the thirst for knowledge and the ability to build important things is one of the key reasons that we're all here. So very well put. Thank you. Pete, how about metagame? I know I touched on it a little bit, but how does metagame attract and retain key people?
Yeah, I would say the same thing that you said and that Raj already said. You just say that I think the key is just building this strong community, because I've seen that it's hard to retain, especially in the in the bull market when there's so many distractions and hundreds of other thousands, maybe thousands of other cool projects that you can dedicate your time to, and especially underpaid time or non-paid time. So it's definitely hard, but yeah, building that, as you said, like the community that just likes hanging out together and learning from one each other, things like that. And
things and other things like that that make sure that people it's as fair as possible. So that's one thing. It's just like your contributor experience has to be good. And so we think about like, what does it feel like to contribute to Clarity? The other thing is that we're extremely honest about what the product needs right now, and we don't compromise on that for other people's like opinions about what they want to work on. Because, and that might sound like really mercurial, but what it actually does is it says like, hey, this is where we're at right now. If that's not where you're at right now, like maybe you should come back next season. Right. And like, then the person can make a decision. The alternative to that is sort of being like, well, maybe we could do that. Maybe we could do this. And then they come work on board and they invest all that time. And then that's not actually what you're going to do. Right. And then people get mad. And so we just don't do that. Like we just sort of say like, okay. And then, but once people are in and onboarded and we really like working with them, if they're working with us for more than 20 hours a week, I sit down with them for 30 minutes one-on-one every week. And so, and I ask them sort of like, what's going on in their lives? Like, how are they doing as a person? Like if they're having a lot going on at home, then like I'll sort of divert stuff away from them for a period of time so that they can sort of recover. And then also sort of ask them just, what do they want to get better at? Like as a dev or as a designer or as a community leader, like how are you trying to evolve as a person and as a professional? And then I try and see if there's space for that to grow in that way at Clarity. And if there isn't, then I'm just honest and I'm saying, hey, I don't think that we're going to have openings for that. But maybe, next season there's something like that. And so then they make a decision. Do I want to continue working here for the next season? Or do I think that this is my time to offboard, right? And I think it's just like about being really honest and transparent and not trying to just like recruit and retain people just to recruit and retain them, but to actually just retain the people who are genuinely here to be here because they are aligned with what the org currently needs. And that they are in the right place in their lives to do this. Like I'm honest with people when I say like, this is a really like intense place to contribute. And so you really got to believe, because like the team is like really, like we do a lot, we build a lot, we ship a lot. And if that's what you want to do, if you want to come here and ship a lot right now, like this is the place to be. If you're looking for something a little bit, you just had a kid, like maybe this is not the right place for you to contribute right now. But maybe we have other roles that are more part-time that like could be for that, right? And so just being honest, I think, and understanding where they are as a whole person, not just as like a developer, and trying to align like that more bigger picture with the whole org, so that everyone can be like present on the team.
Yeah, I think self-care and recognizing that we're all people is like a key part of it too. It's like it's not just someone on the end of a Discord channel that is doing work. We all have lives and families and responsibilities or jobs, and there's definitely a lot of focus that's taken towards supporting an organization, especially if you are in charge of other people and helping to help other people grow. People think that leadership is about power. It's more about enabling other people to do what they need to do and unblocking people. I think you also touched on a really important part is like offboarding people and making sure that the organization can stay healthy by maintaining a flow. Sometimes when people become inactive, rather than kind of have them linger on, having a clear distinction of like, I'm sorry, you're not contributing to this part. It is part of keeping core contributors rather than building followers, so to speak. Because I think a big part is about doing things rather than just talking about them. So I think one of the things that I want to touch on is like where tools are going. So we've seen a lot of tools about quests and time management. We've seen tools about effectively tracking engagement. Are there any tools that you guys wish were out there that could help make your lives and everyone else's lives better? We saw a calendar service earlier too. Are there any services out there that saying, I wish there were some tools for this that would help improve our projects or, kind of the DAO space? Is there anything out there that you guys are hungry for? I think I'll start with Raj. I know this one's kind of a trickier question.
One DAO tool that I really want is I want a tool that can give me holistic data of different wallets I'm holding, of different wallets I'm having right now. Because when we check reputation tools or any workspace tool or anything, right? Usually they are connected with one wallet, but in Web3 that's not the case, right? Like a person doesn't hold only one wallet. A person holds at least 10 wallets. That's the case for myself. So I want someone to create a tool which can give you combined data of 10 wallets, and then this data can be used by all other tools to, like, let's say if uh, clarity wants to have a login system, then they could have like any, if you can log in via any of these 10 wallets using this particular layer. I want something like that to be built. I don't know when it will build, but this is something that's really required if we want blockchain and Web3. We want some substantial tools to be developed in this space. We want people to adopt those tools. Then we need something like that.
I think decentralized identity needs to kind of catch up to how people are using their online identities. So I think that that's a great suggestion. Thanks. How about you, Richie? Do you have any suggestion?
Yeah, I mean, what Raj is looking for, to me, sounds like signing with Ethereum, like the standard. So it's like we were the first project to integrate sign with Ethereum. It's a way for, it's a standard for actually, signing a nonce to initiate a traditional web session using your wallet. And you can do this, like people have been doing this, but the problem that it solved is like actually getting everyone on the same sort of format and like signature and everything, so you can trust it and implement it faster. And so I think that that's a good start. Obviously, it's not the final evolution of that, but I do think it's a good place, and I would like to see more projects implement it according to spec. Because I think that we sort of have to converge on certain standards, and that it's a community accepted standard. It complies with like a specific proposal that was merged into Ethereum to support it. So, I'd like to see more folks adopt that. As far as the tools that I think are interesting to pop up is, so there's a lot of folks doing like credentialing and creating like credentialing protocols for like micro credentials or for this or for that. And I think that one thing that I've been thinking about is that like these credentialing systems sort of need to have a stronger opinion about like how their credentials are going to be used and like what kinds of credentials. So you look at something like POAP, which is probably like the most successful credentialing, so like badging system, right? And it's like that is like very opinionated about the way in which you use a POAP and like what's a POAP for, and that like makes it easy for people to like know, oh, like this is a POAP, this person has POAPs, this is what they did, like, and how to also when to issue POAPs, right? And I think that we need that kind of like opinionated stance on credentialing for more types of things. And a lot of the credentialing people I talk to, they're like, oh, we don't really have an opinion, like we can be used for any kind of credentialing. And I actually think that like dilutes the value of the credentials on their protocol. And so I'd love to see more opinionated takes on that.
Yeah, I think that that's a really strong point about tools, is that tools should have an opinion, and if they try and do everything, that they probably won't do one of the things that you want very well. So I think it's definitely important for things to be specific, and that also gives rise for other people to step in and fill the need and the market demand for other people too, rather than have one product that does all of it, that none of it kind of works. So very good, very good. I like that. And I think the DID profile part kind of fits in really well with that too. Like how does it all integrate together in a way that people can see it? Pete, how about you? Do you have any suggestions or any tools that you would like to see built or in the next year, or something that would help you out?
I'm always more so like into like bringing these things together, like with identities. Now we built our profiles on ceramic, and then we will be building it on spruce. Then there's lens. There's like 5 different projects doing identity, and then like how do you piece these things together, like to say like, okay, so this is this address holds it, and then have a front end that actually loads their identities from, like, aggregates them from across the like different protocols or different tools for identities. And I think it's about the same way in the DAO tooling like world. Like so many different pieces all over the place. You know how it's been in metagame. Like we have 20 different links. Maybe not 20, but like a wiki on one side and profiles on there, and then the newsletter here, and then the podcast there, and then here's Discord, and then the forums are on that way. Like, and then voting, then minting, staking. Like it's all on these different websites, different links, different interfaces, and so yeah, like it's going the same way with like these different questing systems. Like everybody, like a lot of different tools that have a questing system, and then you're like join 5 different DAOs. They all use different ones, and it's like fuck. And then yeah, it's just not possible to work across DAOs. And just working in one DAO, it's annoying because you have so many of these different things all over the place. So like for me, the tool that I want is really something that like brings it all into a single interface, and like enables what Richie was talking about, like projects focusing on what they are good in, and then have this place where these different pieces can be plugged in based on these different like how you set it up, and like making Web3 more user centric. So it's not like all these different everywhere based on different DAOs, but so like okay, you in 5 different DAOs that use 5 different questing systems, but in this interface you have a journal, and then journal aggregates all the quests that you're like assigned to like across different DAOs, things like that, and the dashboard that lets you know.
I think that reminds me a lot of the demo that we saw at Atlantis World yesterday. Not sure if you've had a chance to check out Atlantis World, but it's a kind of like a Pokemon kind of interface, but it's able to incorporate a lot of different tools and dApps into the same interface so that you can walk around and have kind of the same unified experience while going through all these different tools and platforms. So I think that the metaverse, as we've heard about it, we'll start to see some of these tools integrate and kind of converge on either a shared platform. We saw a lot of stuff in Neos over the weekend as well. So I think as we build up these profiles and identities, that we'll start seeing them kind of converge in these different places that we're meeting up, which hopefully lead to less of the focus shifting. How about you, Seth? Do you have any tools that would help make your life easier that you think are around the corner for someone building?
Yeah, honestly, I've been so heads down building in SourceCred and putting out fires that I really haven't had a chance to even check out a lot of these tools that I think are really exciting. So I'm kind of looking forward to just playing with things like Coordinate or dgov. Clarity looks interesting. dwork, someone has spun up an instance in SourceCred, so I want to kind of play with that. But yeah, sort of, I guess, like just more abstractly to answer the question, I'm feeling similar to Peeth in wanting something that can filter information from all these different places. Perhaps, visualize it also, like whether that's token flows or just visualizing the social graph. I think that kind of thing could go a long way in generating cohesion in a way that doesn't require top-down power structures. And then I think like the last thing that I've been thinking about is dynamic permissions. And I know that there's like a lot of interesting stuff there that like Gnosis and Moloch and different projects are doing. And I'm kind of like looking forward to seeing what's being done there. But yeah, I think that if you could have dynamic permissions that like reflect the consensus of a group, then that could be used to decentralize power in a credibly neutral way. And I think that could be very powerful.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, one of the metagame players, M Prime, came up with a bot that was used for tracking skills. And we previously were talking about using it for like trust mapping as well. And I think having the ability to see connections between people and also like understand like the implicit trust levels of things helps with kind of what you're saying. I think one of the other crazy things that I've seen recently is Metacred, and that's kind of like combining different source grid algorithms together to get a larger sense of how you're doing overall in the Web3 space. So yeah, I definitely think that SourceCred is coming up with some amazing tools, and we'll see some new applications of the existing tools too as we move into these spaces. So yeah, I think that those are great suggestions. We've got a little bit of time left. I think I want to talk a little bit about what it takes to be in Web3, and just kind of like what it's like living this life and the focus. we talked a lot about like how much our focus has shifted, but I know I personally, after many years, I'm still working almost like now it's 7 a.m. to about 2 or 3 a.m. every night, Monday through Monday. So luckily, my wife and family are very understanding, and they give me the time that I have, and I try and fit in time as well. But what about your guys' schedule? How do you deal with living in this 24/7, like pretty fast schedule? I actually likened it to a crypto year as being every 3 months because we're 24 hours a day. So a normal person has to work 8 hours a day. We essentially are working, 3 times that because we're international. So as soon as we are done, someone else is picking up the slack. So I'll start with Seth. Seth, how do you deal with this situation? What's kind of like your daily life like, and how do you keep your focus with so many distractions?
Not well. I'll share some heuristics that I've developed to keep me sane. Like one is, and I think that this is really just like, kind of a Web3 ethos, is to just do it and take responsibility for your actions, including being very aware of, the impact you're going to have, and consent and communication, but just owning it. Also just putting the people first. My primary concern when thinking about anything is how will this affect the people around me that I care about? That's my prime directive. And also just like have boundaries around and say no a lot. Like, like I as a rule don't reply immediately to most DMs, and I don't reply to all DMs. I don't really work weekends. I put the expectation out there that I'm not available 24/7. And personally, I'm trying to carve out a lifestyle where I'm not working that much. Like I think that if a person can't just work a few hours a week and like live their life doing other stuff, we've failed. And I think that we absolutely can get there because the coordination we're creating is so awesome that we're like creating a lot of abundance. And so I feel like I'm kind of like going off on a little bit of a tangent, but yeah, that's where I'm at.
I think that was great. I think this is something that is kind of underrated. People see a lot of the shiny parts. There's a lot of sweat and time that goes into it. So I'm definitely supportive of anyone that's able to take that time back. And you do have to really kind of make that time for yourself to have that time. So making expectations that you can have weekends and this stuff are things that you have to give yourself. And especially, with the environment that we're in, people will work nonstop because we're very passionate. So having time to do your life and live other things is critical too. So definitely self-care is important, and will help you survive not just the work day, but in the long run. Thank you. Pete, how about you? What does your day look like, and how do you survive the crypto lifestyle?
And I was like, in the beginning, it's like, oh, you get to be your own boss, work on your own terms. But then it turns out that you're just a pretty bad boss. But like, yeah, in the beginning, I was just, like, to be honest, I would just procrastinate a lot, and it still happens. So like these days when I know I need to do something, and I just really avoid doing it, even though it's the most important thing, the highest impact thing, but I like have this avoidance. But yeah, at the same time, like separating work from normal life, like you're sitting at the computer the whole day, and like in the evening, still like DMing, answering questions on DMs, and it's like it just becomes the whole day. Like you live what you're doing. It's kind of a problem in this space.
Well, I think you've definitely held up longer than a lot of people have, and you've done a great job of being a North Star and organizing us. I think it's easy to procrastinate, and one of the key things in our space is about like being proactive as well. And as you said, like you get into a thing, oh, I'm going to be my own boss, and then you are your own boss. the amount of stuff that you have to do is endless. So yeah, it's definitely a
It
shame.
never feels like you're done enough. Like it's constant anxiety.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it's worth it. I wake up and I feel every day I'm accomplishing, exactly what I want to do, and I feel that I'm there because I wanted to be there. So it's definitely worth it. Anything else that you'd like to say, Pete?
Not really. I just finding that balance is sometimes hard.
Yeah, definitely. How about you, Richie? How do you do with being in Web3 and living this life?
So I've never worked in an office before. Like, I mean, I have an office, but I've never like gone to work in like with my whole like in a company with an office, and so I've always had to figure out like the remote work sort of life balance, which I think is a whole skill in itself. And we watched like everybody have to figure that out over the last 2 years. And then the other thing is I've been in Web3 since like late 2018. And so that's like a specific flavor of remote work that has its unique challenges. And so for me, it's like, I like what Seth said about like setting clear boundaries. My boundaries are that I work all the time, but then when I don't work, I set clear expectations that I'm not working at this time. So I usually take Sundays off, but otherwise I'm pretty active. And what I realized is that like my job is a lot of my job has evolved into like I had to start to give up coding, right? Because I was coding the product for the first 2 years. That I can no longer do that. It's not my position. And so I realized it's like my job is sort of just to keep everybody like on the same page. And so I end up having like 4 hours of calls a day, and I sort of do them back to back, like for 4 straight hours. And so what I do is I don't take calls before 11:30. And so I get to the office at 6:30. By the time 11:30 rolls around, I've done everything that's important for the day. and then I have my 4 hours of calls, and then I go exercise, chill out for a bit, and like do email in the evening. And like that's the only way I can think to like get all of like, 'cause it's more of like energy management than time management. And so setting the expectation that like I'm not going to be available in the morning because I'm like doing my most important stuff. And then like all my calls happen in this block. And then I'm also going to be like lightly available, like when I'm exercising or the other part. And then in the afternoon, I'm going to get back to you if I haven't yet, or in the evening rather. That's been the way that I've found to balance it out, where like I actually have the energy to do this stuff. But if something really important hasn't happened by 4 p.m., it's not happening today. If it takes a lot of energy. And so that's the trade-off. You have to sort of admit that to yourself. Like, I'm human. This is not happening today. I'll do it tomorrow.
Awesome. Well, thank you all for sharing. I know that is, a subject that we usually don't cover, and I can tell you, it's something that all of us think about every day. It's like part of like who we are and like how everything gets built around you. So the reason that you see such amazing progress is because the people around you are passionate and they're working their butt off. So big props to all the teams that are out there building the tools and working to herd cats, make awesome projects, support public goods. So thank you, gentlemen. Could you please remind everyone of who you are? And I think we'll probably close the day down after that. So let's go around the room. Pete?
Pete, working on this metagame thing.
Richie?
We're Richie. I'm Richie. We're building Clarity, the DAO collaboration, DAO contribution platform.
Okay, Raj?
Raj, working with BIP, workspace for communities. Along with that, working on Druts, which is a discovery platform for Web3 communities.
Yep. Thank you. And Seth?
Yeah, so I am a self-sovereign freelancer working to make magic internet money appear whenever I create value. And that's probably going to be source code here, just figuring out how to do it.
Awesome. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
I want to plug in MetaOS, so the tool that I'm wishing that exists. We're trying to find more people to help build it, calling it MetaOS.
Awesome. Yeah, the MetaOS is the operating system of the metaverse. So it's got a lot of our best learnings from tools and how you can help set up an organization. Obviously, organizations are built up from the people and the solutions that they are providing. So there's no one size fits for all of them. But yeah, the OS has got a lot of cool experiments that we've done and learnings that you can take away from it. So thank you, everyone, for helping build the tools. And we'll come back tomorrow as we start talking with all the DAOs that are using these tools. And so we'll have DAO House here. We'll have DWork. We'll have Deep Work. We'll have a lot of other people, Uber House. So definitely come back tomorrow. We'll have another amazing day. And this is MetaFest2 on DAO Week. So thank you, everyone. Take care.
Thank you, Penguin. Thank you all.
Thank you.
See ya.